Let's get this stuff up and running. Okay. Perfect. Now we want Discord up. Perfect. All right. Here. New snap patch review. Okay, there's that. This is not. Okay. This is just not loud enough. Maybe better now. Show feet. I'm actually getting that flexible, weirdly enough. Like, I actually... Oh, look at that. Look at that flexibility right there. There you go. There you go, Mo. Just for you, buddy. How you been, man? I feel like I haven't talked to you in a hot minute. Did you move already? I know that, like, the last time that we were chatting, you were moving. Wait, is this the update that makes getting cards easier? Technically, yes. I think you get more tokens. Low key, I lurk in almost every stream you do. Well, I appreciate that, Mo. I really appreciate it. Not yet, no. Okay, okay. Are you still grinding lore, or are you doing other stuff too? Sarah got extreme anxiety and panicked. Hey, I understand that for sure. Moving, especially since you were making a pretty big move, right? You're making you're going from Texas to the Northwest, if I remember correctly, right? That's a pretty huge move. Okay, where am I getting a notification from? From here. What is this? Okay. That's that. Okay, let me tweet. Going over the new at Marvel Snap patch, and then actually reviewing my at 983 TV hashtag Infinity Gauntlet matches. Hang out. /TheBlevins. What's a good picture? Just do Thanos. It's always a good one. Can't really go wrong with Thanos. Okay. We'll tweet that. We'll see what this. Okay. All right. There's that. Let's close this. I'm putting out YouTube videos for lore, but it's competitive off season, so I've played 0 lore outside of my 3 goes off YouTube videos a week. Yeah, I played a little bit earlier today. I just I've been kind of enjoying playing Rise, just because like I have missed most of Rise's reign, so it's still like relatively new to me. But I'm also like games like Snap. Actually, like Snap has really like manipulated how I enjoy or don't enjoy a competitive experience, because it's just like the normal ladder of like, oh, plus 25, minus 25, plus 25, minus 25, plus 25, minus, like it feels like I make just no progress. Whereas like Snap, it's like, okay, I can strategically win. I can like get the most out of my good games and like lose the least out of my bad games, and that feels better to me. Where it's like, oh, I can lose the least in terms of cubes, but also I can lose the least in terms of time, right? Where it's like, oh, I just retreat with 1 cube. Retreating for 1 cube feels more like a win. It feels a lot more like a win than a loss in any other ladder game, right? So, yeah. Okay, let's now, I'm actually going to move this. Does this destroy anything? No. Okay. So I'm going to be able to see both. I'm going to be able to see chat and this. And this, does this work the way I want it to? Okay, it does. Okay. I'm going to hit the record button. Hey, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back. By that, I mean, I don't think I've put out, as of the recording of this, I haven't actually put anything on YouTube. And I might not put this on YouTube either, so who knows? But I'm recording it for YouTube because maybe someday I will not be lazy. I will be not lazy enough to actually put the minimum amount of effort into something. But we're here, Marvel Snap, March 21, 2023. The patch came out, I think, 30 minutes ago. This is my personal first look at this patch. So I'm gonna actually go through and give my actual honest first reactions to it because I literally have not read it. I read like a couple of lines and I'm like, I'm just gonna save this for the stream. So we're gonna do that and see what happens. So starting at the top, patch highlights: more tokens. Players who have not yet finished Series 3 will now earn 4 times more tokens than before. So this personally doesn't impact me at all, as I've been Series 3 complete for quite some time. But I'm really happy that this will get newer players into the game quicker. It's probably the biggest thing, the biggest pain point that I hear from people that want to start playing Snap is like, I want to play Snap, but it feels like I am insurmountably behind people like myself who have, complete or close to complete collections, or at the very least are Series 3 complete. So really happy that this is happening. Shop update. Cards can now be acquired from the shop in 2 different sections. Choose your card. Series 3 cards will have been separated into their own shop section. Instead of purchasing 1 Series 3 card a month with tokens, players can now choose 1 Series 3 card to unlock each month for free. So save those tokens for Series 4 and Series 5. Love that as well. It's still like going to be a pretty... It's still going to be a pretty... like, it's not going to be super fast to get into the game. It's not like Lore or even like MTG Arena or other games like that where it's like, okay, here, Mr. Developer, here is, $500. I now have all the cards or something like that, There's still a lot of Snap to be played. There's still a lot of, like, time that needs to be spent in and around the game before you can actually get up there. The token shop. The token shop now contains only Series 4, 5, and Ultimate variants. Okay, so no more Series 3 cards in the token shop. Granted, I never saw a Series 3 card in the token shop because I've had Series 3 complete. So all, I think, good things for newer players, which I'm honestly, I am more excited that new players are getting an onboard rather than something for me. Because, like, I'm kind of set in a lot of ways. Like, obviously, I want more stuff, but, like, I'm kind of set for stuff. You really, like, to be completely honest, Marvel Snap doesn't need to do much more for me, at least in terms of collection progress. Marvel Snap really doesn't need to do anything for me. I'm already there. So, I personally, as someone who cares about the community and wants more players to get in and has friends who have been apprehensive about joining, I'm really happy about this. Let's go to general updates. Seasonal series drop. Okay, so we're seeing the drops. Cards being dropped from Series 5 to 4. Zabu, already have from the Season Pass. Sauron down to Series 4. Okay. Shanna, Dazzler, and Shadow King. I don't have Sauron, Shanna, Dazzler, or Shadow King. Actually, I might have Dazzler. I don't remember. I probably don't, though. All those cards are cards that I was never going to buy from the token shop, and I'm glad to see them drop because now I might get them in. I have a higher chance of getting them in collector's reserves. But for the most part, this doesn't really impact me. I don't particularly want any of these cards right now. I'll get them when I get them, or I won't. I don't really care. The moving from Series 4 to 3, M'Baku, one of my favorite cards, Orca, and Atuma. I'm pretty sure, obviously I have M'Baku. I've played a lot of M'Baku. Orca, I know I also have. Atuma, I think I probably have, but I'm actually not sure. Regardless, I will probably get them very quickly. When you tap on a card for more details during a match, the big card detail screen now features the artist credits and card mods. Okay, that is something that is small, but I've actually noticed because I'm like, oh, who did the art for this card, like of one of my opponent's cards or something, and it just doesn't show it in during the match, and now it does, so that's awesome. Audio, new card sounds for Thanos, Nimrod, Master Mold, Negasonic Teenage Warhead. And then new location sounds from Morag and Bar Sinister. You know, people who know me know that I love voice acting. I love like card sounds. I love sounds when cards get played. So new audio and stuff for that is little, but to me, I really enjoy that stuff. So I can't wait to see what all that stuff is, especially Nimrod, because I've been playing a lot of Nimrod. Art and visual effects updates. The almighty Thanos now has visual effects along with all the Infinity Stones. Awesome. Balance updates. The unscheduled changes to Zabu and Silver Surfer made the metagame shifts for last month more difficult for us to predict, and we weren't able to make timely adjustments for technical reasons. In that time, Thanos became one of the most dominant decks yet. His weak matchups versus Zabu and Surfer had been holding the Mad Titan back. Shuri-based decks were another big winner here, and both of these archetypes have exceeded our tolerances for game balance. This patch's adjustments are aimed at restoring order and weakening each of them. We're continuing to explore updates and improvements to both our balance technology and our philosophy around scheduling changes, and we look forward to sharing that with you soon. Very interested to hear the balance and update philosophy. That's always very intriguing to me. Okay, now the meat and potatoes here, the actual updates themselves. Thanos going from 6 cost 11 power down to 6 cost 10 power. We increased Thanos' power in a previous patch. It was built during a time when Zabu and Surfer were suppressing the success of Thanos-based decks. We're happy to keep him at 9+ power for Shang-Chi's sake, but given his recent success, we thought it appropriate to pull back that buff just a touch. This won't dramatically impact the success of Thanos decks, as most of the strength is in the stone interactions. Okay, those are the development comments. Now we're going to Space Stone, which is the blue one, arguably the best one, or at the very least the one that has the most unique effect. Disco Reptile, hey, long and wild shot, but thoughts on the Digimon card game? So full transparency, I've never played the Digimon card game. I have watched the professor's video of like the rules for it. But I don't have any, like, the opinions I have are based on people I know that play the game, the people I know that play the game have enjoyed it. The rule set seemed interesting in the whole, like, you can essentially like get ahead early, but it also will push your opponent ahead, is how I understand it, where you can like spend extra resources, but that gives your opponent more resources. I like that push and pull dynamic as a game engine, but I've never played the game. I don't right now at least have any plans to play it, but it seems like an interesting thing, and I think the Digimon IP is a cool one that I remember from from being a kid, and people have enjoyed it, so that's good for me. Yeah, Bandai are doing a lot for their card games now. Yeah, I've heard, I've seen a lot of good support, and one of the local game stores around me has had success running the game, so that's very good. Okay, a brief interlude into paper card games. We go back to the Space Stone, which is now. Which was on reveal. Next turn, you can move one card at this location, draw a card. To on reveal, next turn, you can move one card to this location and draw a card. Okay, so that's a huge change. This now is still potentially powerful, but it makes it a heck of a lot worse. It makes it significantly worse to the point where it's actually just not even really a combo at all with Lockjaw, the blue stone specifically, whereas before it was the best thing you could get on Lockjaw. It also does not allow you access into normally unaccessible locations unless, you randomly play the blue stone on a blank location, and then you can move something there if it gets revealed afterwards. Huge change. Developer comments, this is among the strongest stones in Thanos decks due to its ability to create bonus Lockjaw triggers and disguise where strong cards might move. This change reduces its efficacy with Lockjaw by removing the incentive to play Space Stone itself for a Lockjaw trigger, flattening the number of bonus trigger opportunities for Lockjaw, and restricting the strategic options for late-game movement. We expect this to reduce the tactical flexibility of Thanos decks and make them more fun to play against. I agree with all of that. Quinjet now reduces to a minimum of 1. Okay, so no more zero-cost stones. This might, so far, I haven't read all the other changes. This might gut the Thanos deck entirely. Developer comments, cost reduction is powerful, and Quinjet is one of the very few cards capable of reducing multiple cards' energy to 0. While we've enjoyed this interaction in some cases, such as the Hood's Demon, ultimately creates an ongoing risk for future design space, as well as fueling the dominant Thanos decks of today. This change should be a meaningful net reduction in strength to Thanos decks across the board. I will comment on this, as they do mention a very interesting thing that we see in a lot of other card games, which is restricting future design space. And I think this is something that we've learned from over the years. We've learned over the literal decades of, Magic the Gathering and other card games, both in the paper and digital world. Once something is created, unless you're entirely rotating things out, it doesn't go away, right? So if you have a card, and this, sort of leads to power creep and also leads to other potential exploits, and makes the like they said, the design space, it limits the design space for future cards, right? So if you leave something like Quinjet in, you no longer can really, you have to really put you have to really worry about making cards that create 1-cost cards, because are they broken if they cost 0? Are they broken if they cost 0 and they're duplicated with something like Moon Girl? Those cards already exist, so yes, you can obviously nerf things, and that's what they're doing here with Quinjet. I think while I, in the past, have been like the let us do the broken stuff, I do think that as a general or soft rule, not reducing things to 0 cost in general with effects like this, I think is probably a good thing for the game. I do still want death to go to 0. I do like the reduction with how reduction works with She-Hulk and death with wave. I like how that works as well, being able to go to 0 still. But those are specific setups that you need to get to. Whereas Quinjet plus stones is just you've built your deck. Okay, you drew a 1-cost card, and now all of a sudden you have a bunch of 0-cost cards that are better than cards, and most of them draw you cards. So definitely like this. I like the idea. I like opening up the design space, even though there's less broken things with Quinjet now. It's more of just a value card. We probably won't see as much Quinjet anymore because of it, which is kind of sad. But Quinjet can still be very powerful, a very powerful build around, or a very powerful synergy card in a create deck, and it still synergizes with the shield cards like Nick Fury, Agent Coulson, Agent 13, etc. So there's still a deck there. It's not going to be as good, obviously, but it still can be very good. It just won't be as good specifically. It won't be It won't be as good specifically with 1-cost cards, which I think is fine. Okay. Moving on. Red Skull. Going from a 5/15 ongoing enemy locations, enemy cards at this location have +2 power to a 5/13 enemy cards at this location have +1 power. Okay. This change is singularly aimed at reducing the strength of combining Red Skull with Shuri and Taskmaster. Outside of those interactions, this change is mostly a buff to the base case usage for Red Skull, giving you 9 or 10 power at crowded locations rather than 7 or 9. Okay, so reducing Red Skull's power specifically with Taskmaster and Shuri makes a lot of sense to me. She-Hulk going from 6'10 to a 6'9. She-Hulk is a key component in the strongest Shuri decks, but it sees widespread play in various decks due to its strength alongside Sunspot, Wave, and Moon Girl. We mostly think that's cool, but she's more powerful than she needs to be for those combos. In addition, we want to encourage playing actively to locations rather than holding cards for explosive turn 6s, so we're continuing to weaken a few of the best cards for the latter. Okay, that makes sense. You know, She-Hulk is a card that has become ubiquitous in a lot of scenarios. And this is a small change, but like it can be a notable one. I can't think off the top of my head what sort of breakpoints this makes, but you know, it's essentially 2 fewer power with Shuri now. As you know, you're doubling 9 instead of doubling 10, and yeah, I think, you know, the one power, it's a good change, right? You still want it to be Shang-Chi-able. Making it a 6/8 might actually be a buff in some cases, because 8 is kind of a really good break point because you're not getting Shang-Chi'd, but it's still a lot of power. But 6/9, A, nice. But B, I think this is a small. This won't gut She-Hulk, but it definitely makes it a little bit less powerful. All right, moving on. Arrow on reveal was a 5/7 on reveal. Move all enemy cards played this turn to this location to a 5/8 on reveal. Move the last enemy card played to this location. Oh, please, gut Arrow. Love it. Arrow is a tricky card for us. The actual game balance for Arrow has been healthy as she fulfills a vital role in our game by providing interaction, especially against dangerously polarizing cards like Galactus. It's important for Arrow to be versatile and strong in order to be a widely playable, quote, tech card, but we don't want her pushing the majority of other 5-cost cards out of decks. Unfortunately, that's the behavior we've been seeing. Arrow can be frustrating to see, denying players the options to play their own endgames. This change seeks to keep Arrow strong where she's needed, foster more competition among 5-cost cards, and add counterplay to make her more fun to play against. I like this change a lot. It still screws over my Galactus, which I'm obviously not a fan of, but it's not better against Galactus, and we'll probably see it played less, so that's good. But you know, Arrow no longer always has if it's turn 6 and you have priority and you're winning 2 lanes, you win the game. There's now you can now sort of play around it in some cases. So really like it. Mystique, Absorbing Man, and Taskmaster. These cards now require the previous card to be in play in order to copy its attributes. Here are their updated templates. Mystique, on reveal, if the last card you play has ongoing, copied its text if it's in play. Absorbing Man, if the last card you played has an on reveal, copy text if it's in play. Taskmaster, set this card's power equal to the last card you played if that card's in play. This is a huge change. Okay, let's read the developer comments. This adjustment is part balance, part matching expectations. A meaningful chunk of Taskmaster's strength in Shuri decks is his ability to copy a card's power, even if it's been destroyed by Shang-Chi or similar, an interaction that somewhat gets reported as a bug. Hopefully, this change weakens Shuri decks slightly and more cleanly matches players' intuition when they see these cards for the first time. Okay, that's interesting because that is a really interesting note that got marked as a bug, and that actually changed how the developers the developers changed the card because of that. I definitely can understand that. It's not always the Magic the Gathering logic behind it is, for something like that, it will check last known information. So even if it dies, it still will, retain those effects. But now it specifically needs to be in place. So yeah, Shang-Chi through the roof power increase here. And now, this is super helpful for me for Galactus, because all of a sudden now I destroy all the lanes. Your Taskmaster in my Galactus lane is now at 0 power, so get wrecked. I think that I can't say whether I like or dislike this change. I just think it is a big difference. It makes them obviously much worse. But I think that this is just something that we'll learn to play around and will certainly impact the playability of all these cards to the point where some or all of them might not see nearly any play. But also it might not be a big change in general. Like a lot of the times this change is not going to impact the card at all, but it certainly can. So I'm not 100% sure how I feel about it, but it's something that I think I'll just get used to. Okay, moving on. Morbius's power no longer updates in hand or in deck, only at a location. Developer comments. We previously adjusted Morbius's power to update when he wasn't in play to simplify calculating his future power. However, this has proven a bit confusing in comparison to similar cards, and also unnecessary given Morbius is often played very early on in the game and isn't very hard to calculate. We're reverting this change, but we expect to add future functionality to Morbius and all cards with ongoing buffs to their own power that communicates their power in order to make these cards simpler to play with. Null's power still updates in hand, but no longer updates in deck. Okay, that's interesting. The future improvements discussed above will also apply to Null, but until we make them, he will continue to function differently relative to Devil Dinosaur and others. The reason for this is that it's very important for Null players to be able to quickly and precisely calculate his power while making endgame decisions about their 6-cost card. As a placeholder adjustment, Null will no longer update his power in your deck, so his functionality with Mr. Negative will be the same as his fellow ongoing cards. Notably, he will use his potential power for effects like the peak location until we're able to make desired improvements. That's a trade we've decided to accept for improving the general use cases of Null. Okay, so this is mostly I guess it's technically a buff for Null, but it really is not going to impact much at all and is a placeholder, so I won't comment too much. Widow's Bite text only. While this is in your hand, cards in your deck cannot be drawn, which is now going to be while this is in your hand, you can't draw cards. Gotcha. Widow's Bite inaccurately described its in-game effect while considering updating the effect of Widow's Bite to only prevent drawing your cards and effects like Cable from drawing your cards. We ultimately decided it was a better experience to just simplify the text and keep the current effect rather than creating these edge cases. Okay, so just a text update, basically. And there's some bug fixes. I'm not going to go through all of these. There's known issue list, which I'm also not going to go through. So overall, I think that this patch is good for the game. There's nothing I see in this. There's no card changes or system changes that to me are like, holy crap, you ruined the game, or like I really disagree with the thought process behind this. There's a couple where I'm like, this makes, the decks that I want to play slightly worse, but for the most part, I think it's really good. The general updates, I think are all positive. Even though they don't really impact me directly, they impact, people I know and people that are going to be getting into the game moving forward, and that is a positive to me. So overall, big thumbs up from me right now on the patch. Of course, maybe I will be ruining the day that I do this, and we'll look back at this video and be like, wow, you were an idiot for thinking that these changes did anything or that they were good for the game. They made the game so much worse. Now we're only seeing M'Baku Control as the greatest deck ever, and everyone's running M'Baku Control. And you know what? If that's the case, I welcome our new M'Baku Control overlords. But that's gonna be it for this video. Like, subscribe, all that good stuff. Follow me on Twitter at @the_Blevins. Check me out on Twitch. I go live from time to time, twitch.tv/TheBlevins. And maybe you'll see me in some future other Marvel Snap stuff and Marvel Snap tournaments coming up. Who knows? But, I mean, I'm hoping. I got my fingers crossed. So we'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. All right. Video now over. Okay, let's get... this can go away. We're going to want Snap. Yes. Anyone who's watching on Twitch, make sure you watch this guy switch. True. Honestly, true. Okay, so now I can do this. Now I want to talk about my matches. Now I want to talk about my matches. From the Infinity Gauntlet. Ooh, cancel. That didn't do anything. Okay. Let's move this back up. Wait. Oh, this is Snap itself. Okay, let's move this back up here. Keep this here. All right. Now I want this here. I think this is my first match. Yes, this is my first match against Raven. So we can watch my entire tournament life here in the Infinity Gauntlet. So let's take a look at this. We're gonna want this. Didn't work. Wait, this should work. That work? No. Didn't work at all. Okay, let's just delete this then. Remove. Yes, I want to remove that. Let's add a source. Let's add screen capture. Yes. Add a new source. You cheeb. I want to capture... Wait. This. There we go. Okay. Perfect. So now I can do... Okay, let's do this. Yep. Let's get rid of that. Okay, and then I can move this down here. I can hit this button. I can do transform and fit to screen. Boom. Okay. Move myself a little bit. Okay, so this is also... Whoa, why did that go all the way up? Nope, nope. Quiet. Oh, God. I'm trying to turn down... I was trying to turn down the volume of the in-game for okay. I have or I was trying to turn down the volume for the game for the in-game, and it like kept trying to make it go higher, which was hilarious to me. Okay, let's get rid of this. And then let's do this again. Transform screen. Okay. Oops. Okay. Put us here. All right. So this is game 1. Oh, I'm spoiling stuff. Game 1 versus Raven. So
going to be ways to stop it because I'm seeing Invisible Woman sitting in
here. Okay, so we take a look at. God, I'm dumb spot. Okay. So Raven's deck, obviously. So going into this, I don't have. Hey, what's up, Seabear? Going into this is closed deck list at this point. So this is round number 1. I have no idea what my opponent is playing. So, but we can see here, this is what they're playing. And this is definitely not a common list by any stretch. I'm not sure what to expect necessarily. What we talked in the like all the players sort of talked in the Discord beforehand. Talking in the Discord beforehand, and were sort of like, hey, how seriously are we taking this? And I think everyone sort of landed on, we're gonna try, but like not going to, we're probably not all going to bring like super like sweaty meta decks, or like basically we're like, everyone's gonna try to win, and how you take that is how you take it. So it's not like anyone was really like, you know, oh, don't bring Thanos or whatever. Everyone's like, we're all going to try to win. There's money on the line. There's glory, etc. So I didn't know what to expect. I certainly wasn't expecting this. The key cards here, for me, going to be Doctor Doom, a card that is one of those like pillar 6-drops that can do a very unique thing in that it puts power in every lane. White Tiger, a card that we see be very effective here, but not a card that you see very often at high levels anymore. But like Wong, White Tiger, Wong, Doctor Doom, Wong, White Tiger, Odin, still very, very, very powerful, even if you don't necessarily see it at the highest levels as much anymore. So definitely a potentially scary scenario here. An Invisible Woman is another card that like can keep things unrevealed even longer. So definitely
so a lot of strong stuff you can set up.
Definitely scary there.
Really
we move on to my deck. This is the deck. I played it a bunch on stream. I call it Battle of Wits. It's got basically everything. I couldn't decide what I wanted to play, so I played everything. It's got Thanos, Galactus, Null, Kang. It's got all the big bads in it. And then it's got sort of the Galactus package with Quinjet. Carnage is kind of could also be in the Galactus package. Or sorry, the Thanos package. Quinjet and Thanos and Carnage, and then you've got the Galactus package with Wave, Psylocke, Wave and Psylocke and Null and Death are also in that, and then the sort of Death Wave of Wave, Death, She-Hulk, Destroy triggers with Carnage and Killmonger. I specifically had Killmonger in here as sort of a tech card. I was expecting a decent amount of Thanos. B, it's good at clearing out my own stones if I don't want them. It's good at clearing out my opponent's stones, getting death triggers. It also can keep me it can keep me a lot from just like auto having Galactus be a dead card if like New York if Central Park comes up. So overall, I made some choices. I added Kang Kang is in this list as this, you know, Kang had like basically just came out. I had unlocked Kang like literally the day before I had to lock in decks. I like grinded out missions to get enough tokens for Kang. But overall, I love this deck. It's fun. It's got a little bit of everything. It's got and like notably, it has a lot of different options against a lot of different scenarios. So I really like looking back. I probably would bring something like this deck.
Backgrounds from the camera drop.
I'd bring something like this deck again. So let's jump into
right away,
the game.
This is just exactly, I think, why I am friends with both of these.
Okay, so my hand. I don't want to.
Cool collectible stuff. Really powerful cards. Really. Oh yeah, I love this stuff.
I start with a Space Stone. Now, Space Stone. Like... So here, Space Stone, not necessarily one that you want to play instantaneously. But I did want to draw a card. My hand here is not super great. I see the Death. I see the Null. I'm going to want to play the Carnage at some point, probably on the Space Stone, or probably going to want to eat some stones. So I want to put it on Shuri's Lab. A, because I'm going to want the Carnage on Shuri's Lab eventually, and B, because it's also going to add a little bit of extra power to Null. That's my thought process going in here. A lot of times with this deck, I'm going to want to play on the unrevealed locations if the revealed location is one that I could play Galactus on, because I want to keep it in the back of my mind, where can I play Galactus if I draw it, or am I playing towards a Galactus game? My opponent, of course, doesn't know this because they don't know that I'm playing Galactus yet, but we will see it moving forward.
It just feels
how
like
it goes. Okay.
Cloning
Vats.
Oh yeah.
Cloning Vats is a card that I really enjoy with Carnage. It's sort of like it's a little bit broken, but it's also like kind of fair. It's like fair plus, right? Like I can make a big Carnage over and over again. I'm going to be getting death triggers. I'm going to be getting null power. So I'm going to move the stone over to the Cloning Vats. And then we're going to eat with Carnage. We're going to get a 4-power Carnage and get the Carnage Cloning Vats game going. That's my thought here, at least.
Things in the game to do is to be able to buff these cards and then multiply them in some way.
Oscorp, not really doing much here. Here, my plan is basically the same. I'm just going to play some stones and Carnage and Cloning Vats. Get another big Carnage.
Did seem like a very appealing play. But I think Raven's hand's just too powerful to really consider that.
You can see me here. I'm writing down the cards that my opponent is playing because I didn't know that the untapped GG tracker tracks in battle mode. I find that out later on, so you'll see me stop doing it. But that's what I'm doing here is writing those down.
Yeah, having things to do it tends to be good.
Yeah.
Okay, so my hand right now, here's an interesting spot because my hand here is full, and it's basically going to stay full if I play anything on the Cloning Vats. So I need to decide, am I going to be able to actually play out all the cards? Do I need more cards in my hand, or am I good just going with this game plan that's kind of face up to my opponent? They don't know that I have Death and Null or Killmonger, but we will see. But I also have Wave as well, so I don't remember how I play this out, but it's I have like a lot of different options here going into this turn.
Copy of Carnage, Rock Slide. Oh yeah, that's a good one.
And this is kind of, I think, one of the reasons why Blevins may have had this in mind is I think that Blevins is very in tune with what decks are going to look like very often.
I'm not playing into Cloning Vats. I can't really play into Cloning Vats because I do think I want other cards. So I'm just going to cash in my giant Carnage here.
But you see him take a note of it, write it down. I'm really looking at the cameras for this one. Blevins is a very serious tournament player, I will say. He doesn't
I will note, Admirable says I'm a very serious tournament player. It's a little bit of an exaggeration, maybe. I'm not the most. Oh, actually, you can't see me doing that. I was taking notes. They mentioned it. I mentioned it. You don't need to see me. I just don't want to cover up my hand. Yeah, let's go back here. So there's that. I'm not the most serious tournament. So this is what I'll say. I don't generally care about tournaments and how I do in them, but if I'm going to play in one, I am going to take it seriously. So that to that point, well, I'll mostly take it seriously, as you'll see in maybe future matches.
This is like his full-time style of work, but if he's going to compete...
Okay, so I have a giant Carnage into Shuri's Lab. I'm definitely thinking about Shang-Chi in general.
If Raven does not have a card like Shang-Chi, this Carnage can almost...
I'm also thinking
itself, but as you can see, both of them
about
big plays that are coming up.
What I'm going to do here. It looks like I'm trying to go... I'm gonna look at Wave and then try to do sort of Death Wave, right? With Null and Death. I also get I get stones essentially for free.
Just clean out a lane by itself, adding the power of whatever's destroyed. So if he sees that destroyed,
I'm also thinking like, do I just want 2 deaths? Because I can play Death on Cloning Vats and then Death again next turn.
With Wave and Death being able to set things up, I don't really know if that's the direction that Blevins is going to be headed.
I think I'm going for Wave plus Stones here. That looks like what I want to do in general.
Really
I think looking back, I would still probably make this play.
As well.
Oh,
so
this
could
lab's gonna get changed. Nice.
Yeah, I mean that stuff like this can be really big too. The Reality Stone, I feel like, is playing a heavy role in this one.
Okay, we wave. Yes, I like this. Time Stone is going to give me a little bit more power there.
Death and Null could be big swings here, depending on who's
And
got
District X.
Oh my god,
that's funny.
I thought you said he was serious, Nathan. You lied.
That's the thing. He is a serious player, but he's going to enjoy his own time as well. It's just.
Okay, so I have a ton of resources here. I feel like looking at this, I should just be playing. I should be playing Null in one lane and Death in another, right? I feel like that should be game. I don't remember if I do that, but that feels like I should do that.
It's just...
Raven's not happy.
I'm thinking about Shang-Chi, but that doesn't. I have priority here, so I think I hover the Shang-Chi, realizing that I don't have. I don't. I hovered the Shang-Chi, being like, I want to play the Shang-Chi, but I can't because I don't have priority.
That's a big thing to note with Null.
So I should be playing Null in one lane and Death in another is what. Looking at this back, that's what I should be doing. It looks like that's what I'm going for. I end up snapping here because of that. Maybe I should have. Okay, yeah. I couldn't remember how this first game ended, but I should have snapped beforehand. My line was pretty strong. Like I'm already winning one lane. There's like very low chances that they're going to be able to win the other two with one on one card. So I should have I probably should have snapped beforehand. Should have snapped beforehand, but either way.
I know what nonsense you have, and if you have those cards in hand, I'm just
all right, so we'll take the one cube, and I think I do think that this game is the best one. I think this upcoming game is the best one of the entire event. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
Right now, we're lucky enough to get a glimpse from the top end.
Atlantis, so I'm looking here. I'm gonna want to open with Soulstone. I'm gonna want to draw the card. I'm kind of surprised that I didn't put it on one of the blank locations.
Raven didn't get to see the Null at the end either because of the retreat.
Mostly because I didn't have Galactus in hand, but normally I'm gonna try to play with Galactus in mind, but I guess I wasn't doing that because I didn't have it in hand.
Do you take an extra ding just to see another card?
Okay, I'm gonna play. I'm liberally using the blue stone again, possibly here. I don't necessarily want to change locations with Reality Stone. The blue stone to draw a card, and now we see Ego, and I insta snap.
Shows up on the third location,
and so does Raven. Love it. And then I see, unfortunately,
you have to snap. It's rule 0.
Unfortunately, for fun's sake, Ego kills himself. But I will note, and we can show it here, because I saw someone in comments saying that I was not actually following the Ego rules because I knew that Ego wasn't going to survive. But we move here. And we'll look. Watch this. Look at the timing here. Look at the screen. So this is playing out. Yes.
How much information are you trying to gather in the beginning? Like, do you take an extra ding just to see another card?
I instantaneously snap. We'll take a look at it.
No, just simply because.
Lay out the turn. Okay. So we'll go slow here. We see Ego pops up. Redstone still in hand. I have already snapped before the redstone has revealed where it's going. So there it is. Clip it and ship it on Twitter. The people that were saying that I wasn't as brave because I knew that Ego was destroying itself, wrong. Video evidence, you can see it here. I snapped before the Reality Stone showed where it was going.
Ego shows up on the third location. What?
There we go. Yeah.
And then you see me react to the redstone going on Ego. Yeah.
They both snap.
You have to snap. It's rule 0.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So we see this happen.
Well, what's ego?
I really wanted the ego to stay around.
Somebody, my gosh.
Carnage happens. Doesn't even happen in the right order.
Right ego. What the hell? Oh,
Wait,
no.
ego shows up and disappears.
Are you kidding me?
Okay, so here, if I recall correctly, I end up painting myself into a corner. I don't remember, but like in my mind, like looking at this now with fresh eyes, I potentially want to try to win Mojo World with Killmonger if we see a 1-drop get played there. Now, of course, opponent does not have a 1-drop, so that's not going to end up happening. Looks like I don't go for that. I'm just going to try to clear out the stones.
A more normal scenario now.
Clear out the stones, get some stuff onto Mojo World. Makes death cheaper, gives some procs on null. I'm now like, this is a Wong deck. Okay. So looking at this, I see Invisible Woman and I see Wong. My mind is going to, is this a Hela deck? I haven't seen Hela yet.
Feeling a bit of concern from Blevin's point of view because this is.
We're gonna now see the White Tiger on to the Wong lane.
Yeah, White Tiger. Hopefully the Tigers go to the vault.
My hand kind of doesn't do anything here, which is unfortunate. I can play the stone in Shang-Chi, but the Shang-Chi just doesn't do anything, unfortunately.
Look at like Time Stone with She-Hulk Death. I will say that oftentimes that does feel like enough to get the job done. But Mojo World is messing with that a little bit.
Yeah.
Right. Time Stone happens.
There's nothing on Atlantis right now, so you're just going to likely have a big play there.
I'm losing the vault, unfortunately.
Wave in hand
and now I basically just have nothing to do here. I can maybe win Mojo World.
Not quite enough.
Oh, Thor. Oh, an Ironheart. Okay.
I can like maybe win Mojo World, but
a bit wonky. Blevins doesn't get too
so here I'm like, I can play She-Hulk. I've got seven. Like I just can't do much. Is unfortunate. Is the unfortunate part here.
On Time Stone, which means that She-Hulk is not discounted to the effect that maybe you had imagined. But Blevins is putting together some pieces here. It looks like
you can see the look on my face. I'm just like not liking. I'm just not liking what I can play here.
Something like Ironheart.
Okay. And Raven's got priority, so let's.
I'm looking here, and the problem is that this is for 8 cubes, which is not great if to lose, and I'm not feeling confident, so I basically just have to bite the bullet here and end up leaving.
This feels like a really dangerous turn. So yeah, Blevins is going to retreat because it is pretty much solely dependent on whether or not Raven plays 9+ power in the center lane there. If that's the case, Shang-Chi is going to come in and destroy it, and then you walk away with the power from Mojo World winning you the round.
True.
Okay, we have the Galactus here. So I am now, as you'll see from my plays, I'm going to be thinking about where I want to play Galactus, when I want to play it.
A double snap happened at the third turn of the game.
Oh, man.
So it looks like I have opened with a snap here. Because my plan going into this was I want to like disguise the fact that I'm Galactus and then get maximum value when I actually do pull the trigger on the Galactus, and hopefully hopefully the tempo that is generated from that 10 out of 10 ego snap, yeah. And I just showed Dagan, that I snapped before I knew that the Reality Stone was going to change it too. So, just saying. Yeah, Rickety Bridge is generally good for me. Although I don't have the ability to. I don't have like Wolverine in this deck, so Rickety Bridge isn't as like turn 6 Galactus on Rickety Bridge isn't an auto win, right? So I do change it.
Man,
this is wild.
Okay, there's a re-snap here.
Oh, I'm going to agree with you on the New York is the worst place to live aspect.
So I'm setting up. I am setting up Galactus here.
Turn 4 comes and goes, so everything dunked there. for the Blevins. Inject. Time
Gonna
to
set up
space
stuff
out.
going
That's a lot of
here.
Wow, this feels ridiculously.
So here
powerful
I'm
from the
pretty
Blevins
sure that
side.
I go for
stuff. It's a big
Raven.
null, or sorry, I go
Raven does
for
have initiative,
Kang,
so some pretty wild stuff can happen here.
or maybe not.
You know, you look at the two game plans here. It's pretty linear for Raven. It's
Yeah, it looks
oh,
like
I'm
I'm
just gonna
going
put
for the
Blevins
Kang
down,
here,
put
just
the
as
one down,
the.
I'm gonna repeat
I
all
need to
my
make sure I
other
don't
effects,
get.
right?
I guess I don't
But on the other
actually get
side, well,
arrowed
you
here.
have
That's
no idea what's
interesting.
coming.
Yeah, so Blevins is going to show that Kang is in the deck now. So Raven going to have to go backwards and refigure this out, and that gives
Okay,
Blevins,
Kang
I think, a strong
happens.
point of view of what's going to happen. Raven's deck is super linear. After Wong's in play, you take advantage of that. So now Blevins knows exactly what that play wants to look like and can use Galactus to that advantage.
All right, so I'm pretty sure I pull the trigger on Galactus here.
Raven flips first and
And just go in the same lanes.
to get
Looks
the
like I
power of
do
Unlock
that.
Diablo's base, 'cause it's Galactus time, baby.
Yes, I remember this now.
Pull up with She-Hulk. Oh my gosh.
This
or
looks
Null.
so dangerous.
Oh.
Yeah,
All
Null
right.
is like by far one of the most powerful.
So
things you can do
I
afterward,
think
Yeah.
because Galactus has such low power that you.
I'm
you
not.
don't even
I
get
still
initiative.
was not 100% sure
So what's
how the
happening
like
is
the
so White Tiger comes
RNG
into
of
play, loads up the board. Raven sees Galactus now.
how the
and can see
RNG
him and
changes
do
with
the damage. Just
Kang
the
works. So I think if I
power.
knew that, I would
Raven's
have.
gonna have the initiative,
Oh, no, I
and
wanted to
that's
do this because this
very
plays around
little
Shang-Chi, right?
counterplay
This gives
available at all.
Raven the
Death with Null on top of that as well.
this gives Raven
Run, Raven.
this gives Raven priority so that I don't get Shang-Chi'd going into this round. So no, I made the right play here.
My God,
Blevins just looks cool as a cucumber.
yeah, well, he's not gonna lose.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I want, right? Like my opponent
I
without
think
priority
Raven's gonna be
considering
trying to
staying
get
in
that
because they
scar
don't know that I have
into
null
the
yet,
play.
right? And they technically don't know that I have death, though you can kind of infer
With the
both.
cards played here, put it back, or
But also I'm playing a weird, wacky Thanos deck. Thanos and Galactus is not common.
It takes like it's a wild situation to be able to win this game from Raven's point of view.
Oh,
now he
man.
sees Ironheart, so I think mildly.
So
confident at best,
this went
but when you see
as
Galactus, you
perfectly
tend to
as
go one way,
possible
so
for me.
bad.
This is exactly what I wanted. And you can see my face being like, I can't believe that my opponent stayed in here.
Doing her bestest, but it's not going to be enough up against what is this? 1,000,000 power, 28.
Yeah, you can see my furrowed brow there going, I don't know why my opponent stayed in. So now I got it. So
That is
at
too
this
dumb.
point, my game plan has worked exactly how I wanted it to. I wanted to play sort of just good cards, the Thanos value deck mixed with Deathwave, sort of maybe get a win here, win there, cube here, cube there, maybe just lose 1 or 2 cubes, and then get maximum value off of the Galactus turn where I actually am able to pull the trigger. So this is basically, with the exception of the ego losing me 4 cubes, which really stunk, which then leads to me only getting 6 cubes here rather than 8. This is exactly how I wanted the game to play out at this point, right? This is exactly like I found a really good spot for Galactus, and I got basically maximum. I got maximum value for that game out of it.
They got like
Right, Sanctum Sanctorum is a location that would generally be good to me, but I know that my opponent has White Tiger, so that's not great for me.
Considering that White Tiger's in the deck,
Can be good for me in that I can ignore it if I have Galactus, and I can also have Bluestone that I can move things into. But generally, I'm not going to be able to move something that's bigger than even a one Tiger from White Tiger.
Nonsense deck that Blevins is playing, which is working out pretty darn well so far for him.
Okay, Reality Stone to change. That goes to Vormir. Vormir can be good for me.
So mind you, it's the first card you've played, not the first card you've played this turn.
It's not. It's not particularly good for me here because I don't have Electro. I don't have Wolverine to like get an advantage off of Vormir, but it's probably worse for Raven in general.
Or Death Domain, I suppose.
I'm just gonna play a stone, get some mana, draw a card, proc the Vormir here.
So now
That
for
is a
Raven.
very full
It's
Okay.
somewhat worrying to me. Like when I see Blevins hand, I'm like, how do you use all this stuff? But the
Yeah.
answer is these are the tools available. You don't have to use all of it. You have to use enough.
Yeah, it's a good point from Admirable there. Is like that's the sort of the complexity of this deck is that I have a lot of different options that I can go for at any given time. Like a lot of different like varying game plans here. So we're gonna clear out the lane, clear out some space. The Killmonger.
Can't play it on the left.
So I don't have any acceleration here, so I can't play the Thanos on
Yeah, it's kind of
I
a
can't
tough curve.
I can't play the Thanos on turn or sorry, the Galactus on turn 6. It doesn't really do anything.
Long benefit, no Thor benefit.
Shang-Chi under Invisible Woman is something that I did not really expect or think about. So I end up like
Yeah, and
I basically am dead on this once I make this play, unfortunately. I'm thinking like I'm not going to get any more death triggers or destroy triggers, so I need to play the death now or I'm just not playing the death, right? So it's not great for me. Unfortunately, I snap here
Snap.
and it's not great
style of
for me.
card.
Oh man, I'm so tempted to move that.
Oh, you're thinking clog the lane and then win the left?
Yeah,
Ah, that's very clever.
because now there's no guarantee where that kitty's going.
Raven sees the king.
Okay.
And is very not happy with the result of this because Raven knows that the hand is not super strong.
But does still get to keep some secrets.
All right, the Kang not very good against Invisible Woman, unfortunately. So the Kang does not really get me anything here.
Let's play again. Just maybe one more round.
Okay, so yeah, and we see here
Raven see it at the end now. Is this enough?
Raven basically going to be winning.
Let's see.
I'm winning the right, which is great.
That's enough. Yeah, there you
Tiger
go.
wins
Thanks
the
Yep,
center.
auto win with the Tiger,
Ironheart's
And
going to add 3.
and then I get Shang-Chi'd out of the game. Yep, so
Yeah,
unfortunately,
nice. You know what? That reset.
I get
actually
cubed there.
benefited Raven.
I think it definitely did. And I think it's a hindsight.
Invisible
point.
Woman
That
versus
from
Kang
in
is
the first
quite
round
nice. It
yesterday,
really sort of sets you
where
up
he was
to
able
like
reverse the order of operations,
put me
fix the
in
hand,
a
and then found a better
a
way to
bad
take care of it.
spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good anticipation.
Power stones aplenty.
Okay.
Nothing going for Raven though. Blevins not gonna dunk anything down just yet. Oh.
Skellion filling up the entire hand. So
Oh
this
my
game ends up. I remember this one now. I get
That's a second Galactus.
way too honed in on leeching my opponent this game, and it ends up costing me.
Use that to funnel the Galactus, and then have the null afterwards. This is so hard for Raven to win this round.
Yeah, the line that Admirable is pointing out is much better than the one I end up taking. I think I see the leech, I see the time stone, and I'm like, I want to early leech. I want to early leech is a line that I just got too honed in on.
As well, because it's you look at this and what can Raven do? Even
I'm
if
also
the
thinking,
hand priority
yeah,
is on Blevins' side. Like there's just not much you can do about this.
I'm also
there, time stone comes down. There's Thor.
I'm also thinking like I am not drawing cards, which is not great. I want to filter my hand. So I get ends up not working out. I think there's a world where this is okay, but I just don't, as you'll see, I just don't end up having enough power.
Going into turn 4 instead of going into turn 5.
I just don't end up having enough power to actually win this
It's
game.
very interesting to me because I think that can definitely be a liability.
So
This is
now,
so hard to even put together the pieces with it. It's like
yeah, and now I'm like,
So anyway,
I can
there's
play
options
the
to
Killmonger to not actually add any power to the board,
Fun to clear.
and it's like my only play.
To go
And
for
maybe that
the
opens up death a little bit,
Galactus,
but it's
yeah,
just
really
not great here. I'm just like in a really
you
bad
actually
situation.
you need the energy.
I would have
boost
been so
as
much
well.
better if I
So
would have just gone
Mind's
for the
getting 2 or 3
Galactus
spots
play.
on that
But I think, like, I saw the
I don't know
leech.
if he had simply miscalculated this, or
I
I
had
guess,
seen
like,
the
if you destroyed
leech.
enough stuff, you could, like, in theory, play Wave into Galactus into death.
I saw the leech and got just too honed in on it, and it just ends up not being
That's definitely looks
good at
like-
all, really.
Oh, what did you see?
Is Blevins just going for an empty lane Galactus win?
Oh.
The empty lane Galactus win is what I see as my only way to actually win this game, which is what I end up going
I'm still seeing no
for,
way to win outside of that.
and it does not
Okay.
work.
Well, Higanto's going to
What?
take care of that, and
Yeah, it's a big old sewer monster over there.
Yeah, I'm just super dead at this point, but I can't really do anything about it. So I have to. I either am retreating for 2 cubes or I'm staying in and possibly winning for
I don't
3.
see
So I
another way
just
to win
stay
the
in here.
round.
I
mean,
just
we see
like.
the spoiler alert here, but
I just have
There's
to.
11
My thought is like my only way to win here is with the Galactus.
He's playing to his outs. He's like, yeah, I've got life to give here. This is fine. Oh no. Ah.
he's like, now I want to use the other Galactus.
the other one.
Yeah.
Not the cute one. I want
Okay, so that ends up happening, and now I'm in a bad
My
spot.
goodness.
man.
I now
So
That's
Higanto
too funny.
only
is
have
sticking to the
1
leech as
life.
well, doesn't even-
My
doesn't
opponent
even
has
take it into
3, so
consideration.
this is
Yeah,
just a
yeah.
really, really bad spot. I also was looking the
That was
and
too
we
great.
you might
The
see
thing was very
you
close
might
here.
see me
Didn't
react
play
to it
so-
right there. Yeah, right there. You see me react to it being like, "Oh, I have less life than I thought," because the way that
Bops and
the
bops.
like
Mhm.
battle mode like shows the
Oh
cubes
my gosh,
like,
Limbo shows up.
with the with
That
the
is
with
such
the
a major
red
benefit.
cubes, it just doesn't it's not necessarily super clear
Oh,
what
boy. Raven's gonna have to cobble something
like
together
it's
here.
not super clear how many cubes you're losing until the very end, and it's like that little indicator wasn't helpful at all.
That is.
Mindscape shows up as
All right,
well. What
Mindscape.
on
I
earth?
think Mindscape is one that I want to get rid of,
So
or that I end up
Blevins
getting rid of.
does have Reality Stone, so he can
Mm.
really make these
Mess,
a
yeah.
tough couple of turns for Raven in this spot. But then it's Space Throw that shows up
Oh.
on the right, and that wipes out like a lot of the location space that you're going to have
Okay.
in reserve for if Galactus shows up.
Yeah.
What is happening?
So this is a crazy game. I'm pretty sure that the match ends here and I end up losing. It's, you know, spoiler alert. This has been out for over a week, so I'm not too worried about the spoiler aspect here. But here I end up like let's move this out. I want, you know, stones at different locations. I change the Mindscape. I'm just like I'm not trying to do the math and the like the mental gymnastics of playing around Mindscape on turn 6. This would be really good. This hand would be really great if I drew Galactus at some point, but unfortunately I don't.
Killmonger gonna go hang out with a beautiful woman
If I drew
who wants
Galactus
right
even
away
on
and
turn
killing.
6, it would potentially have been good. I mean,
Logging up these two.
Raven, I talked to Raven after the game, and he said that like he was playing around me drawing Galactus and putting it on Space Stone to get rid of turn 7. So, like he knew, but
pretty strong right now.
either way, I didn't end up having the Galactus. So now I'm just like I need to just like get some death triggers. Let's clear up some space here.
Just
Eat
clear
some
it.
of these stones.
That's what Blevins is running out of, especially with space thrown on the right.
Eat some of these stones.
Too, because Raven's already shown that he's willing to hide Shang-Chi underneath an invisible woman until the very end of the
All
game.
right,
Like,
so we
pretty early
see
on, I would say. And so from Blevin's point of view,
Thor
he
get
has to take advantage of the
Mjolnired.
fact that,
So
like,
I'm now
if Shang-Chi
looking.
sitting underneath this. Is this a winnable lane for me?
I'm looking at wave here.
What goes on the right? It's gonna be rock slide.
I'm
And
wondering. I think
there
I'm
we
looking
go.
to go wave here, and
After
then
that.
do I She-Hulk, Death, and
Into
Shang-Chi?
a bunch of nonsense in Blevin's hand. Look at that.
Just so much.
And if I don't do that, why did I not do that?
Kang for the info first, and then decide.
Kang gives me no info.
For it, no weird cosmos or something that you haven't seen.
Oh, oof. That must be brutal. I don't have Kang unlocked yet, so I don't know that pain.
Okay, so I'm just seeing that there's a commitment there. So now I'm thinking, okay, I should be able to win Space Throne and win Xandar with Shang-Chi. So do I actually end up doing that?
On the left side.
I should do
That's the
that.
info he
Am I
has
not
for
doing
right
it?
now. So is this enough to get it done?
I play Null. Oh, see, this is stupid. I don't know why I did that.
Death in the middle.
Looking back, I should have just Shang-Chi'd middle. Shang-Chi and Null middle.
Win that one.
Or Shang-Chi and Death middle.
So for Blevins, he's just saying, what beats me here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would have been much better. I don't know why I didn't do that. So I definitely had a win here, and I did not take it. So pretty big misplay
Or it is enough. Wait a second.
for me.
+1 power.
Pretty big misplay for me
Wow.
to lose that one. I could have won there. I just didn't see it. Definitely something to be said about the pressure of the tournament. Playing in battle mode was definitely a new experience to me. I played a couple of practice battle modes, but I think I put myself in a bad spot. The ego notwithstanding wasn't great for me, but it was. I think that this was one of the best matches that were played. Raven played super well there. I was still able to win. I don't like. It's one of those things where it's like I look at it, I'm like, why am I not playing Shang-Chi mid? It's an auto kill onto Thor. Why am I not doing that? Why am I not doing that? Why am I not doing that? I don't remember what I was thinking necessarily in that match, but it seems obvious to me now that I should have just Shang-Chi'd middle, and that would have been pretty obvious, but it's hard. It's hard to play around, to think about what could be under Invisible Woman, and it adds like a level of like confusion to you when it's unknown. So, yeah, I think I obviously could have played that better, and as we see there, like I could have at least gotten it one more round and then put it into like last game wins, which would have made the match even better, but didn't do it. End up losing to a really cool play from Raven. So that's the end of my winners bracket run. I drop down to the losers bracket, and we'll go over that match in just a little bit. I need to take a call really quick here, so I'm going to mute and be back in just a second here. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Had to take a quick call. We're back. All right, let's go into my second match. which is me versus Dexter in the lower bracket.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Infinity Gauntlet. We are in
okay. Looking at my other deck. This deck not super not nearly as exciting as my other. It is just a Shuri deck. The only thing that's really worth noting here is I've got Polaris in the deck and Arnim Zola. People don't always run Arnim Zola. People rarely run Polaris, and there's no Shang-Chi, which I definitely pulled this list from like one of the websites, saw the Polaris as the tech, was like, oh, that sounds cool. I'll run it. I think it's, can be good. I'm expecting a lot of, again, Thanos stones. I can possibly get some value if I end up playing against a Galactus deck. Excuse me. Et cetera, et cetera. There's good use cases for Polaris, and I definitely was not upset with the Polaris and how it played out, both in this tournament as well as my success with it on ladder. Definitely like the Polaris. I don't necessarily like the lack of Shang-Chi, but, at this point it's open deck list, so the fact that like my opponent is not going to be playing around the Shang-Chi and they can play very differently based on that. But, I think I would have liked the Shang-Chi in the deck, but either way, we will see how it ends up playing out. Now, let's take a look at Dexter's deck. Very similar to mine, but does not have the Shuri, right? Has a Doctor Doom. Has Doctor Doom. Doesn't, no Shuri, so no Taskmaster, no Arnim Zola, et cetera, et cetera. So, okay, hold on a second. Huh. Interesting. Sorry, I've got a unrelated issue going on. I just got a text about. Okay. That should be fine then. Okay. I don't have any. Okay. Sorry. I just got like a mildly disconcerting text that I needed to at least think about. So TLDR, we're running kind of the same deck, but no, I've got sort of the souped up version with Shuri, Taskmaster, Zola, whereas there's more sort of generically good cards. They have the Shang-Chi where I don't. They've got Sunspot, which can certainly be relevant. Scorpion is sort of a utility card, and then pretty much everything else is the same. So, and then Doctor Doom, of course, also as that high end is another thing that I
with cards like Shang-Chi and Cosmo.
Certainly good. Let's jump in.
Big to follow
okay,
what
so
the start is.
Jumped a little bit
from Blevins,
early into it, so let me see if I can back up a little bit. Okay, so turn
good
one.
In this matchup.
Not really too big of a thought process here, but like you can play 0 on turn one. There's not really much value to it, especially if I know that like the only punish here is if I drew like Lizard specifically. I would want to go 0 on turn one, Lizard on turn two. But I have the like if I draw Lizard, I can potentially play 0 and then play Lizard on turn three. For the most part, I'm going to be skipping turn one here and then deciding where I want to play both the 0 and Titania on turn two.
Shang-Chi going to be a good one to destroy the one big thing that the Shuri deck is able to put out.
There we go. Okay. So now I see Eternity Range. I don't really want the stone at all, so I'm going to load up on the Eternity Range here.
For Blevins, so far your game plan isn't doing the thing yet. No Shuri in hand, no Red Skull, nothing, nothing big to follow up what the start is from Blevins so far.
Okay, Bar Sinister.
Titania there for
it's an interesting one.
Bar Sinister, the third location revealed, which always makes things super interesting, Monty.
Yeah, step
I now have the
one, you
so I
pick
now have the
Shuri.
option to go Shuri into.
Polaris in the mid lane to pull off one of these
I've
Scorpions
got
or
Shuri
Sunspot
in the Bar
from
Sinister,
Dexter,
which could
and
be
then
hilarious with
Blevins
Taskmaster. So
most
like,
likely
but I don't
strategizing
have
with
anything to
bombs here.
actually like make
This is
gigantic yet.
still
Is the
decent
issue?
here, for Blevins with that Shuri, but it's really going to be a question of who can abuse this Bar Sinister better and whether Blevins will draw
Okay,
play.
Polaris will pull the Sunspot off, which is nice.
Iceman was huge.
Give them a rock.
Iceman nailing Shuri, upping the cost to 5. That is
Okay, so that
enormous money.
yeah, hitting the
Polaris
Shuri
dragging
is
Sunspot over
super
to
relevant
the
because
Dexter
now
bid.
my
But
like
you're right, that
evil
was
mad
huge.
scientist plan doesn't work.
Yeah, and there is a belief among the community that it feels like the Shuri players always have Shuri and
Okay,
Red Skull into task.
Cosmo in the middle turns off Shuri as an option. So now
Blevins is fully proving that here.
consider I'm
So
thinking that I want to play Shuri and Bar Sinister, but I think
there's
I
something
just
cool
end up
happening
going
here
with
where
Red
Blevins
Skull.
can play
I'm gonna just go
more
Red
Shuris with this
Skull,
Bar Sinister
or I could go
and
Red
then
Skull
display the biggest
middle.
Red Skull you've ever seen.
I can play Red
Happen.
Skull
I want it to
middle
happen.
and then
Shang-Chi.
play the Taskmaster and Bar Sinister, and that's
and
probably
if
good
Dexter
enough.
Plays this Cosmo this turn as it looks like.
That's
sorry,
what I'm
Cosmo's
thinking,
previous
just
turn,
like
Dexter
looking at it
is
now. I don't
passing
remember what I
turn
actually do.
access to She-Hulk Red Skull, but Blevins can just take advantage of this Cosmo.
Okay, I go with
and use
I
that,
go with the Red
to
Skull
go alongside,
in Nid.
this Shuri combo if he wanted, but it looks like just going to go for Red Skull. plus
Oh,
Cosmo
because I want an
plus
Arnim
Blevins.
Zola, I think.
Yeah,
With
Red
priority,
Skull.
this
Yeah.
will
That's not even
dodge,
good.
a Shang-Chi. But the question is, can Dexter suss out this Arnim Zola and play into the other two lanes?
Yeah, it's not.
Okay,
Of course, a known
this is
fact
a
that
weird
Blevins
play
is
by
running
me.
Arnim Zola, not every Shuri list wants Arnim Zola or runs it. So, because we are still in closed deck lists here in round number 1 of the losers bracket, Dexter just. straight up
Oh, right,
let
this
us know that
is
he had
still
that
closed deck list. That's
Oh,
right.
Wow. Blevins has actually gone for.
Yeah, you can see I'm not like
Cosmo in the mid lane,
super.
alongside a lizard in the left lane. So
I'm not
now
super
the Shang-Chi from
confident
Dexter
here.
is very live, and Shang-Chi She-Hulk is going to win this game. Neither player looks like they're confident enough for a snap here, but this is
Yeah, so
more
I
than
end up
good enough for Dexter to
losing.
get the job done here, and
Yeah,
it's going to
this
be 2 cubes
play.
towards Dexter.
That Shang-Chi
I'm not gonna lie,
does
this
not
play
loser,
makes
and
no
Red
sense to
Skull
me, and I
not
don't know
one
why I
of
did
the
it.
best play like
I'm not sure why. I don't know what I was thinking here.
Bar Sinister, and it's gonna do it. Dexter
Um,
down. Game number 1 here.
I feel like that I
Blevins
could have gotten a win
So far,
here.
the
Only
control
Shuri.
elements, yeah.
I could have possibly
That's
gotten a
what we're
win
on
here,
watch.
but
We're on watch. Does Shuri matter?
I end up
Really,
losing
that means
going down 2
Iceman
cubes
just
early. Obviously
making
not
sure
the
that Blevins
absolute
had no
worst,
turn 4 play, getting rid of that Shuri
but
with
not great
possibility
either.
Just completely destroy Blevins' game plan, and this is what Dexter's deck is trying to do. Is trying.
I will say that the Shuri getting hit did throw me off for sure. I think I end up playing like just in a just playing
Here's
off
Scorpion.
based on that because I like had the plan and then it got thrown off and it just like wasn't that good. So again, same sort of play here where like I have the same option to play 0 plus Lizard on turn 3. Now obviously I get punished by Scorpion here, but regardless. Okay, so I get their Red Skull, which is nice, and I now know they have Red Skull.
Opponent's Daily Bugle. And I like the decision not to play 0 the previous turn from Blevins, knowing that if you're going to play 0 into Lizard anyways, you're not going to have another play to play the next turn. So you're just limiting yourself from being able to play something like this Cosmo.
Okay,
instead
Mani
of
points
zero.
out my
So
reasoning
this
there.
just
Love it.
means that Blevins had more options for the turn. It does ultimately go with 0 Lizard anyways, but there was no cost to him to do so.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why I love 0 so much as a
Okay,
card in
here
Standard,
I'm
because
kind of
it allows
trying
you
to.
kind of
I want
choose
to
your
fill
ability.
up
Cards
Daily
like
Bugle,
Lizard,
their
you
Daily
can
Bugle
average 10 or
potentially.
whatever, or you can
So we
say
see it
it's
obviously
the
doesn't
Lizard.
end up working, but I do get the
You see
Polaris.
Dexter,
I get the Polaris
playing that
over,
Cosmo
which is
does end
nice.
up paying off as now he's got Polaris, so Blevins is not
And now that
able
the
to,
Cosmo is in
fill
the
up
Daily
that lane
Bugle,
potentially
Red
using
Skull
his
feels
direct
pretty
ability on
decent.
the Scorpion, and that means that it's still anyone's game.
Feels
here. Dexter able
can
to
certainly
get
feel
Red Skull
decent there.
into
Now,
Taskmaster, and
what I
be
should
able
be
to
doing is trying to
tie
set
that
up
lane with the
winning the
Sunspot buff
middle
if that's
and the right
multi-turn
here,
line that he
maybe.
wants to go to. Of
What
course,
do I do?
Blevins, thanks to Daily Bugle, knows about the Red Skull, so it could play a Red Skull of his own if he wants.
Yeah, and it looks like that's what he's gonna do.
So I do end up playing the Red Skull, right? Okay, so
by the way, you can
I
tell
think,
from
do
the
I draw
order.
Titania here? Because
Oh,
if I
probably
do,
fine.
I'm
There
sort of
it
a
is.
luck sack. I am. Okay,
Over
so
on Daily
my
Bugle,
play
there's
ends up
one
being
there for
great,
Blevins.
but
Yeah,
I do. It is because I'm a luck sack.
Now
So
that's
Arrow
what
now
we
wins,
have
and then
last week.
Titania, like
Arrow
Arrow plus
is
Titania,
not
basically
going
is
to
a
do anything.
guarantee here. I should be
It's got
snapping
one
if I
drop in,
haven't already. I don't
Blevins
know why I
and
wouldn't, because this is just
oh,
like a guaranteed
Titania.
win, right?
Yeah.
Arrow Titania will do the job here. Taskmaster in the mid lane will get put
I
to
didn't
practice,
snap. Yeah,
and Titania will win the mid lane, so that's going to be Blevins.
So this is
doing the
really
job.
weird. Like looking back on this, I feel like I should
Is there
be.
any confidence in the snap?
I should have been
Because
playing
there
different
is.
this whole time. I don't know why I'm
I
not
think
confident
that
here.
When the decision of when to snap when you're playing a tournament like this in battle mode is a separate game in and of itself.
I don't know. I honestly don't
Yeah,
remember what I'm
knowing that
thinking here because
round
like
five of the
looking at this
season
now
is
just seems like this
very
is just
much an
like
advantage to put
a
your
very
back
like very
before
winning
then.
here.
But it's always risky, especially if you're in Dexter's spot where you have priority here. Again, we're currently in closed deck list. Dexter doesn't know if Blevins is running something like a Shang-Chi. So
I'm
he
not
doesn't
sure what
want to
Dexter was
risk
thinking
it.
here either because like
Ultimately,
they basically
Blevins
just
plays
played
the
the
Shuriken
arrow
end up
for me.
playing everything in left lane
Yeah,
anyways,
I don't
and is not
know.
gonna get the
Like
job
this
done.
looks really
Titania
sloppy for
and
me. I'm
that
not
is
gonna
going
lie,
to be
but we tie it up.
Blevins
We go into the
here.
next game.
All right, we're even Stephens here
Um,
heading into round number 3 of Blevins versus Dexter here in the Infinity Gauntlet.
Yeah.
Kicking things off,
I
this
think maybe
location
I just
here
wasn't playing as much into Arrow or having the Arrow
Yeah,
mindset
anytime
as
Arrow
much at
gets
this
flipped
point
up, it immediately changes
in my like
the game
career
plan
of being a Marvel Snap player because I really
of
didn't play a lot of
the
Arrow. Actually, I played almost no Arrow
So
before
for
this
MCP
event, and then I played it a
more
bunch
here rather than,
to practice.
going into New York
So now the
and-
peak happens,
Well,
and I get a reduced cost Arnhem Zola, which is pretty good. I should probably, I think I'm trying to think here. So sometimes when the peak happens, if you have a like playable hand, it's like you can snap and then get, you know, and then possibly win. But a lot of times the peak will completely screw over your opponent. So like if I have a good hand with the peak and I snap, they just retreat. I'll take like taking the cube is fine, but I don't remember if I was actually thinking this or not, but like looking back on it, it's like I kind of don't want to snap here on the peak because I have a good hand and I want my opponent to stay in and potentially think that they have a good hand or have a chance against me or
it's
that like
really
we both
interesting because
like didn't
Blevins'
get good
Red Skull
hands.
just got completely
A
nerfed.
baby now. It's a baby.
However, Blevins has a 0 cost,
Yeah,
5 power Arnhem
Arnhem
Zola.
Zola.
If Blevins has any big thing to use that Arnhem Zola with, it's going to be absolutely massive.
Okay,
and
so
he has until the end of the game to find it. Unfortunately, there is
throw out the Cosmo here. I can move it with New York, which is always good, but
Okay, there's a She-Hulk.
All right, there's She-Hulk. Iceman hit that 0.
the
Blevins sent
problem
that
here is that Zero
Cosmo into the peak for
kind
Blevins
of
as well.
doesn't kind of can't get played
That's
anymore
the turn.
because I just don't want
Yeah,
its
Dexter's
ability.
gonna lead with a 0 into Savage Land. Sunspot up to
Now I
5.
have Zero in Titania, but we're on
Yeah, so the 0 Red
turn
Skull
5,
means
which means I kind of want to save my resources for red for She-Hulk.
If you're Dexter, excuse me. It looks
So
like
man, I
Blevins
am
is
just
actually
I don't
gonna
remember what
be,
was going through my mind this day,
Savage
but
Land for
I
the
feel like
Blevins.
I would play this
Maybe
game,
with the
this set
She-Hulk.
very differently
The
if
real
I ran it
question-
back.
Ooh.
Snap, Dexter.
So Dexter ends up snapping here,
The
which
Dexter
ends up
New York
playing
still
well
playing
to
Dexter.
me,
Neither player has
well
actually
for me.
filled up a lane yet, even though it looks like Blevins is filling up a lane and Dexter is filling up a lane. Neither player has
Okay.
filled up a lane.
Dexter deciding to put Red Skull over into Savage Land for now, but like you said, New York.
The problem with New York is that the like permutations of what can happen are so vast,
It resolves.
are so vast when factoring in New York that a lot of times it's just like I need to not think that my opponent is moving anything or like not get too fancy. It's tough.
Money is turn number 6.
Yeah, I think Dexter just wants to go for Dr. Doom. I would guess that Blevins is planning on moving this Cosmo to New York and then moving something from Savage Land to New York and dropping Arnim Zola in the middle lane to copy this She-Hulk.
I think Monty's play is a lot better than the one I end up going
feels
for.
like the line that Blevins
But
may want to take.
and I don't know why I didn't go for that line, but like I said, I'm looking back at this game and
Dexter nervous about
it
this Dr. Doom
is.
Savage
It
Land.
seems like I am playing this game very, very weird.
The story of
It
everything
looks
from
weird to
Blevins,
me.
let me tell ya.
All right, Dexter's turn is done. What's the game plan here?
I'm like not sure.
Looks like Taskmaster.
I don't know, and I end up snapping, and I don't know why. I'll be honest, I don't know why. I kind of see like a whatever type of play.
Huge, Monty.
So it's a really weird, and we stay in, and as we know, I end up winning this one. I just end up doing a lot of different stuff.
Taskmaster copies She-Hulk Arnim Zola for power into the Cosmo lane. Dr.
Yeah.
Doom goes off, and that's
it.
Wow.
That's the entire game.
The thumbs up for me. Yeah, God, that match, that might be the worst match of Marvel Snap I've ever played. Okay, it's not the worst one because my match versus Spessy is probably my worst match of Marvel Snap I've ever played, but this one was pretty bad. This one was pretty bad by me. Looking back, I think I would have changed most of my turns. Most of the like critical turns where something where like something is where like something is happening, or like a big decision is made is I think I would have changed those or swapped them up, or like my mindset now after having played for, you know, the 2 or 3 weeks after this match happened, it seems like I have changed how I view the game in a lot of ways. So, you know, I guess that's, you know, improvement from me, and obviously seeing a lot of room for improvement, but you know, obviously you don't necessarily like to see yourself play poorly, but ended up getting there, so we take those. Okay. The next match is myself versus Kibler. Oh, this is not lined up how I want it. I do this. Okay, that changes things. Let's actually do this. All right. Ding, and let's move this down. There we go. There we go. Okay. Let me reply to an important text really quick. There's that. Okay. Ding, ding, ding. All right. Let's move on to my match versus Magic the Gathering Pro Tour Hall of Famer Brian Kibler. And Magic the Gathering, absolutely nothing at all, me. Okay. So let's move on.
We get to see what's opening here. We can take a look at Blevins' deck.
We already saw
it's
my
nothing
deck.
too crazy. It's going.
We already saw it. We already talked about it. Let's take a look. Do we get a look at Kibler's deck? Kibler here is going to be running Death Wave. Pretty much standard Death Wave. It is, I guess, Deadpool is not necessarily standard, but it is, you know, it is this is like if you're building, like Death Wave like sort of like as a really heavy destroy theme. I mean, it's got Deadpool and Wolverine, which is not necessarily common, but super synergistic, right? Like you've got the Killmonger to destroy Hood, Deadpool, and Nova. You've got the full complement of Carnage, Venom, and Deathlock as well to get more value off of the Wolverines and Deadpools and Bucky Barnes and whatnot. And then we even have Arnim Zola at as the top end to really sort of make it harder for me to know what lanes are going are trying to be won. Now, one thing to note here is that at this point in the tournament, the deck lists are open. So I know notably a couple of things. A, there's no null in the deck. So I don't need to worry about an absolutely massive null coming out and worrying about that. And also I know that there's no Shang-Chi, which is very crucial for my deck as I'm running a Shuri Taskmaster Red Skull deck. So I know there's no Shang-Chi in the deck. I know there's no null. I know exactly what is in my opponent's deck, and we can go from there. So
as well in this list. So we can have some crazy games on our
into the first game here, me versus Brian Kibler.
Kibler on the top of your screen, TheBlevins on the bottom.
All right.
Here we go, everybody. Loser's bracket means loser goes home, winner stays alive. Tinker's Workshop is gonna try to fulfill your dreams here, Nathan.
I do have the ability to play
let me
0 in
go over the
Titania on
details
turn
here and
1,
say, what can I
but
do?
again,
Not really much difference between waiting and going, so he's gonna hang on
As
for a bit.
Admirable
It's open deck list
mentions,
this
I
point,
don't
so you know what's
really.
going on with the matchups. So maybe that.
So you
provides
can
some
see me
incentive
here.
for
You
what's
can actually
going
see
on.
me
You
here
see
looking,
Killmonger in your
and
opponent's deck.
I'm
You can
now
wait a second, go
searching
on, just
for
find this one
Kibler's deck
right
list to
away, or
see,
do
is
a
there
one hang on for a
Shang-Chi?
bit.
I see that
Absolutely,
there
and
is no
Killmonger in
Shang-Chi,
Kibler's hand
and
as
I
well.
think I'm gonna
Turn
put
one,
two things on the
Nova
Gamma
played out
Lab.
for Kibler there into the
You can almost
Tinker's
see me
Workshop.
like
Gamma Lab showing up
mouth
here on turn
Shang-Chi.
number 2 is gonna
These
change
Hulks are
things
gonna
around
stay.
here.
These Hulks are gonna stick
Good.
around.
It's gonna get turned
Ooh.
into a Hulk as well as 0 and Titania.
Yeah, Kibler does not have a way to grab priority with the opening hand that he had, so it's not going to matter too much. Killmonger
Baxter
still is,
building.
pretty much one of the most fantastic plays
I'm
you're
now
gonna be able to have in
thinking,
a
do I
situation
want
like
a
this.
third Hulk?
Oh,
Yep,
yeah.
and there's a snap right away.
Looks
from
like I do.
Blevins.
Because I know that these
Oh,
Hulks are gonna
Cosmo.
stay.
So this is like a pretty big
This is
gambit
great.
here.
This is great. Blevins with Prio here at the Gamma Lab.
Wow. Cosmo just getting the job done. Yeah, you see Kibler's reaction.
You got there a little bit, Kibler.
Okay. So I now have 3 Hulks versus
in the Gamma Lab at 36
2.
power.
I mean, this is
We
pretty
have
straightforward,
different
right? It's
Shuri
Shuri
available,
into
but
She-Hulk
nothing big
Taskmaster.
so far from Blevins. It's got a couple of big draws that can really make the difference, but right
Because I
now,
know that there's
I still
no
think you're kinda piecing
Shang-Chi,
together as Blevins goes along.
like,
For Kibler,
I'm
he's trying to
basically
scrape this
threatening to
one
win all
together, but
3
it's looking like it's
lanes.
going to be tough.
So Deathlock there is going to send Deadpool back to Kibler.
Oh
again. Ooh,
my
Red Skull.
gosh.
I do have the ability now to
Sick
play
rips. Sick
That
rips.
Red Skull.
That is a huge draw from Blevins' side. There's nothing you could pick like in the game that feels stronger right now.
Absolutely not.
I think what I'm
Shuri,
thinking
Red
here is, do I
Skull.
want to wait and have She-Hulk Taskmaster, or do I want to go Red Skull
Kibler's gonna
into
kinda jump his
Taskmaster?
hand, though, here.
Looks like I end up
on
going
turn
Red
number
Skull.
5.
Again, I know that there's no
Blevins putting
Shang-Chi,
Red
so I
Skull
can
into
just
Baxter
load up
Building,
a
trying
ton
to
of
secure
power
that
into Baxter
+2
Building and feel
power at
pretty
the other
good.
locations. 32 power in the Baxter Building. Wow. Just 17 for Kibler.
Yeah, it's hard to see how Kibler walks away with this one. I'm seeing Armazola.
Okay, and
that's not
yeah,
good. Kibler gonna retreat.
Kibler not
Ooh.
even making me sweat.
Yeah, Kibler is out of there. Blevins takes down round number 1 here in this.
Okay, we move on.
So now we're seeing Shuri kind of boast.
I
the power
have
that
Shuri.
really has. You know, we've
I
seen
have-
the
I have
Shuri
the
no
stuff.
problem matchups, but, you know,
I have
with
the
Shuri,
stuff right
big
now.
Problem, but
I'm
the
not gonna lie,
problem's
I'm
on the
kind
other
of
side.
surprised that I am not snapping here.
Limbo revealing here in the middle is going to give us a turn 7 this game.
I think
It's
if
like
I
a completely
have
different card game now. This one's lasting.
if I
at least
have
7 turns.
She-Hulk here.
Yeah, I mean, it does
I
flip
would
the
be
script on
snapping.
these players. Your deck has a plan, and the plan is... I mean, here we go yet again. Tinker's Workshop going to give you 4 mana here on turn 3.
I just feel
Okay.
scripted.
Oh, right. This is a Tillin, so I'm gonna be. My hand is gonna get shuffled back. So I definitely
Scripted.
want to
Pre-recorded
play the
scripted.
She-Hulk
Shuri
here.
Snap from Kibler.
Kibler
Ooh,
snaps.
so
Now
Kibler
I'm
with the early
thinking.
snap here.
I think I do think I end up leaving.
Gonna
wow, look at
retreat
this.
now.
Look at
My
this.
hand,
Yeah, didn't feel strong
like-
enough about that hand, even though he had literally
I think
all
I
of
could
the
have
tools
stayed.
just sitting there for him.
That's a Tillin for you, though. It's Tillin's shuffling the hand back in and giving you 3.
Yeah, you can see me
brain
be like,
cards. We
ah,
got
I
that
could have
point.
stayed. I could have left.
Absolutely.
I didn't
Those are
wanna-
a lot of locations messing with game plans.
I
there
did
for
not
players.
want to.
Nowhere here
Wow.
in round 3.
I did not want to.
So much of this game is going to boil down to whether or not
like
Blevins can line up
give
his armor. I feel like
Kibler tempo there.
Kibler's hand is not super strong. A couple of good plays available, but if Blevins lines up this armor, oh, it's so much easier now. Okay, I take back everything I said. This is one of the easiest
this
games
is-
of Blevins' lives right now. It
I
feels like.
snap here because I'm going to be able to
It's a great one
armor.
snap,
Yeah.
Here, speaking of 11 snaps.
The
There's
facial
Blevins' armor.
reactions
I'm
of the
good.
players from the snaps just feels impeccable right now.
Chef's kiss. You wanna kill things? No, I don't think so. Kibler
sh-
sees it now. Oh, and nowhere was already bad enough, honestly.
Yeah, let's go ahead and fight. Even
Well, okay,
Even
warrior
a saving
fall.
grace.
I don't think it's enough, but he's got.
What
one
am I
location to
going
try and
for
kill stuff in.
here?
Interesting.
So this actually gets weird. This actually gets
This
a
is a
little
weird game.
a little weird here because Warrior
That's what-
Falls
I mean,
is
like,
pretty
to finish
good
my thought, that's what I
for.
love about Snap, right? These locations come out.
It's
and
pretty
what you
good for
thought and
Kibler
what you were
here.
Planning for 2 seconds earlier is completely obliterated.
Hey,
So hard to take all these into
Spessy!
account,
With
I
the
hear
huge
people
raid.
talking
What's
about
up, buddy?
optimal
Thank you
play
for the
and
raid.
Warriors use way too much in card games
Welcome
and
everyone.
general
I'll pause this for a second. What's up, Specimen? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders! We're going over some Infinity Gauntlet matches, mine in particular. You luckily missed my last one, which I win very convincingly, but I think I played probably the worst game of Snap potentially in the entire event. This is I think, a much more interesting game against Kibler here. So this should be a little bit better. I literally just watched my match versus Dexter, and I'm low key embarrassed by how I played that. So I'm a little glad you maybe missed that one.
and listen.
Jizzy Fresh. I felt dirty saying that name out loud. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. But yeah, so this is we're right in the beginning. You've kind of at a good time. Me versus Magic the Gathering Pro Tour Hall of Famer Brian Kibler here in the losers round number 2. I mean, no disrespect, Jizzy Fresh, but I do. I mean, you know what you're doing. Come on. Good luck, bro. Keep up the good work. Appreciate it. GM Gorav, thank you for the kind words here. Not taking thanks everyone for stopping by. As you can tell from this, and maybe Spessy mentioned, we do end up playing, and I will be playing that match after this one. But this is it actually has meaning. Okay, there we go. I'm content creator / caster / streamer / who knows here for Marvel Snap, among other card games, probably most notably Legends of Runeterra. My last name is Jizorski. Okay, cool. That makes sense. Am I related to Ninja? So the answer I tell people is yes, but the actual answer is no. Or the actual answer is probably not. I haven't actually looked into it. There's a non-zero chance that we are distantly related, but for all intents and purposes, no, I'm not actually related to Ninja, even though Ninja's real-life brother has the same name as me. But no, we're not. But thanks again, Specimen, for the raid. Thanks, everyone, for stopping by and chatting. If you haven't already, please do hit the follow button. It really does help as we are hitting the ground running with Marvel Snap. Really been enjoying Snap. You're totally bearded Blevin. Exactly. I mean, and we have the same name in real life, so that's that. Okay, let's get back to the match here. Thanks everyone for stopping by. Thanks for the chatters, and thank you for the brand new follows. And thanks again for the raid, Specimen. Okay.
virtually impossible, I think, to play.
So here it is. Like this game went from me like being like, oh, this is an auto win because I'm
This
going to
is
armor
kinda
them
mixing
in
up
Sinister
a bit
London
here.
into this is
Morris also feels like it
scary.
mixes things up. Blevins takes a look and goes, yes, Bucky Barnes is at 2 cost when the soldier comes through.
But I can't really
Yeah,
Polaris
Zero
the.
takes it
I can't
down,
really
locking
Polaris
Winter Soldier
the
in Warrior Falls for Blevins.
like Polaris
Pass,
doesn't
looking for
necessarily
field
lock.
plays.
Doesn't
Kibler
necessarily
here
lock
playing a
the
Killmonger into
kill
Falls, takes out 0.
or the move. I mean,
It's kinda like fuel
because
for the fire at this point for the
Polaris does not move if it
Yep,
hits
absolutely,
nowhere,
because it's gonna fall
and then
down
it
to
could
that
move
Winter
right
Soldier
back
in the Warrior
potentially. It's
Falls
a
battle.
50-50 basically
Can you
to
imagine
just
if
be
this
in the
wasn't
same
double
spot.
Armor? How much better Kibler's looking right now?
Ooh, okay, Red Skull into Sinister.
Just
London,
playing
let's
two
go.
Time for some
playing
big
2 Red
stuff.
Skull, getting 2 Red Skulls feels good.
Feels really
When did
tough.
Kibler turn into a hermit?
Kibler was
I think,
Red
you
Skull.
know, COVID, not getting
He
haircuts,
does
etc.,
fall into the
etc.
right place, I would say. Oh, okay.
Okay,
I take it
I
all
think
back.
Arrow is just a win here, right? For the most part,
Arrow.
Blevins got
Arrow
fire
just
here,
sort of
death for
does
Kibler.
the thing that Arrow does, and we
Second,
move
if
on.
Kibler plays Arnim Zola onto Winter Soldier. Is that enough to ever do anything? It'd be 6 to the middle plus 2 from the Red Skull. So that'd be 8 you're getting on Sinister London. But the Titania locks that one up. Yeah, so I think Kibler's just kind of done in this spot. I think that the Arnim Zola was really the only out here.
Arnim Zola is actually interesting and would make me lose nowhere, but
gosh, it's
I
oh,
end up
I'm
winning Warrior
watching
Falls.
His mouse
Okay,
go over
yeah,
the
Kibler
block of the
does
turn
not
versus
stay in here.
retreat.
That was a close one for
Not
Kibler.
able to get any, not able to get anything over
Of course, correct
over on
here.
Kibler. How nerve-wracking was this? A little bit. I mean, I certainly the reputation of Brian Kibler does precede itself. Now, I'm less intimidated by Brian Kibler playing Marvel Snap than if I were playing, you know, Hearthstone or Magic the Gathering, because I know just from having, you know, following Kibler and talking to them in, you know, in the internal Discord, Kibler has not played as much Snap as I have, so I definitely have more experience there. But even so, I almost have heart attacks playing. Yeah, I also am relatively cool, calm, and collected. Well, maybe not collected, but I'm cool and calm generally playing
So Blevins
in
gonna take
tournaments
down
against like
another
even the
one
like highest
as we head
level of
into round
players. Just
4.
because I over the years
Finally,
of playing
we
in
have
tournaments,
Deadpool
Magic
on the
and
open.
Flesh and Blood and otherwise,
We're just
like
gonna get
I just
extra
got
energy
over it,
every
right?
single game. This Project Pegasus
So now I get
first
to
location.
just play the
All
old
right,
Red
Zero
Skull.
Skull, I guess.
hand.
I think that's
Soldier
a
would have
fine
taken
play.
mid
What
with
do you
plus
think?
2 from Red Skull, I think. No, but
gonna
would it
play
have
a
taken
one
mid
power
with
thing.
the Titania
No.
also
Ah.
getting played? I don't know. I didn't do the math.
I know I said I wanted extra energy. I don't know if I wanted it to be quite this volatile.
I watched this. Never heard.
Poor Kibler's like,
Never heard of
yeah,
Kibler, to be
that
honest.
is what your deck
Kibler-
can do with a lot of energy.
Kibler
Unfortunately, mine can't
is
have
actually the
fireworks yours
most.
can.
He's
Okay,
Magic
so
the
Kibler-
Gathering Pro Tour Hall of
Yes,
Famer.
Kibler does
I have to say,
ways to win this game
probably
now.
the
You know, just
most
pretty much
distinguished.
a lot of it will boil down to how these duplicate over the course of the game. But this could be
Kibler is
something
the
that
most
you're looking for.
distinguished
Oh, all
like
right,
card
Murder
game player
World.
in this event.
Okay.
Ironically, I had a
Carnage.
commercial come up that said RSVP.
Nova and Carnage into Sinister London.
RSVP to
Wherever
what?
cards can Go, Nova goes over to Murder World.
Magic
Deck
and
World.
Hearthstone.
Yes, we like it. Here pops the
Hearthstone,
first Nova.
Kibler,
everybody up.
old school
Carnage
Magic the
again
Gathering
into
player,
Murder
has
World.
won, I believe,
Well,
Pro Tours. To
That's
this?
a little sadder. But hey,
What?
we got some value.
Still looking pretty
Wait,
good. though.
RSVP to
Yeah, we got
my
two
stream?
Deadpools in hand here, and there's a snap. Kibler likes it.
It's hard not to.
You know we're supposed to review these. We can review them.
Yeah.
Venom too. Yeah, Blevins is like, I'm out. I saw what's going on there.
Turn 1, 0.
These
Red
are just
Skull.
my matches. We can
Retreat.
review all
Not
of
good
the
enough.
other ones.
You know, if you told me that wasn't good enough, I would be a little bit shocked. But Kibler showing it.
That's up to you.
how
If you
it's
wanna
done here.
if you wanna
It's a
jump
high
on, we
stakes.
can do it.
huge
Although
minimum
we
here in
already
round
know how
Another Deadpool in the opening, but not too much to surround it. So Kibler's draw is
How
gonna be
bad
very
the,
relevant to this one. Blevins finds a lizard early on, so something to do. But
how
Blevins
bad
draws
my
missing
Discord stream
all of
is
the
and how
support
like
pieces
it destroys
to
my
really make this
stream
hand
when I
come
try
together
to
right now.
share my screen.
And Morag here at the first location revealed a little sometimes for Blevins kind of Shuri
And
deck
just
to
talk
get in
nonsense.
there,
Yeah.
Depending on your draw, Bifrost, second location.
All right. So I don't remember.
thing that Kibler's gonna
I wasn't
fear
paying
here
attention to what
is
happened.
gonna be armor.
What happened in the last game? But
But if your opponent has armor, it's just going to be a tough
We
spot.
look at
So now Kibler
here-
has priority. You're not fearing the armor nearly as much.
Oh, guess what? We
Let's
have
stay
more
off on
energy.
today.
There's Tinker's Workshop.
Well, also great job casting too. I appreciate
Location
that.
three.
Yeah,
I mean, right?
I
Kibler's
am
just dodging
a
around left and right and
I
center
am
this game,
a,
this match. That's all. That's all. I don't
caster.
care
We can
about,
talk about the
basically.
new patch.
Yeah,
I
that's
did
just
review
simply
the
what
new
it-
patch
in this
earlier,
particular game, that's
but we can
definitely
talk
what
about
it
it
boils down
still.
Check this out.
But we don't
We've
need to
got
stream
Carnage
share really
going
to
town
talk
there
about the new
in
patch.
the Bifrost, and Cosmo's like, oh.
So the good news about this matchup in general is that I have like
Hi.
the tech cards.
Hi.
I have
Hi,
the tech
guys.
cards
I'm
of
late.
Cosmo and Armor that are
Oh,
both very good
Armor.
against Kibler's deck.
Wow, there's armor.
Thoughts on new patch? Yeah,
Little
yeah.
late to the- I mean,
Admirable.
everyone's
Let's
ready so
let's
far
plan
this
on doing that.
game for
Let's
Blevins.
do that. Whenever you're ready. After this set,
Yeah, for
we
Kibler,
can
pretty
jump
straightforward
on and
turn.
talk about the new patch.
And for Blevins, I think that the key here is going to be to try to find something into Morog, but I don't know if that's really anything that you can do. It's just, you know, there's not really too much.
Okay,
going on.
I now
So
have
Blevins knows
Cosmo
that
and
one
Armor
going
in
down.
2
Maybe I
lanes,
play
which
this
feels
Cosmo
great.
location if he plays it to the right instead, and Kibler doesn't greed the round, maybe the Cosmo gets something done that way. So a little bit of early sequencing that can really impact that.
Also,
Yeah, now we're
Negasonic.
moving
Yeah,
ships
I
over
haven't
to the right from
seen.
the Bifrost.
I don't remember what Negasonic does.
15 power from
Hey,
Kibler, but,
Flake with the
Vengeful.
raid. We're getting
on
raiders
in
today.
the
What's up,
middle.
buddy? Thank you for the raid.
Kind of a tricky spot here for Kibler as
Flake.
well. It's like demon. You could like demon Deadpool Killmonger. Yeah, that's gonna snap.
Okay, so
Yeah,
Kibler
absolutely.
snaps.
You get the demon on the left as well if you'd like.
I just know I want her. There you go.
And go for center. He says center's good enough.
I stay in
Go,
here.
Turn 5, Deadpool into
Who do you
Kibler,
work
picks up
for? I work
Killmonger.
for.
Gonna take out
is he- oh yeah, you
Deadpool
can
yet
see it.
again, back
I work
into
for this guy
15
right here,
power demon mid,
right
Red
there. I work
Skull
for
into
Monty
mid.
Burns.
For Blevins, we've got 6 cubes on the line.
Yeah, and for Kibler, this is looking great right now. Having 2 plays is so big with the Morog. And that's exactly
Okay,
what
so
Blevins is
this,
taking right now. So Blevin says, you know what? I think I get the mid lane done. Kibler has priority, which means the Titania is.
This is me
5.
realizing that it's not going to work the way I want it to because Taskmaster is going to copy the
Blevins
Titania.
kind of shrugs and says, "Go."
Yeah, this is me realizing that this is not going to work the way I want it
I don't
to.
know if Taskmaster gets the job done on that.
Kibler here,
Oh goodness.
laying down death.
Kibler concedes the center lane, and that is just overkill on the right
Yep.
side.
Yep, and I end up losing. What's my
I'll
favorite
check
deck type?
this out. Oh, the
Various
Titania order.
Galactus builds are
Oh, the
generally my
Titania
favorite
order.
deck.
In order. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I just didn't even take that new account.
Yeah,
Yep, so
5
I am
back
now
up there
I don't
and
so
Morag.
what's really
So
funny
Kibler
is I
can
don't
take that
remember
one
being
down.
this far behind in this matchup. I don't remember this scenario happening
Rex
like this.
really shakes things up so much.
I love control, nice. Control's fun.
Murder World here, pretty nice spot for Kibler. Nova though is gonna wait a little while longer in the negative
Nova.
zone.
Got one more turn for Deadpool to show up. You've
Where's
seen how
the boy?
powerful, like the difference with Deadpool and without has just been massive so far.
I gotta say the #1 avatar I see on the ladder is Deadpool. Not close. From
Kibler
that
is very
bundle,
expressive,
it
yeah.
has to be Deadpool.
As I had mentioned
Such a cool dude.
earlier, in this tournament, I
Daredevil
had an original
and
art type
Prox
of
combo?
player,
What is
and I still have
Prox
the original
combo?
Avatar locked in.
I don't understand you.
Oh,
all my
Professor
magic
X,
decks are
yes, okay.
completely foiled out.
Yes, it is quite good.
My avatar is the Infinite, the special foily cool version one.
All right, so I'm now in the unenviable position
Go
of
shiny
needing to
card.
just win multiple times in a row.
Okay, I'll take yours. That's
So
fine.
the
No,
sna-
okay,
the
fair
the
enough.
snap aspect of
fine.
the
Dark Tower
match
third
has been
location
removed.
here.
And Killer's got.
That's
pretty
this
rough
is crazy.
synergy.
I
He's
don't
got all
remember,
the
like
pieces
in
to
my
make
mind,
sure
I don't
that
remember
the
being this
synergy
far
right,
behind.
but none of the.
Nothing to eat.
Yeah.
Big thumb syndrome didn't hit space. No, it's all good. I just didn't I should have.
Killmonger is going to be the best.
If it was
play for this
Profx,
turn.
Profx,
Pulling off that
I would
Nova
have gotten it,
coming
but
out
Prox,
Killmonger.
it
Murder World
did not
goes off,
connect in my
Nova
mind.
gets bonked. Cosmo in
Okay,
negative
Shuri.
zone.
We have the thing, right? We have Shuri into we can
Blevins was anticipating. I think,
Shuri into
something
pass
happening in the central
Arrow
lane that
She-Hulk
put down a bunch of
potentially,
pieces
or
and
other
ate them all at
things.
once. And I think the Killmonger.
Bad comms on me. Hey,
it's not
no
gonna-
no worries,
some-
friend. No
something not
worries.
gonna write home about, but honestly, it's kind of enough to get it done. Deadpool shows up. We're gonna see if this can get
All
enough done
right,
as well.
Shuri.
It's a scary
Shuri.
spot for Brian, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Shuri going off here. So ball in Blevins' court, and it certainly needs to be there, sitting on its final 2 life here.
So my issue here is like I can set up
You can see what a
She-Hulk
big
plus
difference
Arrow,
is,
but I'm
too,
not
like,
winning. I'm not going to be
knowing
winning
what
2
his deck
lanes,
is.
so I need to play
Kibler
the
knows
thing
that
now. I need to play the
Blevins does
stuff
not
now.
have Shang-Chi in the deck, so you can just load up this lane, all fear aside.
Yeah, and there goes Venom.
And
Venom
Arrow is
takes
actually the
snap,
biggest thing that I
up
can
to
play.
4. Arrow's gonna
So
play
now
this
I
doesn't
believe, if I
happen.
recall
Already
correctly,
done
I'm
the
Arnhem
work.
Zolaing this turn and just hoping that it's enough.
Oh, and now this gets a little bit wacky. Is that going to be?
I found
stronger
out
or is
you
Red
because of
Skull
this tournament. If I
stronger?
played Sense Beta, yes, I have played Sense Beta. And you see hands up. I'm like, I just hope that this is good
Hands
enough.
in the air.
I hope that this
Arzola
is good
take the
enough.
wheel. Is 14 enough?
I have been playing
My
since
other
the
locations.
open or
Blevins
like
having
the
priority is
kind
really
of
the big
open
difference,
beta.
I think on the thought of the plays says here, you know what? Just you figure it out.
Right. There you go. This is my best play. Go for it.
Yeah, I don't really
Kibler
have
here,
other
really
plays
thinking
here.
through what Blevins would choose to do on this turn with that 14 power arrow.
I remember
left.
that. It's good post.
Oh, is he? He's gonna Artem Zola too. All right, the battle of the Artem Zolas here. Kibler's like, yeah, all right, you got me.
Yeah, that is not the outcome you want.
Arrow's like, bye.
Yep, that's good. Okay, we got there. We got
Oh, that was
there. We
great.
got there for this one.
Arrow
That
is
was great.
Yeah,
such
I'm
a
definitely
powerful card, and it's just anytime
I'm
something
definitely
goes down
very
smoothly,
so
it feels like
I have known
have
the
Arrow and
983
have the
media
lead,
folks
you
for a
can
while
still
and have
away.
done stuff with them for other games.
Beautiful, terrible thing.
You want to call after this? Yeah, I will
Here we
call
are,
after
we're
this
on number
after
7.
this set, which is going to
Maybe
be
mention
over soon,
another
right? There's
stuck
maximum
tower
2
here
more games
For
that
the
are played.
players in middle.
Well, actually, I know that there's 2 more games because
Nothing
this
too
is not a
crazy going
spoiler.
on.
Like we've
Kibler's
already,
got a
this game
good
is like
enough
2
hand to
weeks old
operate
now.
with. Blevins has got the premier combo for this, which is going to be the Shuri plus
What did I play prior to Snap? So I've played
the
all
Red
sorts
Skull,
of
but
card
have a
games for
little bit of a
many
tricky
years.
play here sometimes.
Um,
Not necessarily this time.
most
So
notably,
still
I
a-
think my biggest claims to
these.
fame are from Legends of Runeterra, where I
Okay,
was
sure.
where I was slash
with that. I
kind
already
of
got it
still
into
am
the
one of the
soldier form.
like main
forming.
casters for that game for tournaments.
Dream
and
Dimension
events,
really mucking things
and
up
then
here
also
as
I've
well.
done like podcasts and
Where
other content for like
everything in
Teamfight
Blevins hands
Tactics,
costs
Magic the
one
Gathering,
more.
Hearthstone, pretty much
So
most
what
of
do you
the
actually
big
do that puts this together?
like
Yeah.
card and strategy games over the past
When in doubt,
5 to 10 years
Shuri?
I've covered in some way.
Shuri
And I also had a very
Killmonger
long running
for Kibler.
Overwatch competitive Overwatch podcast for a long time.
I think Blevins might have gotten this one.
Yeah, here we go. It's your turn 5. You want to be playing that Red Skull, but you can't, like you said, because of Dream Dimension.
I played Pokemon with my kid. Nice.
We're gonna
So I have to skip here and just hope that like I have gigantic
No,
Red
Kibler
Skull
gets to have some fun
into
here.
Titania, or I have
It's really tough to see Kibler losing this game, honestly.
oh no, Red Skull got hit. So yeah, this
Yeah,
is
you
this
see
is
Blevins
tough
kind
here.
of bouncing around Dream Dimension. This
Dream
really
Dimension is
is-
such a feels
Yeah.
bad. Yeah, it's not great for me. I will
It's
say.
definitely one of those ones that can feel very prohibitive if your deck is pre-planned.
All systems go.
This is exactly why. Kibler now just
I can
goes
tell
into
just
fight
from my
for
face that I am not
basically
feeling good
one
about
spot.
this. So I need
Yeah,
to
'cause
figure
you
out
can
what gives me
Red
the best
Skull and
chance to
then
win,
what
or what even
have it, yeah.
presents a win here. That's what I need to figure
Yeah,
out.
I
What
think that you could
what line
easily
actually
use
even
Titania
presents a
for
win?
the
Because
talent
right
of the
now,
Red
like
Skull.
I'm losing 3
I think
lanes.
it's really one of the only ways that Blevins
I know
can
that I'm
possibly
losing to
find a
Arrow.
win here. It seems like it's tough to do. Oh, maybe you could tie?
I just need to
We're trying to
figure. I
figure
need
out
to
what to do
present
here
something.
as-
I need to
as
do
is
something that
Blevins.
presents a win because I can't retreat here, right?
Looks like it's going to be the Red Skull order first, Titania second.
There's definitely a lot of mind games and just hoping here,
They're
right?
locked in.
Because
This is interesting.
I think I need to go Titania right,
Tiebreaker?
Titania right, and then Red
It's
Skull on the
getting
left.
30 off of Red Skull. I don't know if that's enough though. Blevins is seeing Carnage here.
Okay,
Ooh,
so I
okay.
end up
Which
winning.
means Titania takes the right lane. Unless the Wolverine flips.
Oh, here, look at Kibler. He's like, go, you know.
You can see me saying left, 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 left.
Wow.
Yeah, you can see
Wow.
Kibler going like
Holy
going like
cow,
this, and me
taking
going
down
left, left, left,
that
left, left, left,
game
left, left,
with
left,
that
left, 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 left,
titanium
left, left, left.
machine weld. Look at the relief on his face. It was not assured to go his way by.
I have no
any
clue what those
stretch of
games
the
are. Hey,
imagination.
there's a lot of really good games
is
out
it.
there.
Here we go.
I genuinely didn't think.
Magic the Gathering
card
is
games can be
like
so
one of
diverse
the
for both
is
players.
probably the
Marvel
oldest
Snap
trading card
Dice.
game, or like one of the
Yeah.
originals,
It's
if not the
It's just
original.
truly a bizarre game.
Paper card game though.
Final
I
game.
mean,
near
obviously it's
Monster
digital now,
Island
but it was
left,
paper card
Mid
game.
the icebox.
Who was the variant rush out?
It's like Icebox had hit She-Hulk in that instance. On Blevin's side, Wolverine getting
So this is the last game here. This is the very last game. Winner take all here.
going all in on
The oldest
central
trading
lane
card
here,
game was in the
definitely
early
going
1900s, which never made it past the test process. It was baseball. I
0
do
to
remember
10,
actually.
11.
I think I read about that
That's
in
wild.
a
This could be a really big
either like
deal.
Inquest or like the
Oh,
Magic the
boy.
Gathering
Okay, here we go.
That
Here
is
we go.
another huge
magazine,
draw
like physical
Here
paper
we go.
magazine.
side.
Armor.
Wow.
Oh, there goes armor. Kibler.
Yeah, armor feels
grimaces,
very
but at
good
least
here.
Wolverine didn't get caught in the crosshairs there.
And we can move. I can.
Shuri gets drawn.
Well, I want to play Shuri for
Okay,
sure.
okay.
So Blevins has some very powerful plays now where with She-Hulk in hand, you can
Baseball
get
was a
a
card game.
lot of
Oh,
different
it
things done.
definitely
And
was.
so
Well,
your
so
options
the
here
thing that
are
Admirable
Shuri,
just linked
and
is
watch
what
what
the
your
original,
draws
but
are.
also
And
baseball was a
Shuri,
card game
skip
in
5
the
with She-Hulk
early
arrow on
2000s.
final
It was
turn.
called MLB Showdown and was made by Wizards of the
Or it would
Coast,
be skip
same
this turn
company that makes
into
Magic the Gathering.
Shuri She-Hulk and hope you can find a big power play. I think this is the one that boasts the most power just by itself. Oh,
I hated the game didn't pick up.
gosh.
Me too. Believe
Right,
me,
so
me
it's
too.
Killmonger
I actually
last in
have.
for Kibler there, giving him the win on Monster Island currently. So Shadowland.
They're
taking
currently.
care of those
It's currently.
ninjas.
If you arrow here,
Currently
and
in a
just draw
chest
the
that I'm not going to
Raven,
unbury, but I have
everything, and then you
first
Arnim
edition
Zola.
Ken Griffey from the first.
Oh my go- this is like wild
from the first set.
I'm curious how Kibler pieces this one.
I
together,
loved
too,
that
'cause
game because
I think
I
a lot of
was
the question for Kibler is
when did it
when
come
and how
out?
do you use the arrow?
2001. So I was like 11 and I was playing
Looks like
baseball
Kibler is
and I loved
interested in
cards, so it was like
depth
perfect for
this
me. I
turn.
loved that game.
Plopping down 12.
That's
power
okay. I
to
get a
Shadowland.
14 power
Kibler
arrow.
is
Okay,
right
we're
over
doing the
there.
old arrow on Arnim Zola, the arrow
There
again.
goes arrow.
Hands
Here
up.
comes
Arnim Zola,
Once
take the
again,
wheel.
Arnim
Hope it's
Zola
good
takes
enough.
The wheel. Blevins puts his hands into the air, says, "Do your worst, hopefully your best." Final turn of the final game. Let's see. Arnim Zola pops off. Arrow heads on over to the two other locations.
Okay, pull
Pulls
that
him on
over.
to Monster Island. And
Then
one
the
back
other
in the
arrow
middle is
moves.
The icebox. And here's an arrow that's gonna pull that Arnim Zola back over and Demon Mid, and that's gonna give it to
Wow.
Blevins
That was
with
that
the
was an
victory
absolutely
over
insane
Ryan
game.
Kibler.
My gosh, arrow is just
Was 16 and
such
01?
a
Yeah,
powerful card.
I'm older
Sure.
than some, but younger than others. Okay, hey, there's Admirable. We're gonna have him. He's in the chat right now. We're gonna get him on in a second. Like I can't believe how good it was and how baseball players hated it. Yeah. It was like they were offended by baseball not being athletic. Yeah, I think it. Yeah, I don't know. It was dumb. I feel like now it's like a sports trading card game. Yeah, that's the same one, right? Right. Wait. Right. Right there. Right. There. Well, I'm holding the wrong thing. There. Wait. There we go. Right there is right down there. Whoop. Okay. Okay, let me first and foremost close this. Oh, this is my other match versus Spessy that I actually cast and talk about, so I won't do that. Oh, there's me again. Okay, let's close this. Looking for game to capture. Let's close this. Let's get Marble Snap up. Oh, snap. Okay. Let's get this up. We are going to. Oh wait, no. I want to look at the. We want to look at the patch notes. Oh God, why is it so loud? Holy crap, why is that so loud? Okay, we want to look at the patch. So let me open up the patch. You should use that when people follow. I could do a. Hold on. Let me.
Oh, snap!
Like I could do like an actual like that. It's a little too much echo.
Oh, snap!
A little too much reverb. I want like one reverb. Maybe I don't want any. I don't want any echo.
Oh, snap!
Like I have the ability to do it. That was unexpected. You know what's really unexpected? When like a random beloved 80s sitcom theme song just shows up out of nowhere.
Thank you for being a friend.
Okay, I'm so stupid. Yeah, I have I have a soundboard. Okay, let me give me 3 mins setting up and grabbing a snack. Okay. Golden Girls. Yes, I do have the Golden Girls theme song on call, basically. Golden like girls all the time. Yes. Okay, let's grab the patch highlights. Okay, I have an even better patch highlights now. Let's see. So theoretically, oh yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay. Oops. Okay, let's put my dumb face somewhere. Okay, I'm going to refill my water, grab a snack, and then we're going to jump on the call with Admirable, and we're going to talk about the patch. So stick around. If you haven't already, please do hit the follow button. It helps me out a ton, and all that good stuff. You can hear my actual follow button, but if you follow and you want me to do the O-Snap thing, I can do that too. But I will be back in just a minute here. Stick around, and we'll be right back. I'm back. I'm back. All right. Okay. Ready, Freddy. What is this? Oh, okay. Oh, already in it. Oh, I probably got kicked out. Okay. Yo.
Yo. Is that how we're doing it? I don't know if that's like necessarily like our intro line.
It could be.
My guests are not Frodan. Hang on, we need to change this.
Wait, I'm not Frodan?
I don't think you are.
Oh, snap. Oh, snap.
TTV/TheBlevins.
Yeah. That one.
Let me get that on screen so that's nice. Yeah, nothing on my screen is like fitting right, and it is bothering the ever living hell out of me. Like everything's off by like 3 pixels, it feels like, and I'm like,
see, that's the beauty.
It's okay. It's okay. Don't lose it.
When
Don't
you
lose
pay
it.
no attention to detail whatsoever, then
I get shitty friends like you.
Mhm.
Okay, that was mean.
Exactly.
We'll ignore that one. I tried though.
Wait, scratch that one. It's almost like we've killed and we're eating Uter right now. Wait, scratch that one. He sounds like a Rocket League caster. Are you a Rocket League caster?
Maybe I am a Rocket League caster. Welcome back to the Infinity premiere of the Rocket League here. I don't know if that's how they sound. I've only watched like 2 Rocket Leagues cast ever. So let me tell you a funny story about Rocket League real quick.
Okay.
All right. So, a friend of mine and I are playing Rocket League. We just downloaded it. We have like no idea what's going on. It's been like, I don't know, maybe 2 hours of Rocket League. A friend of ours messages us.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to go through the details of names, but they start playing with us, and it's very clear in my head anyway that they're just like, oh, Rocket League, that sounds fun.
Mm-hmm.
So about 3 matches later, we haven't won a match. It's like 45 seconds left. It's like, do y'all want to win? It would be like, it'd be nice to win. And they just go, oh, okay. Their car just starts whipping around the map it's a fucking like a drone.
Yeah.
And I was just like, what the fuck? They score 4 goals in like 36 seconds. And I was like, how the hell did you do that?
Mm-hmm.
And they go, oh, I'm pretty good at Rocket League.
Yeah.
We go check the ladder ranks. They're number 15. And I was like, what the? I was like, how do you do that? And they were like, oh, I'm pretty good. And I was like, what do you mean you're pretty good? I was like, you're ranked 15. He goes, the difference between 15 and 14 is a lot, and that just keeps going. Like every single time you move up a rank, it's like a big difference. And I just like couldn't believe it because like we're like looking at a ball like slowly bouncing towards us, and we like jump up and like spin hit it once, and we're like, yes. I'm not even kidding. It looked like they were fucking Superman flying around.
Default, thank you for the follow.
Yeah, like I'm not going to go through names. Like I said, it's it's people that I think would rather not have their names named. But
sure.
That's where we are. Yo, what's going on, Scode? I'm going to be welcoming every single person that I see in chat.
Me too.
I probably need to post a thing on my page that says like, hey, I'm finally not uncomfortable admitting this, but it sometimes is difficult for me to read. So if I miss your thing, I apologize. I'm not ignoring it unless you're just being a toxic fuckhead.
Or you leave them with the illusion that maybe you are ignoring it because fuck them.
Just have that be the follow-up to the statement there.
Yeah. Or maybe I am ignoring you, asshole.
Maybe I am ignoring you and I just don't give a fuck.
One or the other. It's one or the other.
I will not be ignored. Fletcher, you will not be ignored.
Who won't be ignored? Couldn't tell. I'm not looking.
It's Fletcher.
No, that was the joke because I was ignoring them.
So I just noticed on my channel that I opened back up coaching for Hearthstone, but it's only for classic Hearthstone.
I might be able to coach classic Hearthstone.
I don't think you would be able to.
Why not? I played a lot.
Did you play a lot, or were you like the top of the top?
I mean, what's the
Yeah.
difference?
Rocket League 15 and Rocket League 10.
Oh, okay. No,
That's the
I
difference.
was more like Rocket League, like 438.
Yeah,
which is
well, I'm
still
glad we
pretty
got to.
good.
It's.
but-
I mean, it's not bad. I mean, like, look, I'm not. Here's the thing: people don't understand the difference between like elite and good.
right.
Where people are like, oh, well, we're talking about somebody elite, so if you're not elite, you're bad. And it's like, okay,
Right.
first of all, you need to get that thought out of your head.
Like
because, for
Diamond
instance,
is still pretty high in any game.
a lot of the food that I eat is good. None of it is Michelin star. Okay, like, it's just there's a difference. Not that Michelin star means that your food is better, honestly, because so much of it is not related to food in Michelin stars. I digress very heavily. Patch highlights for Marvel Snap.
Yes. Anyways,
it feels like a great opening for a podcast.
so Michelin stars are a bunch of bullshit. But back on topic, we're talking about Marvel Snap here and the new patch that came out on the 21st of March,
Which is today.
which is today as of this.
For those of you
recording.
who are live. If you are not here live, I don't know how you time traveled, but congratulations. Tell Doc Brown to contact me. So the first big one I'm looking at is under patch highlights, where, of course, highlights are going to be the two biggest ones. Not really much of a surprise there. But I'm seeing more tokens. Blevins, I know this may not be such a big thing to you
well,
because you kind of have everything.
It's not a big thing to my personal account, but it is a big thing for me because getting new players into the game and being able to tell either people watching streams or just like people who play other card games that I know or friends that want to get into the game, giving them a little bit of a sense of, hey, you will eventually get cards. Whereas now I'm kind of like, try to have as much fun as you can with as little of a collection as you can because you're going to have a little collection for a long time. And if you don't have fun doing that, maybe it's not the game for you. But now it's like, you're going to go through that early game phase and then you are eventually actually going to be able to build a deck that you want. Now, are you going to be able to build multiple decks? Are you going to be able to build every deck? No. But you might be able to build a deck that you want to actually play in a kind of all right amount of time, maybe. And that's
in
good.
a kind of all right amount of time, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what this breaks down into time, but it's going to be better than it was before.
Yeah, no, I'll accept that. I mean, I think it's good. Like, one of the most frustrating things to me, literally, is that I don't have all the cards.
Right. And now you can
Is
get
this
Dr.
whole
Doom.
right side just completely void? Why is the text? Why is this the margin? All right, let me resize this screen.
It's the
This is-
margin so that it fits perfectly on my screen specifically.
Oh my gosh, you can't get rid of it. Okay, I have a better solution for this.
Is it to copy paste the whole thing into IRC and show that on screen?
No, that was not my idea, but that would technically work as well.
Was it to fax the whole thing to every viewer in chat?
It was not to fax the whole thing to viewers in chat.
Oh, okay.
Okay, where do I get this guest thing? That feels like it fits so right there.
Did you ever use a fax machine?
Yeah, I have used a fax machine. I've used a fax machine for a considerable amount of time because I worked at a local radio station on AM radio, and the
Oh,
guy
gotcha.
wanted everything faxed to him before I read it.
Okay.
And I was like, this is weird. Turns out that guy was really weird. That was like
Did you work for Howard Hughes?
No, it wasn't. No, I didn't work for Howard Hughes. I will say though, that guy definitely turned out to be a freaking weirdo. Like hyper conspiracy theory vibes.
Did that person end up opening a certain inspirational group that we know of?
I want to say it was called like the Insurmountables or something, or Insurrectionists. I don't know, something like that.
Oh no,
That
but
sounds
it
about
wasn't,
right.
It wasn't the. Well, I won't go any deeper because you're not picking up what I'm putting down right now. And
No,
I
I
don't
am
wanna
really
reveal too
not.
much.
What does that mean? Okay, first of all, I want to point out that I am not associated with any conspiracy related group.
I'm not talking
I
about
will contest
conspiracy
any of it
theories.
that comes out. I also don't know these people and I do not support them.
I'm not talking about conspiracy theories. I'm talking about inspirational groups that have various
Oh,
offices
that's way too
around-
deep. Okay, now I know what
Now
you're
you
talking
know-
about.
yeah, okay.
And that joke is way too deep for this. Shop update. Cards can now be acquired from the shop in 2 different ways.
Yep.
So choose your card, Series 3. Cards have been separated into their own shop section. Instead of purchasing one Series 3 card a month with tokens, players can now choose one Series 3 card to unlock each month for free.
So choose your Dr. Doom.
It's about fucking give me the doc. I got you an alternate link if you are interested. I'm using the official marvelsnap.com news detail ID equals 720-99153885015151514.
Yeah.
So if
I'm
you
on
don't
that
approve of
one, too.
that one, I'm open ears.
Hold on. What if we do marvelsnap.com/news detail ID equals 720-991538850151515. Will that give us the next patch?
Oh my gosh, you might be right.
I'm gonna check.
The page is blank. What are they planning here?
Oh, wait.
What are they planning
press
here?
Control A, search. No, okay. There's nothing. I don't see it. But it is a page that you can go to. That's kind of crazy. What if we just randomly stumbled on something?
I'm going back to https://www.marvelsnap.com/news detail ID equals 720-99153885015151514.
Oh, okay. Because I originally. Okay, I'm not doing it. Okay. I'm also on that same page. If I didn't have a pretzel in my mouth, I would have went through the full Monty Python.
Oh, I get it. Yeah.
Johan.
The pretzels are making you thirsty.
Yeah, these pretzels are making me thirsty.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. All right, so that's actually like a big one right here. Can I choose that literally right now? Hang on a second.
Check. I don't have that shop because I have all of Series 3, so I don't actually know.
Okay, I bought a 0 this morning. Get one Series 3 of your choice. Wait, so I see. So the choose your card thing, I don't know if you can see my screen at all. Here, let me share my screen real quick.
Okay.
So here's the token shop one.
Yep.
Which, I bought 0 because I've been complaining about not having this card. And then here's the Series 3 card of your choice each season. I feel like if I claim this one, I don't get to choose anymore.
Don't claim Orca. By all means, please do not choose Orca because that card stinks. But hopefully you'll see Dr. Doom there.
Okay, so I'm just waiting for like big dumb idiot doo-doo head card to come here and then go, yes, free.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's much better.
Yeah.
I will take that one. Now, the thing I don't like is that they're kind of training me to just log in every single day and click things.
That is literally the point of mobile games.
I mean, I get it, but here's the thing. At least they're taking the toxicity out of it, where like you don't have to pay money to log in and do these things.
Yeah.
So that's good.
You also don't get a pop-up for like $29.99 to buy a pack every time that you change the screen.
For only $59.99.
Super Slam.
All right, so now finally, maybe back to patch notes. Here, I'll unshare my sides because I don't want to overwhelm your puny computer.
It's true.
Scurrying about with its pathetic CPU.
It's skittering about.
Scurrying about. Okay, so that one's a big one. That actually saves me, I feel like, a considerable amount of time and lets me actually build a deck outside of Devil Dino.
Yep.
Okay, that's very good. Because I'm getting... I know that I like Devil Dinosaur a lot, but holy crap, you play Devil Dinosaur for 3 months and come back to me.
Mm-hmm.
And then the token shop thing, I think, is much more for you.
Well, the token shop is basically just an addition to this so that like that's what all my token shop ever showed, because I just never saw a Series 3 card because I've had all the Series 3 cards the whole time. So
gotcha.
This actually doesn't impact me at all. It doesn't impact my personal account at all, but it now just clearly delineates the Series 3 shop, which you get to claim 1 per season for free, and the other shop, which will no longer randomly show you Series 3 cards. So
wait, so is it giving you like a variant to choose from for free?
Let me actually check. My guess is that I just don't have anything in that shop, but let's see.
See, my guess is that there's something.
Maybe.
Maybe they're just changing the way your shop functions. Golly, my face is dusty today.
The old dusty face.
Dusty Rhodes.
Dusty Rhodes.
When I was a kid, Dusty Rhodes was easily my favorite wrestler. It wasn't even close.
Dusty Rhodes is before my time of watching wrestling.
Yeah, now you know who's older.
Yes. But also, Rip the American Dream, yes. But now, well, he's old now, but Gold Dust was my was the roads that I followed.
Gold Dust. Oh my gosh.
Mhm.
And so I, for whatever reason, just hated Gold Dust.
Yeah, Gold Dust was a heel.
Yeah, but it just seemed like he was a cheater. Like,
Yeah.
not even necessarily a heel, just like straight up cheating.
Well, yes.
Like when Stone Cold cheated, it somehow felt justified. Like,
Yes.
despite the fact that he was a heel, he was also a face. That's probably why that character was so unique.
Yes, because he was America embodied. You're a heel and a
Oh,
baby
jeez, I
face.
did grow up in Texas. Oh God, I'm glad I
It
got
wasn't
past
just
that.
Texas. It wasn't just Texas. It was everywhere. It was the United States in 1998.
It's like I'm saying like the mindset of it though.
Yeah.
Where it's like, for instance, Hulk Hogan's song turns out to be like not so good when you start putting it in like modern language, where you're like, maybe real American isn't the term we should be using.
Yeah.
Because you look back at things like I don't know, old German history, for instance, and they were
Yeah.
like, we are real Germans, and it's like,
Mm-hmm.
oh geez, maybe that's not where we're going to be going with this. I don't know how we got onto geopolitical issues talking about Marvel Snap. You know, I guess
because
that's
you had a dusty face, which led to Dusty Rhodes, which led to Gold Dust, which led to Stone Cold Steve Austin, which led to the yeah, that's how we got off.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is like, you know, but like how? It's the premiere of our hot new show, Geopolitiate.
Yep.
Where we're just going to talk about geopolitical issues with absolutely no knowledge whatsoever, just pure ignorance. There's no cheating in wrestling. That's kind of true.
There's cheating when it makes sense for the story.
Is that cheating or is that story progression? It's kind of like hacking in a video game or using a mod.
Well, it's like you can do anything technically, but also like if it plays into the character's arc that they cheated, then all of a sudden then they cheated, right?
Yeah, yes, that is technically true.
Speaking of which, I do not have that shop at all. It just doesn't exist on my account.
Okay. Well, that's exactly what we were hoping to check. That's what I was hoping to get done before we moved on to the next one.
Yep.
On the general updates, not a huge deal. Cards dropped from Series 5 to Series 4, Series 4 to Series 3. This is going to happen, I imagine, pretty much every single big patch.
I don't remember what they said exactly for the cadence of that, but I think it actually might be yes, those are going to every patch they're going to drop those, I think.
The big patches. This is like a monthly plan.
I think so.
Yeah, and so with the cards they're releasing, it's like this will just continue to go because there's like 8,000 Marvel characters. Let me Google this actually. Total Marvel characters. Like, there's no way they're running out of this. This has been way too long of a building thing.
You went to Ted DiBiase's wrestling school? That is amazing.
Wow, that's actually like... I don't really know how to respond to that. That just seems like crazy. My gosh. MarvelSnap.com.
Gotcha.
Okay, look at this website real quick. I'm going to post it in your chat.
Okay.
Look at how... Just click on this and see how long it is. Marvel characters list A to Z. And how many... There's so many.
It's a lot.
Like, they're not running out of cards anytime soon. Let's put it that way.
No. Plus, like, you got to think, like, you could do, like, Spider-Man, Ultimate Spider-Man, like, Symbiote Spider-Man,
yes,
Spider-Man Peter Parker. Like, you could technically, even though they've used some of those for variants, like, there's really no, oh my God, Lego Spider-Man. Yeah, like...
Marvel's catalog of characters in its comic book history is around 8,000 staple characters, and then exponentially more if you count ancillary, one-offs, and multiverse versions. Yeah, so don't worry about content stuff. They're not running out.
Ever. Yeah.
We'll all be dead by that point.
Well, also
We'll be talking to our kids like, "Oh, I remember when we used to have to pick up the phone, and now it's like a bionic implant into your neural net system."
You mean they didn't upload it into your brain? Well,
My brain's a bit too old for that.
A different mobile Marvel game called Marvel Strike Force. They actually have even made they've made like game specific characters as well. So like that's also an option.
Hang on, I gotta go look up Marvel Strike Force for everybody, and just,
It's
like,
just
how incredibly shitty this game was.
Hero collector RPG game.
Sure, we'll call it that. You know what Marvel Strike Force was? It was like a bad variant, which this is a major slap in the face, I feel like. It was like a bad variant of Raid Shadow Legends.
Yes.
Like, I go to your website, you're not even showing me anything.
Yeah, their website is awful.
Let's go campaigns.
You're not going to find anything useful there.
Is it safe to say you might even enjoy the game? Dan, don't get me started right now. Like, what's happening? You're not telling me anything. Like, you go click on it, and it's a bunch of fragments and, like, a guaranteed Electra, and I'm just like, you're telling me literally nothing about your video game on your video game site.
Believe me, if you jump into the game, you will be overwhelmed, and it will also tell you nothing except that you can buy very low value packs for $29.99.
For the low price of only $29.99. Have they added Big Wheel yet?
No.
I get them confused with The Wall sometimes. I'll start playing Marvel Snap when they add iconic characters like that. I have a feeling you went and looked at that list and found the first character where you're like, there's no way this is a Marvel character. And then you looked at it and you went, holy crap, this actually is a Marvel character.
Hey, they have Hellcow in the game, which is a pretty obscure character. They also have Morph, which is another obscure character that I thought was only from the 90s TV series and was only in the first few episodes, but it's a pretty big arc in the 90s TV series.
Yeah, I thought that Morph was pretty big. But I guess that's like when I watched all my Marvel
any of the
stuff.
Movies or anything that I know of.
It's kind of hard to make a movie about Morph. Also, there's 8,000 characters. Like, how many movies can you make? I guess that depends. Like, if you're George Lucas, for instance, you can keep making shitty ones the whole time.
Yeah.
Not that George Lucas hasn't made good movies, but, you know, did he make them or did he concept them? That's really the question, I think. I'll give him concept.
If the check clears.
True story. Huge news. New card sounds. I'm going to name the name, and I need you to give me a bit for it real quick. New card sounds for Thanos.
I am inevitable.
Nimrod. Master Mold.
I am definitely Master Mold.
Negasonic Teenage Warhead.
'Cause I'm just a teenage warhead, baby. There you go. There's your sounds.
You know, I wasn't going to think about that one, but that makes a lot of sense.
I mean, it fits so perfectly.
Res Surge, I'm sorry that you have been timed out twice from that. I'm going to give you an unban just in case.
Did they try to post a link?
Yeah, I tried to permit them, and then they tried to post the link, so I'm going to do one more.
You baited
and hopefully
them.
It goes. What, at the time, I mean, I don't know how to adjust the timers. Do you think I'm that technologically advanced?
I want to know where a Loki card is. That is actually a really good point that Loki is not a card yet.
I think that's one you have to reserve for the right moment, right? Like, you don't want to waste that one.
True. There's not like a ton of like AAA marquee characters left, right?
Yeah, this one's slightly harder for me to read. Sorry, Res Surge. I have like an actual trouble with reading stuff. Like if it's not sectioned well, like I have to literally like put it around this section of my screen and then highlight it. And so it's so much easier for me to see. Like these dots right here make this so much easier for me to read this. I think it's like it's like some sort of psychological thing. Like I don't really know what it is. It's like some sort of dyslexia or something like that, which would just make a lot of sense for my life. New location sounds, Morag and Bar Sinister. I think the Bar Sinister ones are spot on. Maybe they're just adding more.
Yeah, I'm wondering what else they could add. Or wait, no.
You could say that they're adding more ag.
They might be adding more ag. It's certainly not less ag. That's the great part. Now,
Fewer
are you
ag.
thinking of Bar Sinister or Bar with No Name?
I was thinking Bar with No Name.
Yeah, because Bar with No Name does have the or
I wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't do it, which is perfect. Bar Sinister is the one that is the red location that when you play something, it copies it 3 times.
Yeah, no, that one sucks. I hate that one.
I love that location, but I don't know. I don't even know if it has a sound, so maybe it will just now have a sound.
It's just the same thing. It's that guy who shows up and he's like, I'd probably do it.
I would probably do it.
How bad could the idea be?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I like
I
it.
like how it zooms into his face and he gets angry.
Yeah.
But I do hate Bar with No Name as well. That's like the worst location in the game.
No, Dream World.
Inverse the conditions for winning this effect. Well, there's like 3 total characters that have negative value. 2 of them go to your opponent's side. Okay, yeah.
No, there's more than 2.
Yeah.
There's more than 3. There's at least 4.
Okay, name them.
Okay. The 2 goblins, which were already named.
Yeah.
Hood.
Okay.
Mr. Negative. Boom. Lawyered.
I guess my memory is going back to the original Mr. Negative.
Which was 4 power.
For God knows what reason.
You know what it was no one had the card, so no one understood how. No one had the card, or if they did, they didn't have all of the pieces to it for so long.
That's exactly what it was.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, now that makes sense.
But
God,
for
you're so smart.
a long time, well, it's because it was because I was playing back then. And I
All right, so
played
we
a
got
lot with that deck.
We got balance updates. The
Oh,
unscheduled
yeah.
changes to Zabu and Silver Surfer made the metagame shifts for the last month more difficult for us to predict, and we weren't able to make timely adjustments for technical reasons. In that time, I'm going to continue to say Thanos.
I think it's Thanos.
Thanos became one of our most dominant decks yet. His weak matchups versus Zabu and Surfer had really been holding the Mad Titan back. Who's the Mad Titan?
Thanos.
Hang on, I gotta go check the Marvel character A to Z.
And see if Thanos is also known as the Mad Titan.
Yeah, Control F, Mad Titan.
I'm not gonna have his
We got
nickname
Mad
on there.
Thinker. Who the fuck is Mad Thinker?
It is me, the Mad Thinker. I am here thinking very angry thoughts towards you.
Shows up a lot in Torch.
He fights the Human Torch?
A lot.
A lot.
Yeah, so they're in Marvel 2-in-1 number 3, which has the Fantastic Four.
Okay.
And then they're in Torch 8, Torch 7, 6, 4, and 3.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's kind of Mad Thinker. Yeah, I don't see Mad Titan on here. I think it's a typo.
Mad Titan is a nickname.
For the Mad Thinker.
Yes. Which isn't a card yet. This was actually just a spoiler. They wanted to see if people were paying attention, and we were. Can't put anything past us, Marvel Snap.
I just imagine people who actually know like a fuck ton about Marvel stuff just being infuriated by the bullshit that I'm saying.
I can't wait.
Shuri-based decks were another big winner here, and both of these archetypes have exceeded our tolerances for game balance. Wow, they are not putting up with Shuri shit.
Nope.
This patch's adjustments are aimed at restoring order and weakening each of them. Oh my gosh. This is like turning into some like Empire stuff.
We need to restore
We're continuing to explore
order
updates.
because Thanos and Shuri have ruined the balance of the meta.
Yeah, welcome to Elden Ring. We're continuing to explore updates and improvements to both our balance technology and our philosophy around
Balance
scheduling
technology
changes.
and
And we look forward to sharing that with you soon.
scheduling changes.
That is-
http://marvelsnap.com/news
You forgot the S colon.
detail.
Question mark ID.
Question mark ID.
All right, so I think this is a very small change to the Mad Thinker.
No, the Mad Titan.
which I thought that was the Mad Thinker.
Don't say it. We're not. We got to let people figure that out for themselves.
That's just canon. We
Nick
went to the
Cannon.
official
He's played by
Marvel A
Nick
to Z
Cannon in
list.
MCU.
That's the guy who stole the Declaration of Independence.
Oh,
in that movie.
Right, Johnny Cage. That's right.
Yeah. Oh, AKA Nick Cannon.
Right. And that's canon.
This doesn't seem like a relevant change to me, like at all.
They
on
also
the
say
6,
it's not
11,
really
and
that
10.
relevant of a change.
Oh, okay. They just like 10 looks more appealing.
It's a small change that likely won't impact his power, but it is a change that is technically a nerf.
I wish the buff would take him back to 21 though, so that you could just yell blackjack.
You still can. You just might not have it.
Yeah, it's just not very fun that way. Space Stone.
This
This
one
might
is
be a
huge.
big one.
It is.
Okay. Next turn, you can move one card at this location. Draw a card.
That's what it was.
Next turn, you can move one card to this location. Oh, sucks now.
Yep. It went from being the absolute most broken thing you can do with Lockjaw to not being a combo at all with Lockjaw, and in fact, like it just having no effect except for drawing you the card.
Oh yeah, this card sucks now. Okay, I'm in. I don't know. That's kind of a big loss for Thanos decks. I think this just nerf Lockjaw. Honestly, like I feel like this should have just been a Lockjaw chains. Like just fundamentally change the card, I think.
I mean, I like Lockjaw when you have to put a little bit of effort into it. Like if you're playing a card like Wasp in your deck to make Lockjaw better, I'm fine with that. Like
So
it's gonna high
here-
roll, it's gonna low roll, and I'm fine with that.
Does it low roll?
Yeah, it can low roll. It can hit it can hit Wasp if you're not doing you don't play the Wasp on it. Like it can hit a Wasp. Like you have to play. That's the knife's edge that I see as Lockjaw in theory is that part of your deck is stuff that you want to put into the Lockjaw, and part of your deck is stuff that you want to get out of the Lockjaw, and each input doesn't necessarily want to be the other. Now, something like Leech or Arrow kind of can be both, but not everything in your deck is like, oh, this is good putting into the Lockjaw and getting out of the Lockjaw. Some of the cards at least are one or the other, and that's the sort of the push and pull of the card.
Yeah, so kind of the way I see it is like mana cheat effects they're interesting like immediately because it's like, what can I do with this?
Yeah.
But over time, what it just becomes is if you continue to make effects like this or try to match this, it just turns into like a pure mana cheat every single time. And this reminds me a lot of in Magic, Sneak Attack. If you haven't played Magic or you don't know it, Sneak Attack was a card that let you put really big things into play immediately and effectively kill your opponent because they just kept making so many large creatures over time.
Yeah.
That their effects were so powerful that if you sneak attack them into play, you effectively won the game. I think that Lockjaw is an interesting idea, but I mean, Sneak Attack was printed in like 1998, and that card is still played today because it's so powerful. Like, do you really want to introduce a card like that into your game, or is there just a different way to do it?
Well, I agree with the concept in general. One notable difference is that at least right now granted, this obviously can change with new things, and the design space certainly is limited because of Lockjaw, but in general, cheating something big into play, even like the most powerful thing, sure, that can win you one lane, but that's only it's only one location that you're winning in general. Now, obviously, something like Dr. Doom can help you win, get power in other lanes, and there's other cards that put power into other lanes too. But like in general, like, okay, you play Lockjaw, you hit the nuts and get, Infinite and Magneto and whatever. It's like, okay, you have 1 million power in this one lane. You still need to win the other lanes too.
Okay, so you're fine with Lockjaw where it's at right now.
I am currently with where it's at right now, with the impacts of this entire balance change, which we'll talk about the other one, namely Quinjet. The problem for me with Lockjaw with the Thanos package was the stones are like, with the blue stone specifically, the space stone, like you get to fully fill a lockjaw lane and then also possibly either move a spot open for another lockjaw play or move the lockjaw itself to get another full lane of lockjaw, that's not cool. Because like then it gets into full sneak attack mode.
It's like no. That's enough lockjaw. That's enough lockjaw.
And, well, the other thing is like, okay, so the downside would be theoretically that like, oh, well, your deck is full of these stones that aren't that good. Well, here's the thing. All of the stones are better than a card themselves. Like each stone essentially is stronger than any card that you can play in your deck, but you have to play all of them. But like, okay, so then you would say, okay, well, they're good, but they don't give you a ton of power, so you're going to be stuck with all this, this essentially chaff. But A, they replace themselves. B, you can play something like Killmonger if you want to. C, like the brownstone or whatever it is gives -1 to I don't know the name of it. Soulstone, I think it's Soulstone. Yeah.
Yes.
Brownstone. You know what I'm talking about. It gives
the
-1,
shitstone.
so that's effectively +1 and then -4. So it's that's essentially a 5-power 1-drop that also draws you a card. Or it can be a 5-power, you know what I mean? So
it's
like,
very good.
It's all of them are very good. Even the ones that when they're on the board are just 1 powers, that's still fine. You can play around that, or you can play something like Carnage or Killmonger or something else to get value off of, to get the value when you play them and then get rid of them for additional value. It's like all of these, air quotes downsides to the stones just aren't there because of Lockjaw, because of Quinjet, because of all these other things that you can play essentially at no cost to your deck building or your decisions during the game. Like you're just almost always fine with playing all the stones out and not really having to jump through too many hoops to make you not have a disadvantage. And that's just messed up to me.
Well, it's funny you mentioned the Quinjet part because that's the next line.
Oh, yeah. This one's
Quinjet
huge.
now reduces cost to a minimum of 1, which I feel like this is easily the biggest nerf.
It definitely is. And I really like this change because it pretty much they mentioned it in the developer comments. It definitely the like unintended consequence is that the demon from Hood no longer gets any benefit from Quinjet, which I would argue is kind of sad because that's a cute little like not really super broken like combo that they actually kind of like, but it is a worthy sacrifice to the Quinjet really making things broken now, specifically with the stones. But they also mention and we've sort of been alluding to this, they mention it creates both an ongoing risk for future design space as well as fueling the dominant decks of today. So like it already is broken. And it also will limit what they can possibly make in the future because it's like, oh, we can't have a card that creates a 1-cost card ever because if it costs 0, it's probably broken and Quinjet exists.
Yeah, if it's like a utility effect or something overwhelmingly powerful anyway. Yeah, I mean, Quinjet I thought was always ridiculous. Like the first time I read Quinjet, I was like, oh no. I thought it might have been okay because you're limited on space, but it turns out that was not true.
The original decks were like you would just play Quinjet as a value card because you just wanted your deck was already trying to make more Novas with Devil Dino, or sorry, with not Devil Dino, with Moon Girl, because Moon Girl was a 3-cost 3-power, so it was cheaper, and the collector started at base 0 power but got +2 every time a card was added, and Nova was a 2-power unit that pumped the whole board for +2. So like. Yeah. You didn't care about doing anything else. You were just trying to like make as many Novas and destroy them as possible, and or like make as many collectors as possible and double everything with Moon Girl. Like it didn't matter what cards you doubled with Moon Girl because all of your cards were doing the same thing, which was making more Novas, making more collectors, and pumping them up. And it was just like that was the meta deck for a long time. And it like
So every time that you have an effect that can reduce something to 0, maybe rethink it. Unless it is intentionally one specific card that you get to reduce.
Right. Like you said, mana cheat or resource, cheat in general is always going to be strong in basically any game. If you're going into a game, and I found this playing even something like Euro board games, where like there's potentially a lot of different lines to go. in general, if you take the line of I am going to invest everything I have into making more stuff to spend on stuff early, you're almost always going to be ahead of whatever anyone else is doing. Like if you are investing money into making more money, you're going to be good. And resources and energy in Marvel Snap is basically like the money that you're spending. So if you're getting things that are, if you are cheapening effects, that's almost always good. And notably, the difference between 0 cost and 1 cost is the biggest jump in energy cost that you can make, right?
It is infinite.
It's infinite. Costing 0, like if you have 1 mana, you can play 1/1 drop. If you have 1 mana, you can play technically 12 0 drops if you have the board space for them, right? Yeah. Like it is a huge delta there. And I talked about this earlier. I kind of like in general like being able to play broken things, but I think over the years I've softened myself to these like stop gaps of like, okay, let's not have 0 cost stuff because it always ends up broken, and it generally, if something is super broken, it leads to an unfun experience for everyone. So
even when it's not like super broken, people find a way to use it.
Right.
This is what I've learned over years and years and years is that if something costs 0, it's at some point it's going to get used.
Yeah.
It's interesting when it's first seen. It's interesting for a little bit afterwards to experience it, and then at a certain point it's like, okay.
Yeah. It's like, all right, this was enough.
See, to me, this is like the benefit of having the digital games, though, is that you get to change this stuff without really worrying too much about it. Like you can introduce these things, see how they work. If they end up working too well, you change them. The problem is with Snap is because you have to push it through like 65 million different platforms. It takes a while. Yeah. So when people are like, why aren't they just changing it? It's like, well, allow me to explain to you the process of localizing the language.
Localizing the language. The other thing is like, well, why don't they just change it? Well, yes, there is literally the technical aspect of it of they need to actually make sure that it works in their game, right? It's not just like, oh, we'll just change the number from 0 to 1. For anyone who's old enough as me, changing from over to a 0 remembers the Y2K bug. That was a big thing back then. Changing something merely to zeros can have a huge impact, or it could not. It can just work how it was supposed to the whole time. But
yeah,
how
complicated could hot fixes be?
Yeah, very.
Well, ask any
any
developer. Yeah,
and also like the other thing that people almost never think about is the actual cost of all these things, right? Like there's an actual monetary cost to things in terms of like physically having people work on these. Like it's not
free. Wait a second, you have to pay people money to work?
Yeah, people don't like to think about that, or they just.
Well, what the fuck? I didn't know this.
Yeah, it's
when am I getting paid?
Oh, Homer, I didn't get rich by writing a bunch of checks. Buy him out, boys.
Buy him out.
Don't let the haircut fool you. I'm excessively wealthy.
Hypercompu Global Meganet. Red Skull 515, yada yada. Red Skull's going to 513, and the enemy power buff is being reduced from 2 to 1. I don't feel like this is the biggest nerf to Shuri, because I think this is kind of nominal, honestly. But it feels like Red Skull's more playable in other ideas now.
Yeah, I like this. Makes me like the like 0 Sauron, like quote unquote fair Red Skull a little bit more. Actually, no, this doesn't really impact. Okay,
this makes me feel like you could just put Red Skull into some decks.
Yeah, because it's like 5, and then you're getting 13, and then they're
it's 5 minus 4 at
which
most.
Is 9. Yeah, so that's fine. I mean, like a 5.
Yeah, that's like some Spider Woman vibes.
Cost.
Yeah.
It's like,
which I think Spider Woman is way underplayed right now, for what it's worth.
I also think that the thing with Spider Woman, and when we see players like Specimen and other folks who brought that type of deck to like Infinity Gauntlet or just playing on ladder, we see the power level of playing around you having priority or not having priority going into the last turn, like drastically increases the power of Spider Woman. Like when you know what you're doing, Spider Woman literally gets like 2 to 3 additional power that you wouldn't normally have if you're just like jamming cards in random lanes.
She-Hulk 10 to 9. Key component in the strongest Shuri decks, in a lot of the strongest decks.
Yeah.
But it sees widespread play in various other decks. Oh, they got there. We mostly think that's cool, but that she's more powerful than she needs to be for those combos. I mean, it is a Hulk. In addition, we want to encourage playing actively to locations rather than holding cards for explosive turn 6. So we're continuing to weaken a few of the best cards for the latter. See, this is interesting to me because it feels like to me that the way that they have designed the game is that they want explosive turn 6 plays, but now the way that they're explaining it is they want to incentivize you to fight for initiative or to fight for priority.
Yeah.
But they're doing that and then they're nerfing Arrow.
Yeah, I'm interested. I would be very interested to talk to one of the developers to see if they have, and maybe they don't want to reveal this or they want people to figure it out on their own. If they have like internal like breakpoints for things, right? So like She-Hulk going from 10 to 9, it's like, okay, there's -1 power, but like the most obvious breakpoint to me in the game is from 8 power to 9 power, right? Because that is Shang-Chi. Like you're at the highest possible non-Shang-Chi-able value versus the lowest possible Shang-Chi-able value. So like 9 power is arguably the worst power that you can have, and 8 is not necessarily the best because sometimes you just want big numbers, but it is the highest non-Shang-Chi number, right? So like, does going from 10 to 9 actually change anything? Does that like in their calculus of like, okay, She-Hulk being -1 power now means that the average like end game location power is like 23 versus 24. Does that change anything for them? I don't know. These might be things that no one is thinking about. I don't actually know. But like the same thing with Red Skull being 15 to 13. That seems like a very specific number to pick. And I'm not sure what the reasoning for it is. And I'm wondering because it's like I am personally giving the developers more credit than we're just gonna go like -1 and throw a dart at the wall and hope that works versus like, okay, going from 15 to 13 or from 10 to 9 is making a specific number change that we want to see, and we want to see how that number change or that average change impacts the meta or impacts like decks that are using this card, or are they not using the card anymore? So
yeah, my guess is that they're kind of picking a random number, to be honest with you.
They might
I just want to know why Shang-Chi is dominating everything right now. Like, because this is a big difference. Is like 10 to 9 is not a significant change, but 8 to 9 is a significant change, specifically because of this one card. Like, that tells me something that Shang-Chi maybe is not the right design then. Like, when that's a change where like you look at a card and you're like, honestly, I kind of wish it'd be weaker. That's not good. Like for your own benefit, you wish it was weaker. Like that.
Well, it's like Big Game Hunter, right?
Big Game Hunter got nerfed into the ground. If you remember that card, that was kind of a steaming pile of shit because it was so cheap to do something so powerful.
Right, and
like in terms of like balance design anyway.
Right? Yeah.
No, it was very good as a card, but the whole point of it is it was like one of the most hated cards in the game.
Yeah, I mean, there is definitely a difference. The being a 4-cost 3-power unit is definitely a pretty big cost to Shang-Chi because
also like when you go read the abilities from Shang-Chi, like canon, Master Martial Artist, Mastery of Chi, Psionic abilities, superhuman strength, speed, durability, and stamina, flight, projectile attacks and chain generation, mystical energy and generation, manipulation and projection, portal creation. Okay, I am not seeing anything here about blowing up big shit other than the fact that he's a master of Kung Fu. So when I look at this tells me that Shang-Chi should be a much more versatile, like ever-changing card that adapts to circumstances, which you can definitely do with a digital card game. It's just maybe you don't want to push that much thought into one specific character who is not like the height of the franchise.
Right. Like I think someone like what's the name? The Mad Thinker would be a really good one.
No, this is like for real though. Like I look at these abilities like it's listed on this page and I'm like, why does Shang-Chi simply blow up things that are 9 or bigger? Like, I feel like this is a card that you could have change over the course of each turn of the game.
Right.
Where, like, literally he costs 1 to 6. And then each turn of the game, he does something different. Or, like, it changes based on something that's happening.
Much you spend or something.
Or it's changing based on so many different things that this could be like so much more of an interesting card. Like something that I'm surprised isn't in the game yet is literally like a card that changes based on if you or your opponent has snapped or both.
Well, that could be a mechanic that they look to like really build around.
You kind of see what I'm saying though. Like if we're changing card designs and if 8 to 9 is such a big change literally because of one singular card in the game, I don't think that's good.
Well, it's just like effectively it's the problem that I see with it is like, okay, it's a very narrow card. Like you're never wanting to play 4 cost, 3 power vanilla, right? But what you're actually playing
extremely rarely.
Right. I mean, you will make do with what you have, obviously, but like you are never actively putting that in your deck unless you have some weird like 4 costs get like plus whatever. But you know what I'm saying. But what it actually is 4 cost 12 power minimum, because what you're doing is destroying their 9 power or better, and you're getting +3. So it's always a 12-point minimum swing if you play it in the right lane. And the thing is that the cost of doing that is that you're playing a subpar card, which is a 4 cost 3 power some of the time. But most, if not every deck on the ladder or that you will see has a target for Shang-Chi, right? So that really isn't that much of a cost to playing the Shang-Chi in your deck. It's just like the stones. It's like, oh, there's this downside is that your deck's diluted. Oh, wait, they all draw cards. They're all better than a real card, and you can make them cost 0 with Quinjet. So like there really
that's
was no
that's what I'm
downside.
kind of getting at too here, right? Like She-Hulk has changed enough that this will be a little bit tougher for some players. Shang-Chi is still there though. And if that card is so powerful as a utility card that you want to put it in basically every deck you build that's not purely based on synergy. I'm just saying maybe Shang-Chi needs a complete redesign. Just saying.
I think that Shang-Chi feels very much like a first set type of card where like,
oh, absolutely.
Chillwind Yeti, literally vanilla 4/5 for 4, but that saw constructed play for an amount of time. But now you look at Hearthstone now, and it would be laughable to play Chillwind Yeti, I assume.
Unless you play Classic.
Right, but like Classic is still back to the original meta. I'm talking about like current day, whatever the new set is in Hearthstone. I know basically nothing about the meta, so I might be. Wrong,
we don't play the game, so how could we do that?
Right. I assume.
But it's like, take a look at She-Hulk being changed from 10 to 9, right? Again, kind of a nominal difference. Look at like Red Skull going from 15 to 13. Again, kind of a small difference, except I think this increases like the range you could use it in.
Makes it
look
more
at
of a fair
Quinjet,
card that you can play,
which is like the Quinjet plus Space Stone completely changes the way that the Thanos decks are going to be built, which is the intent of that.
Right.
But then you look at like Arrow, for instance, going from 5 cost 7, move all enemy cards played at this played this turn to this location, or the one that's now, which is 5 cost 8, on reveal, move the last enemy card played this turn to this location. Like this card feels bad now.
It probably is, and I, as the Galactus player, this basically impacts me 0 in terms of Arrow's effectiveness because it will still screw over my Galactus in the same spots.
But who's going to play it now? That's
the added benefit, is that I don't think that players are really going to be playing it. But if they are, and this is what I appreciate now, they very likely, I think, have moved Arrow just out of the meta. And I'm fine personally with that.
I'm totally fine with that.
But
at the same time, they just told us earlier they want players to fight for priority and initiative.
Right. But if so, like
doing this.
But if Arrow is still played, which it could be, it's just it's significantly worse. If they do play it now, if you are playing against Arrow, you have the ability to play around it a bit, right? It's like, okay, I can choose what card gets arrowed here. I can actually play around it. Whereas before, it's like, well, if they have Arrow, they're winning 2 lanes, they have priority, I just lose, right?
Also, someone pointed out, GG's Live said that Sandman will still play this. This is actually a buff for Sandman, yeah.
Ooh, good point. Yeah, I am that's a really good point. I like this Arrow change because it makes it more niche. What I don't like, and this is similar to Shang-Chi, what you're saying with Shang-Chi is like, this is like what I would consider, even though you can play any card in any deck, this feels much more like a quote unquote neutral card and colorless card, a no region card that you can play in every deck and feel okay about it, even if you're playing a synergy deck. It's like, oh, I have one slot open, let's play Shang-Chi, let's play Arrow, and like they don't care what you're playing in your deck, you just have powerful effect.
Another good point from Onyx Ghost in chat is that this could be a buff for Shuri, where now it's like 16 power and you move one card. That's very easy to win a lane by itself.
Yeah, I mean, you saw my match. You see my match versus Kibler. 2 matches. I go Shuri into Arrow into Arnim Zola, and it would have been slightly better if it was this Arrow versus the one I did. I won anyway, but yeah.
So it's like this is kind of, I guess, when I look at it, it's happening in my head is I'm comparing it to old Arrow,
right?
And it's just a different card now. Like now, the question isn't how much worse is this card. The question should be, what do we do with it now?
Yeah.
And I think it's a much better way for me to look at it, which I think now that I'm thinking about it, this is like way deeper than I thought it would be. It's like every single time I've compared any nerf to anything ever. The question is, what do you do with it now? Not how much worse is than the new one, which wow, that's a very deep topic. I'm not going to go too far into that one.
Well,
but yeah, this kind of is like literally what I'm talking about with the Shang-Chi one, where it's like Shang-Chi's use is extremely specific, but it's very powerful and very widespread. Arrow's use has now completely shifted from I'm winning 2 lanes if my opponent has an unkept lane, win, to, well, now what do we do with this? And there's the interactions feel like that they're more set up for different payoff, which is like that's like kind of the issue I have with the Shang-Chi again, is that it's so easy to use that the question for it is literally, do I have a space in my deck for it?
Right.
This is like completely different. You build this now at the top end.
Right. You build this at the top end and you need to have a specific thing that you're trying to do. Like this is still just as good against Galactus as it was before. And I guess technically it's slightly better now because if they're playing the Arrow on the last turn, they have 1 extra point of power. Though I don't think that changes any breakpoints.
Yeah,
but
that's not going to matter too much.
It's not going to matter too much, but it's not 0, right? This is still good against the like, oh, my opponent is going to play Infinite on the last turn, right? You're able to now Arrow is going to be the same against my opponent is playing 1/6 drop, right? It's still just as bad against the, oh, my opponent is playing Sarah and they're going to play 12 different cards here. Arrow's still going to do nothing or very little against that.
Yeah, the next change is really big to me.
Yes,
Mystique, Absorbing Man, and Taskmaster. These cards now require the previously played card to be in play in order to copy its attributes.
Yeah.
Holy smokes. Like this, I feel like this just blasts Taskmaster so hard if your opponent does not have like literally a Cosmo or an armor in the lane that they're doing it with. Like this feels
you can't
like
have
easily
Cosmo.
The biggest nerf to the Shuri deck.
Cosmo doesn't work because
no, I meant like so Cosmo would
lane.
Protect the Red Skull or protect the Arrow or what have you. Yeah.
I mean, it makes you. I like it in the sense that it makes you actually have to like, albeit it's not a huge hoop to jump through, but you do have to jump through somewhat of a hoop here to get the like full payoff of the cards, right? One thing that I found really interesting about these changes specifically is in the developer comments, which says this adjustment is part matchmaking, part matching expectations. A meaningful chunk of Taskmaster strengthens Shuri decks' ability to copy the power, even if it's been destroyed by Shang-Chi or similar in an interaction that, or this is the point I want to point out, or similar, an interaction that somewhat often gets reported as a bug. So people were literally seeing this happen and saying, oh, something must be wrong because I killed the Taskmaster thing. Why is it getting 30 power? I killed that Red Skull. So literally players are looking at this and thinking, oh, something is wrong with the game. Therefore, there was a bug and they ended up getting a 30 power Taskmaster. And the developers took that to heart and said, oh, this is not matching player expectations, and actually, at least in some part, changed the cards and the way that the cards work based on that. I thought that was interesting.
I think this is just a good change because of that. Like,
yeah,
it looks wonky. Freaktastic pointed out in my chat. It says looks like a bug when it happens. It scans off the screen. The first time I saw that happen, I literally thought that the Taskmaster wasn't going to copy the power because the Red Skull wasn't there.
Right.
And then when I saw it copy it, I was like, Oh,
Yeah.
and it kind of felt bad, honestly. I was like, so
It does
what's the
feel a
point
little
of
bit
this
bad.
then?
It does feel a little bit bad.
It still made sense after I thought about it, but I was like,
Well,
well,
it's like magic with
what's the
last known
point then?
information, right? Like it
Yeah,
checks
the
last
last
known
known information that we have here is that the fucking Red Skull is dead. That motherfucker got blown up. It's not there anymore. So what is Taskmaster doing?
Right.
But now what does it copy? Does it copy the one previous to that?
Nope. It will be well, I mean, I don't know because I haven't tested it, but my assumption based on the way that it is read, it says if the last set this card's power equal to that of the last card you played if that card's in play. It doesn't say set the power equal to the last card in play that you played. So you're just going to get a 0 power Taskmaster.
All right. So Armor and Cosmo went way up in value in the Shuri decks. Got it.
Yeah. They were
Shuri
already
decks still feel
there,
good
but
to
yeah.
me. Yeah. Shuri decks still feel good to me. They feel a lot
yes.
more difficult to build. Like I think they're going to be like this is like your baseline starter deck now where it's like, okay, I have found the point where I no longer have to play Devil Dinosaur because I have a pool of cards.
Right.
But now what do I do? And it feels like maybe you're just going to move away from Taskmaster in some instances. Like maybe you don't want to play Armor. I mean, you're going to play Armor. Like maybe you don't want to play Armor and Cosmo.
Right.
And so your deck's doing something else. Like it doesn't feel like Taskmaster is like a necessity anymore, although you're probably still going to play it. Just sometimes you're going to get blown up.
Yeah.
Which that kind of feels bad sometimes too. I don't know. Maybe it's just a Shang-Chi thing, honestly.
It's that's part of it, but it's also like now you know, right? So it's like, okay, well, I can play it. Like if we like my match against Kibler, I think there's a lot of scenarios where like, okay, there's a couple of ways that this game can end. I can play Shuri and then play a big thing on 5 and then play a Taskmaster, or I can play a big thing on 5 and then play Arnim Zola, or I can play Shuri and then nothing on 5 and then She-Hulk plus Arrow or She-Hulk plus Taskmaster. Whereas now I think some of those lines you have to think more about because it's like, okay, well, if I play the thing and then they line up the Shang-Chi, then my Taskmaster just loses me the game, guaranteed, because I'm going to have nothing in the lane that they blew up and also nothing in the Taskmaster lane, whereas like you're at least getting one lane beforehand. So
yeah,
it really makes you get punished.
Yeah. Morbius's power no longer updates in hand or in deck, only at a location. We previously adjusted Morbius's power to update when he wasn't in play to simplify calculating his future power. However, this has proven a bit confusing in comparison to similar cards and also unnecessary given Morbius is often played very early in the game and isn't very hard to calculate. Reverting this change, but we expect to add future functionality to Morbius and all cards with ongoing buffs to their own power that communicates their power in order to make these cards simpler to play with. So this is no effective change except for against like Mr. Negative or something. Like in Mr. Negative or the card that like shifts the location that shifts the power and cost in your hand.
Yeah, the peak. Yeah. It basically only impacts the peak. I don't know if I've ever played Morbius in a Mr. Negative deck, so I don't know how it worked. But yes, that basically,
I don't know why you would, but you get the
right.
idea that I'm going
This
for.
is basically no real change to Morbius. It's just that it's
adding a step of memory to it.
Yeah. It's adding a step of memory to it, and there's a placeholder. And this actually ties into the null one as well, because it's basically it's kind of the same thing, except they are keeping the power on null in hand because it's not easy to calculate, but it's just a placeholder basically.
It's a good question. Will Dracula still get Morbius's full power at the end of the game? According to this, it would not.
No.
Because the in hand or in deck, it will not update the power. Morbius will be at 0 power until it's in play.
Correct. I mean, at least based on how it's written, we don't know how it works in the game.
That's actually kind of that's like a pretty significant nerf to the discard decks.
Not really, because I've played a fair amount of discard decks over the span of Marvel Snap, and the number of times I've discarded Morbius with Dracula is probably 0. If I'm being honest, I'm not.
All right, fair enough.
Not even a joke. Like I don't actually ever remember discarding a Morbius because, like, you're almost in that deck. You're almost always running Chavez, so your turn 6 is going to be Chavez. If you don't, like, there's almost never a time where you're not playing the Morbius earlier, and that you would rather discard it. It's just like I think the scenarios where that is relevant are so limited, is my guess. Unless I guess
Fair
you can
enough.
build the deck weird, but yeah.
Yeah,
or
I'm not
differently.
I'm not too worried about going to detail on some of those things.
Gotcha.
It's just like a point out thing where it's like, check all your interactions. Maybe there's something you're missing is the idea.
Yeah, makes sense.
You want to talk about Null because this is like, I mean, this feels like the card.
Yeah, no, well, Null, I love Null. This is not really changing anything. This is actually like they're not changing anything with Null, except that it now technically works with Mr. Negative where it didn't before. Like now your Mr. Negative will actually give you the 0 cost Null. It didn't before because Null's power was always displayed like in deck and in play for whatever reason, or in hand. Now it's just going to be in hand because unlike Morbius, Null's power is not easily calculatable. Like you can't even like go back through a log in game and look at like, oh well, this is destroyed, this is destroyed, this is destroyed, this is what Null's power is. And like if you don't know what Null's power is, it's basically unplayable, right? Like
unless you kind of know, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Sometime, yeah, I mean you can always play that, but like you don't want to, right? It's like, oh, this Null is massively powerful. Okay. But like, is this Null 26 or is it 66, right? Like, and maybe you have an idea, but like maybe you don't, right? Like, especially if Galactus happens and you're not expecting it, it's like, oh, I didn't keep track of what was in play, you know?
Yeah, because who does that?
I mean, I do because I'm playing the Galactus, but
yeah, exactly.
But yeah, like you basically Null's power is going to stay in hand only as a to show you what it is, but like again, they mentioned in the developer comments that this is just a placeholder until they put that functionality like they mentioned with Morbius where it's going to like technically be 0 in hand, but you're going to be able to like click the card and see what its power will be.
Yeah. Which I think is a good change.
Good change that they haven't implemented yet, but yeah, a good idea.
Widow's Bite just simply like more wide range. It's just while this is in your hand, you can't draw cards instead of cards in your deck cannot be drawn. So
it's just a text change. The card functions exactly the same. It's just now it is accurately displaying what it was. Because like before it said, while this is in your hand, cards in your deck can't be drawn. So like if Weird World came up, technically the way the card is written, your opponent shouldn't be able to draw cards because they'd be drawing from your deck. But that's just not how the card worked. So
yeah, the intent of it was you're not drawing cards if you have Widow's Bite.
Yes, and they changed the text to reflect
the person holding Widow's Bite.
Yeah, you are.
Okay.
If you are Widow's bitten, you can't draw cards.
And then bug fixes, which
I didn't go through any of these because a lot of times they're not interesting, and I didn't even read them. So maybe there's something interesting if you want to go through them, but I didn't even look at them before.
Cards that lose their ability due to leech no longer get that ability back if they're pulled back in play by another card. Whoa.
Okay, that
I was actually wondering why this happened. The first time I encountered this, I was like, is this a bug or am I just like completely missing something?
Yeah, that actually is super relevant because now Lockjaw doesn't like rinse clean the leech effect.
Yeah, they had like the complete old order of like if it goes in play and then it goes somewhere else, it's a different card now.
Right.
No, it's still the same card. It's a digital card game. We don't have to reveal stuff in order to prove it.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
So I guess that was a bug.
Known issues list, which they address. And that's pretty much it. So the biggest one to me is that Thanos got considerably hit.
Yes.
Arrow is not going to be dominating every single fucking game where you're losing.
Yep.
And some little new stuff is available. Red Skull, I'm kind of interested about.
I think that the like non-Shuri, or even still with Shuri, the like Sauron type, that like the like original, like when Sauron first came out, everyone was like, oh, just play every like big dumb idiot with a bad ongoing and play Sauron. That like kind of got phased out for what we see as the current Shuri lists. Like maybe those types of decks are better. Or just like, hey, I need a top end, and I don't necessarily either want to or have the ability to really tailor my opponent to have priority in the last turn. So I'm going to play just big stat stick Red Skull versus like having Spider-Woman or something like that. I think that your call out of comparing it to Spider-Woman is really on point because now like you're getting a 9-point swing at worst. And at best, like you can have, it can go toe to toe with basically anything, right? So
Yeah. So I'm going through now, and I'm going to delete a bunch of decks, and I'm going to rebuild a lot of these. My deck sucks is probably staying here. Shuri, this is a big one. So now I don't have to use. Oh, geez. I'm actually kind of curious how to rebuild this.
Oops, I switched to the wrong thing.
Oh, yeah, I could need to share my screen again.
Hold on. Why don't you put a first draft together? I'm going to run to the bathroom for about 5 minutes, and
Yeah.
I will be back, and we can talk.
Oh, can
through
we
those.
open variants of boxes now?
Yeah, you can open
The
collector
collector caches?
You should be able to. And
Okay.
you should be getting more tokens from them theoretically, based on what they said.
Oh, Black Panther, let's go.
You got a Black Panther?
Yeah.
Nice. I mean, I
don't
don't
know
think
what to do with this, but
I don't think it does anything for you, but it's nice that you have it. Okay, I'm
sweet.
gonna run to the bathroom. I will be back, and we can talk about the deck that you come up with when I
Cool.
get
back. GG's Live, unfortunately, my collection is not that wide. So I'm missing a lot of. Oh my gosh, 600 tokens. Let's go. Yeah, we like that.
Love to see it.
Oh, Human Torch. Ooh, a Yondu variant. Oh, Nick Fury. Yeah, I'm in pool 3 hell, kind of like where just I am missing a lot of stuff, and I have to figure out how to get out of it. So a lot of 5s, a lot of 4s, 3. Yeah, we can get those done pretty easily. Draw cards, complete hard missions, play 4 cost cards. All right, so it really wants me to play Shuri. We can update that one right now. Yeah, I'm not really sure what to do with Black Panther. Because, again, I'm missing, like, a lot of key cards around stuff. It's basically like name a key card, and I probably am missing it. That's the way a lot of it feels. Like, I just picked up 0 today. We just opened up these 3, so we can figure some stuff out there. I don't think Black Panther changes much, though. Like, I think I'd rather have an Arrow over a Black Panther. I don't own Captain Marvel, otherwise that would definitely be in here. Okay, it looked like it was displaying 8 on that little marker right there. I guess one of my questions is, like, is there something else to put in here? I do remember, like, when I played this deck, it felt like it was pretty clunky. I guess I should sort by energy because we're not updating cards right now. Like, I'm always kind of curious if I should put this in the deck for 0 or something. But I hate sacrificing lanes. It's like one of my least favorite things to do. Wong and Zola? I don't think I have Zola. I don't have Zola. Wong. Should Wong really go in here? I guess, like, Wong is here, like, literally if you have Zola. It'd be for Panther. So we'd be shifting out Arrow and Vision for Wong and Panther. Oh, you were talking about the Black Panther deck. Yeah, I feel like the Black Panther deck, like, has to have RM Zola is what it feels like. Because that's, like, the whole goal is to get it to 8 and then you get it to 16 across your lanes. I also don't have the deck tracker downloaded and installed. So maybe that's something I should do. Oops. Well, crap. would like to draw cards, so I guess we're just going to have to start taking risks like this. Feel like this is Lizard to the right side. I don't know if I'm going to have time to play this Carnage. I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get over it. Cards that cost 1 can't be played here. That's kind of what I was afraid they were going to do. Something like that. So if we play... Oh, geez, all my plays here are kind of bad. So we're just supposed to concede the middle? Oh, that feels kind of stinky.
All right, I am back. Better than
Yo,
ever.
what up?
Okay. Okay.
What if I just drop this here? Oh, Odin kind of like super screws me then.
No, it doesn't, because it will trigger twice and they'll get it back. There's a Wong.
I will hold the on reveal effect.
If
Because it'll move this way, and then I have the on reveal effect at that point. Is that how that works?
if you
Still,
play
like it triggers twice at the start.
if you play Hobgoblin, they will get the Hobgoblin. If they play Odin on the Wong Hobgoblin lane, it will bounce once and then twice. It should theoretically it should go back to them. I'm pretty sure. So if they Odin, it should not work for them. It should work for you. Okay. Chat, let me get...
Oh, 1-cost cards can't be played here. Holy crap, did I throw?
Are you wanting to play in the lane that you're up by 19?
Well, no, I think I might be losing this one.
Oh, possibly. Are you? They're going to play Odin and they're going to mess up. Watch. Oh, Dr. Doom. You win.
Yeah, we take
you
those.
win. Yep, you win. Wait. Yeah, you win.
Sweet.
You win.
Let's
the
go,
breaker.
Lizard.
Lizard. Okay, I need to...
Wow, straight up Red Skull buff.
Yeah. Like literally exactly buffed. That's awesome.
Oh, what up, Zero? Get the upgrade.
Hell yeah. Okay, let me... I want to pop out. Maybe. Wait, it was already popped out? Wait. Pop out. There we go.
4-cost cards, 3-cost cards. Yeah, it just wants us to play Shuri, like really badly. It's like, please play more Shuri. Wait, how far am I from my next cache? Oh, we only need 400 for that?
Oh, did you open
We don't
anything good
have
in the
that.
caches that you got?
I opened a lot of cards. So
That's awesome.
we got Nick Fury, Human Torch, and Black Panther from the
Okay.
caches.
Black
Plus, we
Panther
got
is
600
playable.
tokens.
Black Panther's
Yeah,
playable.
this is a Wong Arnim Zola card, right?
For the most part, yeah.
Because I imagine this doesn't work very well with pretty much anything else that the card's trying to do.
You need to do something, or else it's just smaller than most things. Am I going to play any games? Eventually, I might play some games. I'm currently working on getting Admirable's screen on my stream. I'm just failing at it because I'm stupid. Oh, it was right there the whole time. I already have it. Okay, perfect. This is great.
I'm just failing at it because I'm stupid.
Yes. So let's get rid of this. Let's make my face bigger. It was there. It was just underneath the other scene that I had because I am silly. Okay, let me make this a little bit better.
Another blade. Gosh, my opponents just love blade.
That blade, turn 1 blade is a not surefire, but it really makes me think that it's a bot every time I see
same.
turn 1 blade.
Definitely don't mind playing armors.
Oh yeah, this is a blade. Snap, snap, snap. Or not a blade, a bot. It's a blade bot.
Man, I always forget to snap. I'm like the world's worst snapper.
I mean,
On
you
turn
can
5,
still
all
snap.
cards must be played here. So that means we need to go to this lane. Where do we play here with the armor here?
Definitely. I would.
Fuck it. This seems fine to me.
Yeah. Wait, snap. Make sure you snap against the bot.
Oh, yeah. Godly. I'm the world's worst
Snap right
snapper.
now. Snap right now. Okay, there we go. Can I drop the control list I use and get your input, please? Sure. Yeah. Ship it.
So I feel like I want to play Shuri on the right. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to play Vision or not. Vision seems like it's really good, though.
Having a 14 power vision feels really good.
14 versus 6. They would need +8 there.
And then you also get to play arrow if you want. Jizzy Fresh, you should be able to you should be able to just copy paste from the client if you like the copy paste, like your deck code from client should work. Because it doesn't actually create a link.
Opponent snapped.
Because they're winning 2 lanes. Yeah, on your phone you should be able to. It should also copy from phone, I think. You open up the deck in the deck builder, there should be a like share button somewhere. I don't know exactly where it is.
Very large apocalypse.
It's a large apocalypse, but
so if
you
we
can
arrow
force
here
it into a lane,
we do this, and then we do.
Wait, you also can move the Titania if you leave the vision in the right and then put the 0 in the middle. You can flip the Titania.
How does this work with? Because they have initiative right now. So if they play Apocalypse here,
if they play Apocalypse,
I'm grabbing the Titania.
If they play Apocalypse in the middle, then
yeah, then we're moving it back. Yeah, that's why I didn't want to do that.
Gotcha.
Because this will win here.
Okay.
And then I'm not sure how this works. I guess
they never
no
get the
card
Titania.
play after it's revealed. Okay.
Okay. We beat a bot. Woo!
It was very difficult.
Arrow unchanged. Strict arrow buff.
I really thought they were going to play Chavez, honestly.
I did too, because I thought they were just programmed to always play Chavez.
All right, we're getting there. What if we build a new deck using Black Panther, Human Torch, and Nick Fury?
Don't go or I can't follow you.
I don't think I could put any of these cards in a deck. Like, I don't think I have the cards for these.
I mean, you can almost certainly build the regular ass move deck.
I don't have what's his dagger.
You don't need that. You don't need
that's like one of the best cards in the deck.
No. I don't even play it in the deck.
Yeah, it's because you're a big dumb idiot doo-doo head.
I mean, back in the old days, I gained a ton of cubes with the move deck.
All right, well, show me the move deck
Okay.
then. Let's get the move on.
Human Torch. Human Torch you want.
Let me sort by energy.
Yeah. Iron Fist.
Yeah, of course.
It probably doesn't want Nightcrawler, but it could use Nightcrawler. Craven. We want multiple man wherever he is. There he is, bottom left. Multiple man. There's Cloak. Yep, probably want him. We also want Doctor Strange, Vulture. Where is Hulkbuster? There he is, up top. Yep, Hulkbuster.
Hulkbuster. It's going to rhyme possible.
Okay, Hulkbuster. What else do we want?
Oh, I already have Nick Fury.
Oh, you open up Nick Fury variant. Nice.
Oh, that's even more disappointing. I thought I didn't have Nick Fury.
Okay, you definitely want L'chaim Dahl. 6 next to Odin. That's your finisher. Do you have Miles Morales? You might not, but you don't.
Yes.
You do have him. Okay. You
Yeah.
don't need him, but he's pretty good. Yeah. Miles Morales. Let's see. We could run something like Nightcrawler.
Ooh, this pull is looking really bad suddenly.
Oh, it's not good. It's not a good deck.
What am I doing then?
I don't know. You said you didn't want to play. You couldn't play any of the cards. Well, here's a deck that you could play Human Torch in. It's not good.
You can't play bad decks.
Oh,
That's how bad decks work. That's why they're bad.
I mean, this is good, but not for where you're at. This is like a pretty good like pool 3 type of deck.
I'm in pool 3.
Or sorry, pool 2 maybe. Yeah, I played.
He's
this
a great
long
summer
time ago.
league guy.
He's a great summer league guy.
Okay, so we're deleting this trash.
Yeah. Oh,
Got
yeah.
it.
It's trash.
Okay, well, there we go. So you can't play move decks. I mean, you can play them, but
you can't play that deck.
would you like to win games or would you like to have fun? I have fun by winning games, so I'll continue to attempt to win them. All right, I am immediately confused because that's how this location always makes me. Please draw armor.
Iceman?
Oh my gosh, I'm so lost.
It's fine.
This actually assists them in filling that location as well, right?
No, because Titania is going to be zeroed.
I'm saying if it wasn't zeroed, it would technically assist them in filling that lane.
Yes. It would fill
Okay.
it for them if they played a card.
So am I supposed to stop worrying about this one and play here?
Really, it depends on... Well, A, you're not going to help them fill the lane because the Titania is zero.
Yeah, I don't think I should contest it. So it's like here, this is going here. Sherry's going somewhere. And then it's skip a turn. She-Hulk Vision.
The question is Titania? Does Titania actually want to be the third card in this lane? Which it probably does. 5 is good.
Oh, I should have snapped. I always forgot. X-Mansion equals snap. See, I don't get why my on reveal doesn't happen, but theirs does.
Because, well, your on reveal did happen, but read what the on reveal says. If your opponent played a card here last turn.
I see.
Yeah,
that's stinky.
Yep. So they have a 0 cost, 6 cost. But we're going to have big stuff. Was that the 0 cost one? I'm assuming it is.
Yeah, of course. How else would they get it down?
Oh, yeah.
All right, so we're skipping into big stuff.
Into
good luck.
Big booms. Okay, that did actual nothing.
Very nice for me. I guess this is bigger.
But is it bigger if you pull their... Oh, they only have they only have a few spots open.
Doesn't really matter what order I play these in, huh?
The only consideration is playing arrow to the right, but I don't think it's better. An opponent retreated. Nice. Nice.
All right, we'll take that.
We take
All right, so Sherry's still good.
Sherry's definitely still good.
Yeah, this is Oh, geez, maybe it wasn't enough. I'm feeling, I'm getting a lot of like, sorts of thoughts in my head where it's like, play big things. Got it.
Well, the playing big things, I think, is not
Oh
necessarily
my,
the problem.
they're just giving it to me. It's just free.
I think that you get to play this really big shell, and also just like you get to just always play for priority because you have giant stuff, and then arrow just auto wins you the game. Now it's like there's a thought behind arrow winning or not winning, sometimes depending on the deck. Sentinel. I just like don't think Sentinel's a good card in today's
that's
economy.
kind of annoying.
Well, there's where your Taskmaster goes. Is this a bot? These feel like bot plays.
I feel like it's this. Oh, geez, I don't know.
Don't have the Shuri, so we're just like armor in the middle, Taskmaster on the left.
I think we're
guess
giving up
actually-
the middle, right? It'd be here.
Yeah. So just armor for stats into Taskmaster, or sorry, into Red Skull Taskmaster, probably.
Red Skull is minimum 9, so it's just technically better than. Okay, yeah, we're playing a little bit of Hope Land here. I guess like I could have played armor in the middle as well to ensure it can't get shonged. Of course, now you show up.
Guess we can.
Oh,
Iron
that's
not
spooky.
Great for us, or is it? No, it's
Yeah, no, it's
really
not
bad.
good. Well, that might be get out of here time.
Yeah, that's perfect. Perfect time to get out of here since they snapped. Like, sure. That's what we call a boomer snap. Oh, I'm gonna snap after I'm already clearly winning on board. Okay, well, thanks for
Yeah, no, that's what I do.
thanks for making the decision for me.
But I don't want to retreat.
See,
I'm not a coward.
You're not a coward, but you do have gills and are fed to sharks.
Okay, Savage Land, you need to shut the fuck up.
Okay, this may just be confirmation bias, but I think that there is a massively higher chance. I think that the way that these games work is that the locations have like 2-game pairs, where like we saw Savage Land last game. The chance that we see Savage Land the game after is so much higher. And then like next game we'll see a location, and then we'll see that location in the game after. That's my guess. I feel like I see this happen all the time, but it might just be confirmation bias and me only remembering the times like it does.
I'm very upset by this.
Why? Because you're going to get beat by the deck that you called trash? Oh.
Takes away Shuri. I don't know if I want to do that.
Notably. Wait, takes away Shuri. What do you mean?
If I play 0, it takes the Shuri away.
Oh, yeah. Zero's
the backup plan or the early game plan, not.
We can also 0 into Red Skull if it makes sense, but it kind of doesn't.
Yeah, that's my next turn. If I don't draw Shuri, we're playing 0.
Right. We also have the
motherfucker.
You have the ability to if we
I'm dead.
Are we? If we 0 on the left,
A 0 on the left, I am super fucked.
Probably, but you just give those up.
I have a new plan. I have a new plan.
Okay, you can do that too. We also if we draw
no,
She-Hulk,
I
we
see.
can play the middle.
Yeah. No, I got it.
Oh, yeah, you see it. I see it now. Yeah. And this will beat Laheimdall. Actually, if they play Laheimdall in the middle, it doesn't beat us, except this is almost
son
certainly
of
a
a
bot.
bitch.
This is almost certainly a bot.
Yeah.
That's a guaranteed win there. If they play Heimdall, we still probably win. Yeah, this feels like a
We're
resnap.
going to have 18 over here if they play Heimdall.
Feels like a resnap to me.
All right, yeah. Let's go. Let's go,
Also,
bucko.
I'm also pretty sure that this is a bot.
No. This is real. This is a real person.
Enough said, bub. Yes. Feels like a real person.
Oh, this is definitely a real person. This is exactly what a normal player would have done.
Hello, fellow human.
How do you do, fellow kids?
No, that is my brother, Miles. He is not a bot. He is a human boy, and he loves kittens because kittens are small, furry mammals that humans love the attention of.
Been enjoying this game a lot recently, just knowing my inability at cards I want. I think that's pretty much everybody right now. Like, if you're kind of new to the game, that is definitely going to be the number one thing that you dislike.
I will say, with the new acquisition or the new like influx of being able to get cards, like there's no there is no fortunately or unfortunately. I honestly think it's kind of fortunate, but however you feel about it, there is no way to avoid the early game of like you need to play for X number of hours of essentially the like tutorial or like very early game, right? Like you need to progress through that first, like you're playing and building your collection from zero. Like you can't drop $300 and be like, give me my standard deck, right? You can't do that.
No, I'm
you can't do it.
I'm just on the exact same wavelength with Ryan Possible here. 1.3 collection level, and it just feels bad opening avatars or stupid titles or whatever. Like, no, seriously, like I'm right there with you. I hate it. Like, that's the thing I dislike the most, but it is what it is, and I don't think that part's changing.
What I will say, there's almost always going to be a like you're stuck in the middle, or like what you would call like what I call collection level hell, where you're like in this weird middle spot where you're facing like fully complete decks, but you don't have the decks you want. Oh, you got Mysterio. You got Mysterio before I did in terms of collection level.
Yo, what up? We take those.
Yeah, Mysterio's
all right. We still don't have a deck we can play with Mysterio though.
What card are you missing from the
the bounce deck?
Yeah,
yeah. You know, the most important card in the deck.
Yeah. There's other decks that run Mysterio, but they're not as good. But what I was gonna say is like you are not gonna be able to avoid playing that like quote unquote early game, but now you're going to get tokens faster, and what you can do is during that early game you can look into what decks you want to play or deck that you want to play, and I think you can more reasonably build one deck earlier than you would before from pool 3.
Honorable effects happen twice this location.
Nope.
So this would strip Titania and Titania. It would strip Titania twice of the ability.
Yeah, it doesn't impact what Zero does.
Okay, so we want to play Armor here, so that way we can play Shuri here.
Shuri. Well, you want to play Shuri there. I don't know that Armor necessarily needs to be there, but it's fine there. You don't necessarily.
So here's my thought on this. I don't want it on a hidden location because that's scary.
Sure.
So we're just prepping this lane for Red Skull. Is what we're doing.
That's fine. I'm merely pointing out that the logic of Armor needs to be on the Shuri lane. It doesn't necessarily make sense in this.
It looks
context.
like Elio and I could be on the same wavelength here.
Okay. Well,
you fucking no bitch.
It's what I will say is that. Oh yeah, I think you probably play it.
Yeah, fucking no bitch.
Wait, you're playing both of them there.
Yeah, no bitch.
Well, now that you've said it, you're definitely losing the Titania. Oh, dodged it. Okay. Thor deck is definitely scary with Kamertage, but also you have a Shuri, so...
Okay, I am very confused by what's happening, but
Well,
take
that was
it.
X-Mansion.
Okay, so it has the 0 effect. So they took away this face visual effect,
No,
which I
it's
don't
still
like
on.
actually.
It's still on there. Wait,
Where?
Is it? Actually, I actually can't see. Maybe they did get rid of the effect. That's weird.
All right, so we don't move nothing.
Probably don't need to move anything.
No!
Scarlet Witch.
This really did not show anything either, which is mildly upsetting.
Yeah. So now you just play Gigantic Red Skull, and then
We'll figure the rest out.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Now you just. Ooh, that's actually.
It's kind of stinky.
It is kind of very stinky. Okay. So, if you arrow the right and play Sunspot in the middle, if they move the vision and they play something that's bigger than arrow, you lose. Oh, also they have possibly 2 Mjolnirs. If you arrow them... Wow. Opponent retreated. Okay, so they did not have Mjolnirs. We'll take that. We'll take it. Our opponent was a shark. They did the retreat later, too. Wow.
Oh, a box. All right, do we have more cards we can update? How much do we need for the next level? I hate having to check this every time. 600 in this economy? No way. I'll have one more. Oh my gosh. There's so many 3-cost cards left I have to play.
And 4-cost cards.
There's so much of this. I'm upset that I took the risk on that, and then they just Scarlet Witch Danger Room away.
Yeah. Okay,
Oh,
that's
no.
Lockjaw. That's not great for us. Do you have Arnim Zola? I can't remember.
No.
Okay. It's not a necessity in this deck by any chance, but or by any means, but I like having the Arnim Zola. Project Pegasus, Project Pegasus, la la la. And you can Cosmo and Red Skull in a land of your choosing. That's not the Quantum Tunnel.
Oh, this is confusing.
Do Cosmo plus Red Skull in the middle, maybe. Cosmo plus. Ooh, I don't hate that. Shuri, which means next turn we're skipping probably.
Yeah, that's bad then.
Okay.
So we don't have to skip.
We can play Reds, or we can play She-Hulk. Ooh, girl. Okay, they stole either a Red Skull or a Vision.
Oh, that's actually like a pretty top tier draw.
Armor's pretty good. Pretty good. Okay, they stole a card. That's unfortunate.
I am very
for us.
upset.
They got the cable back. And the Professor
I am very
X.
upset.
Wowie.
What is this deck? My opponent's deck is wonky weird.
Wonky weird deck.
Okay. Well, that makes me a little less upset, but I'm still pretty upset. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
Oh, that does not work how I want it to.
No, you're going to be playing. You still get to play the 0 on the last turn.
Oh, Jesus. I am
played the
so
0 on the
screwed.
last turn. It's probably leave, if I had to guess. You can't beat
any way
Shang-Chi.
out of this. I'm not worried about Shang-Chi.
Then you play Shuri in the middle, and then you play Red Skull and 0 on the last turn.
Is that enough to win?
I mean, you can have a lot of power in the middle, and you can have a doubled Red Skull on the right. Bigger than that thing. Yeah, now you get 26 on the right, and you get an extra 8 in the middle. Nope, 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 nope. Other order, unless you don't want the red skull doubled.
Damn it. Why'd you say his name?
Because it's a card you need to be thinking about.
Yeah, if you don't say it, it doesn't come up.
That's just not true.
Look, I don't know how many card games you've played, but if you don't say the name, it doesn't show up. That's how it works. As soon as you think about it or say the name, that's when it happens. Because you know what you always end up saying in a card game? Oh, I didn't think about that.
Right.
Right. But if you say it, you thought about it, which means it always happens.
But,
That's the rule.
But the scenario where you're saying, oh, I didn't think about that, is after you just lost to the thing.
Yeah, but I thought about it.
You thought about it after the fact. Same opponent, by the way.
All right, so we just lose.
You lose to a card that I'm not going to name because apparently you're not supposed to name it, or else
Well,
it will
we don't
show
care
up.
about Arrow. We lost to Arrow in Professor X is what we lost to in that one.
Yeah, which was actually you lost to Lockjaw because that's what the location was Lockjaw.
Yeah, that's what I really lost to, honestly.
Yeah. They also drew 4 cards from our deck.
I hate. All right, listen up, Los Diablos. If you blow up my Asgard here, I guess that's pretty bad.
Go
too,
for it,
but
please.
yeah, please blow up Asgard now. Thank you. Shuri, please. No Shuri. We'll take that though. It's still pretty good. So I think that we're likely giving up on the middle.
Probably. You're probably going to want every point of power that you can get. So
I mean, this matches it is all.
Yeah. It does match it, which is worth something. It's going to force them to put something else in, and if
I'll do the smart thing.
Yeah, no, this worked out better for us. This worked out better. Is this better than She-Hulk plus Arrow or She-Hulk and Taskmaster? Probably
I think
better.
the Taskmaster's probably better.
Yeah.
I just don't know if I win this game. Feels like my opponent's got a lot of stuff going on. Because now, I guess they can't always arrow us. Oh, that's spooky though.
They have Prio. 13, 18. Yeah.
Honestly, like the Red Skull deck feels about the same power level as Dino now. Maybe Dino's better.
Dino does have more power sometimes. Damn.
Yeah, no, we take those.
Oh, wait. We lose
We're
by
getting
1.
Oh, we lose by 1 because of the 2 extra cards in hand.
Yeah.
Oh, son of a... Well, that stinks.
We just need to win a 50-50. We needed to guess what lanes they were playing in. What other lane
Dino doesn't work with sure. I just meant like the Dino deck in general. Because like literally the reason we lost this game at this would have been 2 more. This would have been 1 more. So this would have been a tie over here. But we zeroed this, so it would have been 15. Yeah, honestly, this was a significant one.
Maybe Dino was the break point that I was alluding to. Was like the thing that Red Skull was performing against, and now we'll do slightly worse against. Maybe it was Dino.
I mean, Shuri was the deck I was losing to the most by far with Dino.
Right.
Are we supposed to go back to my deck suck then? And just rebuild this? Because the reason I had like this combo in play was literally because of Leech and stuff. Yeah. So like this can come out now.
But Infinite's like your favorite card.
I mean, it was functioning well, yeah.
I think we'll see a lot less Leech now.
I think so too, honestly. I mean, it just doesn't make as much sense to run.
Well, yeah.
If they're going to nerf the crap out of
there are a few decks that want to play it Raw on turn 5 for 5 energy, and the Lockjaw Thanos decks have gotten significantly worse now. I
don't know.
way worse.
I think Shang-Chi probably needs to go back in here. This feels like it's a lot better now. So they were just straight up playing numbers. Like they had Lizard in there.
Yep. They ran
this hideous version that I know is going to piss you off.
I mean, you don't have another version. For what it's worth, your Lizard is more upgraded than mine. Mine is still green.
They had Sentinel in here as well. I feel like Agent 13 is better than Sentinel.
Yeah, Sentinel can't be a good card. They had Cable as well.
Agent 13 is better than Cable.
Is it? You're drawing a random card versus a card from their deck?
Yeah, I'll take the 1 cost.
Eh.
They had Killmonger.
They did have Killmonger.
Maybe that's why they're running Cable.
Yeah.
I don't know. It still doesn't make much sense to me. I think Killmonger definitely looks good here, though.
White Queen. What did they had Arrow in their deck? But that may just be a holdover from they didn't change their deck with the patch.
When I was playing Arrow in this deck before, I didn't even think it was very good. It's like it's pretty rare that you just snag the lead every single time in the early spots.
Right.
Like the Chavez here was to make sure that you drew like Moon Girl, She-Hulk more often.
Is that all that you... That's pretty much the only thing that you're Moon Girling, right? Moon Girl with pretty much anything else is just not good.
I mean, you can Moon Girl Dino as well. That's totally fine.
That's true. Moon Girl Dino is a...
Yeah, it's like Armor, Cosmo, Moon Girl, Dino is like totally good.
Yeah.
Sequence. That was why I liked the Agent 13 instead of Cable. It's because you wanted to play Armor and you wanted to play Cosmo. And this one you want to play Lizard, Cosmo, Armor, Lizard, that sort of stuff. I don't know. I just can't imagine picking this. We're picking Cable over this. That just doesn't make any sense in my head. All right, we're going with My Deck Suck. It's back.
It's back.
If it's going to be the most powerful one, I'm okay with playing it even more. You got a Quinn. I do not have a Quinjet. I wish I did because Cringejet is very good.
Then you could actually play like you could play Collector and have that sort of deck. Okay, we have Moon Girl, She-Hulk.
Hang on,
feels like a snap
real quick. I mean, it probably is. I snap a lot. This is the only deck I snap with a lot. I just got to change my deck on the overlay.
Yep. Sunspot, Moon Girl, 2 She-Hulks feels like a.
Oh yeah, we take that. Unrevealed.
It feels like a snap now, isn't it?
Lance.
Yeah, from InSync. Oh. If you're ever wondering why the consideration to play in an unrevealed... boo! Everybody in chat, boo Lance. Type a 1 to boo to send your boos directly to Lance's inbox.
Okay, this is... Wow. This is... I will take these. We are happy.
Yeah, you are super favored for the most part here, right?
I mean, I think so.
Well,
okay, that's kind of
card
disappointing. So here's the thing. She-Hulk is kind of your backup plan for this deck a lot. Because Dinosaur is like just bigger than She-Hulk. So I think it's better to White Queen here and to skip She-Hulk Devil.
Okay. I can buy into that.
Oh, geez.
So they have a She-Hulk now, which means you might get a She-Hulk still. We got a Doctor Doom.
That makes things a lot more complicated.
We Dino on the right. Oh, we have to skip.
The key to skipping is the Sunspot.
Yes, but then we skip. They also might skip because they have a She-Hulk. They have our She-Hulk in hand.
If they skip, that's beneficial for me.
Right. It's super beneficial for
5. I think skipping's still better here.
Unless we think that
maybe
Devil Dino...
Is Agent 13 a diff? No, because that turns off the She-Hulk.
She-Hulk would be 2. Yeah. She-Hulk would be 2 and Devil Dino would be 5. So it doesn't... Do you ever want to go Devil Dino into Doctor Doom is the question. That's the reason, not the skip.
I think that's weaker. Like we're losing the right lane,
too.
so
I do too, but that's the thought.
Ooh, that's kind of stinky.
That's pretty stinky. That's
we're losing by 2 here.
Stinky.
I mean, what play do I have other than this? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, you just have to dodge. You basically have to dodge what lane they're playing in. Like,
18. I don't know. Let's just go with that.
I think traditional logic would state that they're just going to keep Maximus winning the right lane and not put anything there, and then try to win the other 2 lanes, which would
they might just Doctor Doom.
Yeah. Does this play? This play does beat Doctor Doom. I'm assuming, right? Okay.
I mean, and
we know that it's there.
It's hard for me to construct anything else.
Yeah. No, there's not really a reason to play against around something else when we know for a fact there's a Doctor Doom. So let's not lose to the Doctor Doom that we know is in their hand, and that is a pretty
Lance, just play. Get out of here.
You have to pit
Armor and Destomate. Boo. Yeah. Wait, you had a Doctor Doom in your deck. Okay, I'm very upset with Lance's play.
Are you purposely roping him, or?
Oh crap! I always forget to press enter.
Okay, we win. We did the things.
Yeah, She-Hulk's still fine. All right, I think Dino became more powerful with this, honestly.
Honestly,
oh dang it! That's like the worst thing that can happen in playing for like 3 months.
Looking through the lens of we wanted Dino, the like sort of mid collection tier, but still very powerful deck to be better against the like full collection decks makes a ton of sense.
Yeah,
like if you look at all of these changes as we want Dino to go from tier 2 to tier 1.5, and we want the tier 1 decks to go down to like tier 1B, the changes make almost infinitely more sense. Like if we want S to go down to A and we want B to go up to like B.5 or B+, I mean, or A-, then it makes a lot of sense. Of course, Galactus still unchanged here.
Okay, this is a real question now.
Okay.
Do I ever move the lizard here?
Why would you?
To fight this lane?
To fight the Vibranium Mines lane?
Yeah, without having to put stupid stinky cards in the deck.
It is costing you a Hulk to do that.
Yeah, I'm getting 2 Hulks this turn, though.
I would rather have the 2 Hulks be a Sunspot and a Lizard and then armor next turn to protect your Hulks. But maybe not.
So we just fight this on the final turn by going all in with these?
Probably. That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Like, we're +1 Hulk here. Okay, good. They've secured the middle like we...
Okay, please don't have a Shang-Chi right away.
We should have... Or maybe we won't have.
We cannot have Prio.
Yeah, we don't have Prio.
Well, I mean, if they have a Shang-Chi, I might
give them their 1 cube for the instant play Shang-Chi. Nope. That's weird though. What?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
It's a bot.
We're only winning by 9 on this lane. Oh, now we're winning
Forgy and Vibranium.
Okay, yeah, so we're still winning this lane.
We already snapped, right? No, they snapped. Snap.
Oh yeah, you have to snap before, otherwise they see your play. They just dropped Blue Marvel. I'm like, what the?
Nope, they played Laheimdall. That was a bot. That was easily a bot.
Yeah, there's no way that's not. There's just no way that you do that.
There's no way you make your board worse by playing a 6-drop. All right, that really, honestly, like, all jokes aside, that kind of is how you have to play ladder. Is you need to mitigate your losses against bad matchups, and you need to maximize your gains against bots and good matchups. Like, that actually is.
That's kind of stinky, though.
I mean, I'm not saying whether it's good or bad. I'm just saying that's what it is.
Crap. Dude.
Death's Domain.
How do you know if you face bots like I misplay a lot? There's been a lot of stuff where it's like bots have like wildly chaotic and unpredictable styles of play sometimes. And a lot of times you can identify it via a spreadsheet that players are putting together that shows you what in the fuck is going on. I wouldn't do it.
Did we put Killmonger in this deck, or is that the other deck?
Yeah, it's in this deck.
Okay, so Killmonger is an insta win on Mojo World if we put a single other thing there that's not Cosmo. And we will win any tiebreaker. So it's really a matter of, can they actually stick something on these other 2 lanes?
I wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't do it.
Because they have an Iron Man as well.
But we can also have an Iron Man.
Okay, so that's the question here, is what do we actually do now?
Probably, I like Iron Man, and then we possibly Shang-Chi their Sunspot if they soak any more resources, and that's also an insta-win on Mojo World. Hold on. Yeah, this also plays around Shang-Chi. Their Shang-Chi, which is good. Like, we could play Dino, but that gets Shang-Chi'd, and that doesn't put us in a better spot. So yeah, I like this better.
It's like bots also, like, going into turn 5 will snap you a lot if you're just like kind of doing nothing. Oh, jeez.
That's fine because we get to play Agent 13 and
did they not? See why Agent 13's better?
Oh, did they not? Okay, they did. Okay, yeah. So we insta win that, and unless they snapped.
I mean, they have to be able to win both of these lanes.
They would need to have armor plus the hood. For armor plus Mr.
Arrow.
Negative. Arrow. So yeah, play the correct one, I guess.
Whichever one you played last.
Yeah,
gets
so
moved.
we want Shang-Chi first. Yep. This beats Arrow in either lane. Yeah.
What's going on, Hope? Wrong game, wrong game. What's the right game?
Okay, that had to be
wow,
a bot.
20. Yeah, it's hard to not see it. Also, bots just have like very generic names a lot of times too. But again, there's like a spreadsheet that's put together that you can kind of look it up. I'd have to go through and do it.
There's a spreadsheet. Also, if you see a lot of times they'll play like turn 1 Blade and for no reason, and then they'll play like a turn 2 Swarm. A lot of times, and granted, this depends on your rank because sometimes people just don't know how to play. But if you're at a rank where you're giving your opponents any amount of credit, like if they make a play that makes like actual 0 sense, then a lot of times we'll assume it's a bot.
Yeah. Hope with the sub on 26 months is going to move us up now to 77
so close.
78 subscribers, which means that we just need one more to hit our goal.
That's crazy.
We are so close. You know what it is? Oh, Hope, are you thinking of WBSC e-baseball Power Pros so that we can practice for the Olympics, esports?
The Olympics.
That is lowercase e hyphen capital L.
Yes. Olympics. Oh, they just showed. Oh, they just Marvel snap. Snap. You have to snap. You have to snap, or you're a coward. You have to snap. Okay.
Well, I mean, I have to snap because this deck's good at this.
Yeah, your deck is very good into ego, but also you need to snap, or else you're a coward. Oh, I also someone in the comments on the 983 media video said that I wasn't as brave because I snapped knowing that the redstone was going to change ego, but I actually went through and looked at the VOD and you can see that I snap while the redstone is still in my hand and I don't know that it's going to kill ego, so just pointing that out. I checked.
Oh no!
It's okay.
Ego, what have you done?
That's okay. Because it's still ego playing. Okay, they tweeted out what Negasonic Teenage Warhead does.
He's just a teenage warhead, baby.
I'm just a teenage
Oh my gosh, this is
warhead, baby.
Ironheart 0. Oh jeez. Hope, what game are you actually thinking of? Because if it's Battlegrounds, I might be done with Battlegrounds. Battlegrounds is a bit tough for me to play. It's like it's just a lot.
I just get sick of Battlegrounds too easily.
Oh my gosh. Okay, Ego. I don't know how you're gonna win this one, but I don't know. Figure it out.
So Negasonic Teenage Warhead, 3 cost, 4 power. After any card is played here, destroy this card and that card. That's kind of cool. All right. Oh, there's also a turn 7. Coward! Coward!
They can't win. Look what their Ego has done. They have 6 power in play on 6.
Oh, that is funny.
Yeah. So in terms of like new games that I want to do, it's we have a TFT patch dropping this week, so I want to go over a lot of that stuff. We just had a Marvel Snap patch drop,
Literally
and I have
today.
more casting for this, so I do want to learn some of this stuff. But again, I'm kind of gated on my my card collection, but that's okay for now at least. Like we can get past that, and I can go look up videos. The point is, there's going to be a lot of stuff out for this. I probably have to study it more, which means it's like way fucking less interesting on stream that way. Trust me, I tried to plan out studying stuff on stream. It's
What do you mean? You've got me here. That's
it's tough.
studying.
We'll call it that. It was way tough to figure out how to do it in any sort of entertaining way whatsoever. And considering how not entertaining I already am, yeah, I think we might just leave it at that one. And then there's also new game stuff that I'm looking at, which is like, for instance, Diablo 4 is coming
Diablo.
out soon, and
The open beta is this weekend, I believe, and the
the
Druid
second
class
open
will
beta for this.
will be unlocked.
yeah, I think Druid's going to be stinky, but I don't know.
But
We'll
it'll be
see.
fun. I mean,
Cards can't be played here. Jesus.
these locations are
Okay, you know what? Fuck this.
big dumb doo-doo brains.
That's really bad for me.
Yeah, that's not great.
Hands get swapped as well. So I dupe the hand.
Uh-huh.
We jam a Devil Dino.
Which they won't have because you're not going to get a second Devil Dino. Okay. Do they just have the soul read to skip another turn?
There's just no way.
There's no way. If they do, that would just be ultimately impressive.
No need for tryhard mode. No, I do want to tryhard mode though, because that's the thing. It's like, I don't know if you've noticed, the last year or so has been tough because of an injury I faced. And so that has made the pursuit I wanted to go a lot harder. Like it took a lot of time to get my arm functioning again. And I didn't understand how difficult that was before. Oh crap, that could be bad. That's +6 there. So
No,
Wait a
they're
minute.
not getting
I
six.
have their
You're
Mjolnir.
going to get the Mjolnir.
Oh, so we just drop this and win.
Mm-hmm. Probably can't snap because they know that Doctor Doom is there.
I don't know, maybe they don't.
Well, I mean, they do know. Whether they play around it or not is another question. They know it's an option.
I'm gonna wait till like the last second I can. Where they're trying to figure it out.
And then snap to put the pressure on.
Yeah. they got like the stinky lockjaw draw.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been really like tough to cobble it together, and I'm trying to figure out how to do it without just going all in on one game. Because I don't think that I enjoy being like a hyper expert at a lot of this stuff the same way I used to. And then B, it's really difficult to be like a hyper expert at 2 games at once. Like that is just mind-bogglingly difficult. So I think that I might take another role for how I'm going to do that, because things I do like, for instance, is I really like playing stuff like Diablo. I think that Diablo is a fantastic game. I've played it for it's like it feels like a nigh countless amount of hours at this point, because I was playing like Diablo 2. Like I had like a hardcore sorcerer at 99 that died in a disconnect, and I was like, damn, that was awesome. Like, this is like we dialed up into the internet. But it's hard to do all of those things at once, and so I think I'm just going to try to change the scope of what I'm doing and actually build stuff and contribute to like more of a central gaming hub than the idea of being like all in on one game, because ultimately it's the publisher that owns the title. So unless I'm going to literally work for that company, there's so many factors in play that cloud the future on that it becomes very difficult. And just, Hearthstone, I think, is the prime example of that. Like, look what ended up happening and how I just totally wasn't a part of Hearthstone anymore. Like I spent, what was it, like 2013 to 2019. I mean, I spent 6.5 years on Hearthstone, literally full time, all the time, no matter what. And then it just went away. Like, in my head, that was more of a learning experience, despite the fact that it wasn't that big of a setback. The big setback of it was what I was doing with anything related to esports or card games or competition or entertainment, anything like that. Like, I don't have a full-time job. And so how am I going to build that out if I go all in one game? That's kind of like been the big question that I've had the biggest hurdle for. And I don't really know what the answer to that is. It feels very difficult. So if you have any answers, please email me. But that's kind of like the whole point of it, is that I think I have to redo a lot of what I'm doing. I still want to be strong at games. TFT is still one of my favorite games that's out there right now. But the gap between tournaments and patches and wanting to play competition and all that stuff is very difficult. And I still don't think that I'm like good friends with a lot of people who are strong at TFT. So it's made my experience with building out something there a lot harder because of A, the amount of time it would take, and then B, it's I'm trying to figure out how to make the point. The amount of time it would take, and then additionally, the amount of effort it takes as well. It's not like that's a bad thing. Like, that's stuff I want to put effort and ideas into. It's just extremely difficult to do it in any short notice. So because of that, I think I have to like just redo the structure and what I was thinking about, and
it feels like
overall how I'm going to do it.
Considering they have 0 cards in hand, and they just dump their hand for nothing. And you're going to have many a She-Hulk. And it's unlikely that they're running Shang-Chi in this discard deck.
What do you mean all the discard decks run Shang-Chi, I thought? Can you cast several games? Well, yeah, I can't do that. The hard part about casting games is inherently getting the job.
Mm-hmm.
Getting the job is easily the hardest part of it. So with that to work, like, you have to build out a network there. And building out the network takes a considerable amount of time. And it keeps folding over into, you have to keep investing more time. And the way that I've been using it so far has not been super good. So I think it just needs to change.
The other thing that people who aren't who don't do this for a living or haven't worked in the industry is that that they don't realize is that what the developer or TO wants for their broadcast or a game does not necessarily line up with what is conducive for the people who are casting the game. In that, like, a developer would ideally want you to like devote your whole life to, being the caster for this game, or like being an absolute, like you said, an absolute expert in the game, but they're like, oh, we want you to be an absolute expert in order to cast. I'm just using this as an example, not actually referring to specific things. We want you to be an absolute expert in TFT to do this. So put in 8 million hours into TFT to be an expert, to be able to cast the game. But also there's 4 events a year you can cast, like that type of thing. It's like it doesn't line up and make sense.
It's very difficult. It's
Yeah.
incredibly
And that's
difficult.
for every game, not I just use TFT as a random example. It's tough.
Right. Yeah, it's not easy. So what the answer is, I'm not really sure, but maybe we'll figure it out.
The answer is to stream here on twitch.television, and with the amazing support of you, the Twitch viewer, and your subs and support can help fuel the future of That's Admirable content.
Yeah, kind of that.
Yeah.
Ooh, gosh, Thor is so scary.
Thor's good. Bark. The altar of death. Okay, I was gonna say that feels awful for you, but you do get to kill the Quicksilver, which is nice.
But I'd rather have the 2 energy. No, that makes 0 sense.
Yeah, I agree with that idea. Would you like
I'm
to
not gonna
purchase
lie,
the
I
Hulk
feel like
melon
I'm
butter?
losing this game.
You feel like you're losing this
Okay.
game?
This is worth it though.
Because
that makes the She-Hulk cost 2. It's going to boost me to 8 next turn. And if we get a random 1 off of this, like another Agent 13, that can matter. Would I rather just have...
I don't think you can get Agent 13 off of Agent 13. I think they changed that.
Okay.
Like a long
I'm
time
not really
ago.
sure.
For some reason, I think that they did. Okay, that feels like that benefits you. Oh, they played the... Wait, is this a bot? They played the Black Widow on the hub lane. That feels like a bot play.
Do I lose this?
How do you ever lose this? You also get to play a Chavez on the right or left, wherever you think you need it.
I don't know where the right spot to play it is.
Well, you need to win a tiebreaker somewhere, right? It shouldn't matter theoretically, right? Like the middle is going to be zeroed out. If they're winning the middle, you're probably losing, right? So it doesn't matter where you play it. It's just going to be a tiebreaker of raw stats. Okay. This should
win. Yeah.
Win. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Sweet. Easy breezy lemon squeezy.
I don't know why I underestimated my own point in that. Like, what am I doing? Not stepping back. Jesus, look how much stuff I'm playing.
You get to play a lot of stuff. Yeah.
Like, what am I doing?
They waived for you when you had a She-Hulk, and you gave yourself 2 extra mana, so you can just play 2 things.
What the heck? What the heck am I
We
doing?
probably should have just snapped that back.
Yeah, I don't think it's even close. That's just a ridiculous play.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I'm out of my mind.
He's wild. He's crazy. He's out of control.
Good God Almighty!
Oh my God, JR! He's jumping. That is one of my better but underappreciated references. Is the Jerry the King Lawler.
Let's go here. Wait, this has no abilities, so that kind of can benefit them. They're playing Misty Knight on 1. All right, we're gonna go with the big gamble. We're gonna go armor unprotected.
Yeah, you're gonna play armor on.
Because we don't know if this is a safe lane or not.
You're gonna play armor on Altar of Death.
Oh yeah, no, Hearthstone stuff is like in my head. That's like, oh Jesus.
Wave. So they're playing Death Wave. They still could. I guess they could. They could be playing Patriot still. Yeah. Doink. Which
Doink.
Wave makes me think that they're playing. I was just gonna say Onslaught. Okay. Well, we have.
We just have a lot of numbers right now.
Zoom in on that Pixel Onslaught variant because it actually looks kind of cool. No, not that. Yeah, that actually
looks terrible.
That one actually looks pretty sweet. You know what would make the Pixel variant so much better is if they were actually animated, and they you could play a little mini game on them. Oh, Ultron.
So we get to wave.
Wave, and then you can play She-Hulk and either Ultron or probably Ultron, right? No reason, unless you draw a Dino, I guess. But Wave seems correct. Like Wave is just punishing to them, especially since we know that they don't have We know that they don't have Ultron, which is good. Well, we know that it's unlikely that they have Ultron. Not gonna lie, I low-key want them to get Ultron from Agent 13 just because it's so funny. Is this? Oh yeah, right. We get to She-Hulk as well. This feels good enough.
5, 2, 3.
Does
it'd be
Ultron
11
want to go into a
power.
different lane?
So if they play Devil Dino here, that's 11 power. So that would take them to 15, and then we get +8 to go to 14. 15.
That's a tie. And then you can add another 1 if you put Ultron somewhere else too. So that's a win in that lane if they play Devil Dino.
So instead it should go here. It's like we just can't win this lane, is my thought.
And we're at least tying it. So if they don't put anything there, you at least have a tiebreaker.
Okay. Yeah, Hearthstone stuff is like falling apart. I mean, they just the corporate side I think shredded the game. That's what I think. It's still a game that exists. It's just like the competitive field's gone, and that's kind of like where I think part of the issue came in is that I just went all in on competitive. If I had not done that, how much different would it be? All right, so we can get another collector's reserve here. So we're getting 50 credits. Okay, we're fucking doing this. Let's figure this out. I might have to play a shit card for a game. That's usually how this stuff works.
I mean, you have Angela. Angela's a playable card.
Oh, we get to make another She-Hulk.
Sick.
Oh, so we don't have to play another shit card. We can just split this and do it again.
Yep.
Infinity.
Oh, you need to do it twice. You need to find another 25er.
Yeah, but we can put in a shit card for like one game. That's what I mean.
Yeah. It is crazy to me to think that you have
So we
cards
put
that
the
you
Killmonger?
can't upgrade. That, like, you don't have a thing that you can put 25 credits into.
What's the bad card I want to use with this? It's definitely Mysterio. Let's be real.
Sure.
Mysterio's 4 power,
You
so
can
let's
put
take it.
you do you have the boosters to upgrade the other She-Hulk? Because you
No,
can...
I'm missing 1.
Of course you are. Oh wait, hold on. How many boosters do you have on Agatha? Because you can put an Agatha deck together and you'll guaranteed get the Agatha boosters.
Yeah, I don't have the credits for it.
Oh, right.
Nick Fury to buff Dino. Oh, that's not a bad idea either. That's actually pretty good.
I like it.
Why would you play Cable over Agent 13? That makes 0 sense to me. God, son of a... Not a bad outcome, though.
Not the worst.
Start buffing.
Sunspot on Altar of Death?
Hang on. I think there might be a better idea here.
Lizard on Altar of Death?
Cable gives you info. Yeah, so does Agent 13. She's giving you the info of how high can you roll.
True.
Oof.
Multiple man!
That's pretty rough. Wait a minute. I can Kingpin on some turn, right? That's got to be good. Oh!
Ooh, you get to draw cards again.
I guess it's like how big of a benefit is Devil Dino? I want to draw cards for the rest of the game. That's what I know what I want to do.
Okay. I like it. But you're going to have 6 Vibraniums in your deck now.
All right, it shows me which one's the real one by the green glow on my side. I see.
Right.
All right,
Okay,
so now we
Vibraniums
just...
can't go there.
No, the Vibraniums are fueling the devil.
Yeah.
Because there ain't no way they got Killmonger.
That is almost certainly true.
You can roll Agatha with Agent 13. Feels real bad. Yeah, you're not wrong.
You rolled
Yeah,
an
go ahead,
Agatha.
move some
What
cards.
did you do? You got an Agatha. Was it on a Weird World or something yesterday?
Oh, it was off the Triskelion, I think it was.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It was Triskelion. But you ended up winning that game. I think.
Yeah, no, Agatha legit won the game because it ended up being there was extra energy. And so Agatha ended up winning the game literally via just being a big, giant, dumb thing.
Wait. Nah, I guess it probably doesn't matter. Well, yeah.
Yeah, we're just doing that. Let me say go.
Okay.
This is literally
3,
ended up
4,
being
5, 6,
6
7, 8,
extra
9,
power to
10,
Devil
11, 12,
Dinosaur.
13. We could have, yeah. We could have.
And we get 13 on the right.
We could have played the Dino on the left 2 and 1.
Oh, let's go, Mysterio.
Wow, I don't think I've ever seen that happen. Put the card in and immediately get the.
That happens to me every time.
Wow, must be nice. So now you put the
Must
Nick
be
Fury. Now you put the.
nice.
Now you put the Nick Fury in. Instantly get the Nick Fury boosters, and you're back on your merry way.
Wait, I wanted the low cost card. All right, we'll put the Nick
You
Fury.
don't
in.
have to. You can put in whatever you want, but that's
Okay.
not the
I will
base
admit this
version.
Nick Fury is pretty cool.
Okay. It's called classic variant, but that's not the base version, which is hilarious.
Yeah, but this is like the classic style of art, I imagine.
Right.
Like this one looks awesome.
I'm
I'm very
saying it
much an
doesn't. It
original
does look
art
good.
kind of person, but this looks like the original art to me. Mysterio aspired Among Us. You can't tell me otherwise. Well, I can tell you otherwise. I just don't think I could make you believe it.
I mean, I believe that Mysterio inspired Among Us.
You like sit down with the developers, like, yeah, one of our biggest inspirations to this was actually Mysterio from Marvel. And you're like, what?
Spider-Man comics. I wouldn't be surprised. Whoa, I have not seen.
Yellow
Oh,
Jacket.
that's one of the steampunk. Oh, it's the variant rush, isn't it? I need to open my collector reserves.
All right, come on, third location.
Orcus Forcus.
That
Oh, we get to
is-
hear what the new sound of Bar Sinister is.
That's true. Wait, am I just supposed to slam this? That kind of kills us sometimes.
Sometimes it does, but sometimes it doesn't.
I wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it.
Dan hit variants or Alex Horley? Yeah,
Dan hit
I-
variants
I'm-
are the best ones.
I'm still very much just an original art person. I just don't think I'm ever going to change. Oh my gosh.
Wait, that was not a different sound. That's the same sound we've always had.
I feel mildly confused. Like, can't I just play Moon Girl on this now?
But it's gonna.
I can't
give
imagine them
you
buffing this
2,
that much,
4,
so-
5. Yeah, so you'll have another dino. Oh, that makes a little bit of sense.
I mean, sort of, yeah. I'm feeling like I'm going to get away with this one.
Yeah, you just play 2 devil dinos in not the middle lane. No, don't do that.
Why not?
Read what Isle of Silence says, and then read what kind of ability Devil Dino has.
I don't get it. What do you mean? I wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't do it. I was literally the bar with no name guy there. I wouldn't do it. Debris.
Ooh, I apologize. My hand is full already, and it will stay that way.
I wouldn't do it.
All right, I just want to make every location now have the same sounds of bar with no name.
Every time I see it, I hover a card over it just so I can.
I want
hear
a
it do it.
mod that will go in and change the code literally so that just every single sound is bar with no name. I wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't
Can
do
you
it.
imagine like
I wouldn't-
the anxiety increase you would
I wouldn't do it.
experience? Like if that was just doing it every single time.
I cannot believe they stayed in.
Well, they want to know. Oh, I mean, I don't know if I want to know that bad, but
That was a bot. That had to be a bot. Pinkerton!
no. No.
Pinkerton, are you fooling around with those bots again?
No, sir.
Yeah, look at that.
Wow! You literally...
I'm telling you, it happens every time.
I wonder if they did the booster prio thing, if they actually made that change. Maybe they did.
I mean, I remember that being a thing that they said.
I remember that was the thing that they said, and they're like, oh, it hasn't been implemented yet.
Ooh, I can buy a cable for only 5,000?
It's a cable variant.
Okay, we don't want Moon Knight.
I don't think so. Well, I mean, it's a fine card, but you don't want it more than
Well, here's
Dr.
the
Doom.
thing. Here's the thing. There's one card in particular that I have that goes along with this. And it's not a card that you typically have with my collection level.
I know what card it is, and I actually don't have it. Yeah. I mean, Moon Knight is a, like, you know, solid tier 2 card. It's not the worst card to pick up, but you gotta think, do you want it more than you want Dr. Doom?
Well, here's the thing is that Stature and Black Bolt can be in the deck, which fights the Dino.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like Moon Knight, Black Bolt, that could be a big difference.
I don't hate what you're saying. I'm in favor of you building that deck because I literally can't build it, and I think it would be fun to see. But I'm also
Okay, let's
like,
do this then.
you
Let's piece
don't
it together
have-
real quick. What does it look like?
okay.
Because maybe that's the question.
So it doesn't really need to be a discard. It doesn't actually really want to even be a discard deck. It just wants that package, right? It wants Moon Knight.
We'll use this to represent Moon Knight.
Sure.
Wait, let's use a 3. That makes more
Yeah,
sense.
that makes
Let's use
a
a
little bit
3/3.
more sense.
Okay, 3/3 that doesn't fit. In the
Captain
deck.
America.
Captain. Yeah, that's not going in any deck. Let's be real.
Well, it's a modest.
Oh, you know what I'll
moderately
do to do
playable
this?
card.
I'll use a variant that I would never use.
Oh,
there we
God.
go.
You mean like one of the best Killmonger variants? Got it.
Yeah, I agree.
Uh,
This is the one I would put in if I wanted to play
God.
Killmonger.
Garbage. Okay. So,
So now
it
we're
wants
putting in Stature and Black Bolt.
Stature and Black Bolt. We probably want Moon Girl because we want multiple statures.
Now we're thinking.
We want Moon Girl because we want multiple statures. We want Chavez because we want to guarantee draw, we want to increase the chances of drawing. What's it called? It also gives us a turn 6 play if we absolutely need it.
Raven saying Shuri.
Okay, I can see that.
So if we Shuri into Black Bolt, that's 16 power, and then we have 7. I think the Chavez might not be in here because we're going to want 5s.
It might not be in there, but it's
We'll put it in there for now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shuri makes a lot of sense. Which, if you're playing Shuri, we already know that you have to have armor.
Right. Well, what is the Shuri, like, what is the bread and butter draw for Shuri? It's Shuri into Black Bolt, and then we want
Stature plus 5.
plus 5. Okay, so, and the 5 is it just?
Oh,
my God, is it just Red Skull?
wait. Here we go. Oh, damn it! It would just be Red Skull, wouldn't it? It's just a Red Skull backup.
It's just a different version.
Oh,
of Red
this deck
Skull.
sucks.
Does it though?
No, but you know it could because Moon Knight discarding your own cards can be really stinky.
But the beauty of this deck is that it has options. Like, you're not locked in to going one path. It's like the paths are similar, but they can be different.
Raven says you never play Moon Knight. You wouldn't play Moon Knight with Stature ever? Because right now, I think Dino might be the highest power deck. Like, we lost to Dino with Shuri, with like basic Shuri.
There's nothing else that makes them discard, right?
Their own effects, that's it.
Right. But there's nothing else we can play that makes them discard. Besides
Raven
Black
saying
Bolt.
you never,
Hmm.
never play Moon Knight.
Well, I'm coming from a place of having never played Stature, so I would take someone who has played even a single game of Stature's opinion over mine.
Okay, 5/7 is not good. I don't want to rely on that. You also like
Yeah,
Hood.
5/7's not good, but one.
Wait, what am I doing with Hood in this deck?
Hood.
Killmonger is representing Moon Knight right now, Raven, for the reference.
Yeah. So what if we don't run Moon Knight? Cut the Killmonger and let's see if the deck looks worthy of playing. So we would just be running a like slightly different wrinkle. Well, actually, wait. Let's just build this deck because that means we don't have to buy Moon Knight. If Moon Knight's not worth it anyway, that doesn't mean we can still build the deck. What is the like Shuri Red Skull deck with the Stature Black Bolt package look like? And is it good?
Okay, so you still want Red Skull,
Probably.
which means we'd want 0.
Which means
Which means that we want Lizard.
And what's her name? Although
Titania.
Yeah, is Titania this
Is it Titania? Like, somebody give me the name. People keep telling me I'm mispronouncing this, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure it's Titania.
I think people are trying to say that there's a basis of fact when they are fictional characters that come from a medium where you are reading it as a comic book. So anyone who tells you how to pronounce something can fuck themselves, basically. You can't tell me how to pronounce it in my own head when I'm reading my comic that I bought for $4.99.
Yeah. So what this looks like to me is that we're changing the way this works, where She-Hulk feels like it's worse in this deck, but Moon Girl plus She-Hulk makes a lot of sense.
Right.
So it doesn't make a lot of sense if you're copying Stature and Black Bolt. So, like, for instance, in that play, it'd be like Moon Girl into Stature into, I don't know, we need like a 4-cost utility play.
Well, Moon Girl.
Because on 6, we're going to have 2 1s.
Black Bolt.
Yeah, so it'd be Moon Girl into Black Bolt into Stature
4. Right. Enchantress is not the worst. That's like a utility 4-drop because it can also be played on your Red Skull if you need it to. It can hose some of their stuff. Jubilee's probably not good. Absorbing Man doesn't do anything. Spider-Man, this is not the deck for that. I don't think, at least. No, not on last turn.
So am I just using Hood to abandon a spot, Raven? Is that what I'm doing?
Oh.
He keeps pushing Hood.
Hood to have something else that you copy with Moon Girl, so you can go like double demon, double Stature.
Yeah. That feels like, it's like in my head then, it's like, why am I using the Shuri Red Skull? But like, I get it.
Yeah, that would be, I think, a different deck.
Hood is for bar with no name. That's like 1% to show up, though.
I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it.
I'm gonna do it.
Oh, wait, hold on. Not a joke. Can we ever play Omega Red? Does that ever work?
Well, hang on a second. You got to be fucking kidding me.
We just
let me. I don't even know what this card does.
If you're ahead by 10 power here, plus 4 to the other location, so you just jam one location with a huge Red Skull, and then you get 4 power on the other location. You get 5 on that one and 4 on another one.
So you want to play Warpath? Or you want to play Omega Red and Hood as our last 2 cards? Is that what you're telling me right now?
I mean, I think we still have room to cut the Chavez, possibly, but maybe. I don't know. I'm spitballing here. We could play Typhoid Mary.
Here's the thing, Raven. We were just playing this deck, and we were losing to Dino decks.
Oh wait, Typhoid Mary makes sense if we want a high power 4-cost 4-drop. It also works with 0 because we can play it early with 0.
Oh,
it's like a powerful 4-drop.
Just stop losing then. Yeah, thanks. You've been a big help today, Raven. Yeah, everyone give it. Make sure that you check out Raven on Twitch, twitch.tv/RavenHS. And make sure you give him a follow on Twitter. It's at Raven Go Fuck Yourself on Twitter. He's been a big help today. So
I will point out
thanks for stopping by.
For my money, mine and Raven's round 1 game in the Infinity Gauntlet is still the best one that's been played on stream yet. So just putting that out there. You should check that out.
Yeah, real talk though. I don't know what the shelf for this deck is. I genuinely don't know what these are.
This is what we fell into. I don't know if it's the best thing, but like if we cut Chavez, we run Typhoid Mary. Let's say Typhoid Mary, Hood, and Sunspot. Like, what does that look like? Cut Chavez and then
the
put
Sunspot
Hood
doesn't make any sense. We're not floating mana ever.
Oh, you're right. But Sunspot is also just like, we're not purposely floating mana, but we can float mana if we want to. Or like, okay, cut the Chavez and put in Hood plus Enchantress.
Hood? Enchantress. What are we using Enchantress for?
It's a 4-cost that sometimes gets value with the Typhoid Mary, and sometimes gets value with from the
it beats
Mary.
up Dino.
It eats Dino. It eats like most. It can be good against them, and it's slightly helpful on our own stuff. And it's also just a 4. Like it's not great stats.
Oh, it's because I have 4s highlighted. I was like,
Yeah.
why the fuck isn't Hood showing up?
So
Interesting.
We now have a slew of cheap stuff because we need to have our hand sculpted relatively. We need to have our hand sculpted pretty much because we want to make sure that we're copying the correct things with Moon Girl. And then we'll have like Moon Girl. Oh wait, that doesn't work. Oh no, it does work. We can if we Moon Girl like ideally we play Hood on an early turn. We empty our hand with the other small like good power stuff on another turn. We Moon Girl a stature and a demon. Turn 5 we Black Bolt, and then turn 6 we play 4 high power 1 costs. We can also weave Titania in there as well because that can also help. Like we just like have this like explosive last turn that doesn't involve Sarah. And
okay, so Shuri's like a backup plan for this. Like, do we need to Shuri Red Skull looking at this list?
No, but it does.
Would She-Hulk be better in here? Like as a different backup plan?
I don't think so. Only because the She-Hulk plan is antithetical to the Black Bolt plan, whereas the like we can still play Black Bolt as like Black Bolt on 5 or Black Bolt on 6 with a 1-drop still works with the other stuff that we're doing. Whereas like if you're She-Hulking, you have to skip your turn 5, which I don't think we almost ever want to do. Maybe.
Well, the plan on that spot would literally be exchange Red Skull and Shuri for Sunspot She-Hulk.
Feels like we could do that. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, I could see it. Yeah, because getting 2 She-Hulks is also very good with Moon Girl. Yeah, no, I like it. Fuck it. What does chat think?
I don't know. The Shuri makes a lot of sense to me. Is all. It just feels like it
makes a lot of sense to me, but you've made some convincing enough arguments.
Oh, that's not what I wanted to remove. Which means we don't necessarily need to have armor in here. I just think armor might literally be one of the best cards.
Is there a better 2-drop that we could have? Hey, Tovar,
oh,
what's
we're
up,
definitely going to play the ugliest one. That's the rule.
Ooh, a Charmer sub. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, I don't know if there is a better 2-cost card to play here.
Okoye.
Oh, wait a minute. This isn't supposed to be here. What the fuck? Okay, what did I accidentally cut then? Sunspot. That's what's supposed to be in here.
Wait, did we cut the Red Skull?
I just cut it, yeah.
Wait, I thought we were cutting.
We cut Shuri Red Skull for She-Hulk Sunspot.
Oh, okay. I'm doing fine, Tovar. Thanks for asking. We're brewing. We are randomly. We actually ironically started brewing this deck because we saw Moon Knight in Admirable's shop, but the deck turns out doesn't really want Moon Knight, so we're just brewing it anyway. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it.
It's very rare I'm going to include the title of a deck into a screenshot. I wouldn't do it. All right, I got to get that one loaded up. Ryan Possible with the Prime. You love to see it. Holy crap, yeah. 37 months.
That's a lot of months.
Deck Snap 3. That is going to take us up one step closer now to our weekly sub goal. We are now at 78 of 79 subscribers, which means that we just need one more.
That's so close.
To hit our goal. We are so close.
I don't even have a goal. It's crazy.
Gosh, I was really hoping they'd just like randomly play a Blade. Like right off the bat.
That's what you love to see.
Okay, so
This is the ideal. This is exactly what we want. We're gonna
So I
Moon
am
Girl
supposed
and
to
get
hood
all
here.
3 of the things that we want.
Well, we don't necessarily want stature.
True. We're gonna get 2 of the 3 things. Really, stature.
Okay, Strange Academy is super fucking me right now.
You are not wrong about that. Really, it's gonna depend. Like if we draw what, if we.
Okay, that's 0 impact.
That's weird. It does mean that we can jam stature next turn.
Or I could jam Moon Girl.
You could also jam Moon Girl.
I mean, I thought we were literally trying to copy these.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. Onslaught. So
Have we ever been this close to the goal before? Yeah, we've been this close before. I mean, we're on big skip.
big skip, and then last turn is gonna be She-Hulk, Demon,
Titania.
Titania.
Well, on-reveal effects cannot take place here.
Hilariously, the Onslaught doubles the lizards ongoing.
Okay, so it feels like we're supposed to fight for middle and left.
I agree with the middle for sure. The left also maybe. They have Prio, so as long as we play Titania last, we'll keep the Titania. I feel like a She-Hulk on the left, everything else in the middle, and then one extra thing on the right just to contest it feels good. Like She-Hulk left, Stature, She-Hulk middle, and then Demon, Titania on the right. Is that enough? Or no, not Titania. We can't play Stature. Right. Yeah, I like this.
See that, right?
I like
oh, God,
this.
weird. Okay, this is weird.
I would probably snap here. Wow. That was a fucking bot.
Our opponent just played Omega Red. All right. This is why you don't put Omega Red in decks, Blevins.
Hey. If they were winning the middle by over 10, they would have won.
Honestly, it was pretty good. I think we kind of god drew on our first one.
We definitely did because we literally copied everything. How do you keep doing this? You can't keep getting away with this.
It just it happens every time. I'm telling you.
Okay, maybe it's just a thing that I don't experience because I have so many like thousands of.
Yeah, you already have everything.
But I don't have boosters for everything.
You jerk ass.
I don't have boosters for everything. Like the things that I've split 10 plus times.
You know, if that's a good question, doesn't matter. I've not quite made it there yet. I've been so close, but we haven't quite made it yet. So I think Raven's right. I think you just wouldn't play Moon Knight.
I can't see a spot where we would have wanted Moon Knight there.
I wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it.
Oh, let's go. Doesn't matter with the Prime. That's a new Prime as well. You love to see it. That is going to take us up now one step closer to our weekly sub goal. We are now at 79 of 80 subscribers, which means that we just need one more to hit our goal.
Who just subscribed with the Prime?
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Thank you for being a friend.
You love to see it. All right, I'm armoring you right. I'm taking the no coward armor.
I like it. I'm going to laugh so hard if it's bar with no name.
Doesn't matter. Gifts. Gift a sub over to Captain Decoy. You love to see it. That is going to take us up now one step closer to our weekly sub goal. We are now at 80 of 81 subscribers, which means that we just need one more to hit our goal.
Thank you for being a friend.
We are so close.
It's kind of insane how close.
All right, so we're skipping into Moon Girl.
But if we skip, we're going to have 2, 4, 5 cards. We'll have 6 minus the Moon Girl. We'll go to 5, which means we'll add the She-Hulk and Devil. Yep, that makes sense. Got to do a little hand math there. Daredevil, yeah, not gonna work. She-Hulk is the ultimate Daredevil counter. What we want to do is, yeah, this makes sense.
We've never been this close before. I'm trying to think of like what is the closest we've been. It's been a long time. To be quite honest with you, I just kind of left the number there.
Bum, bum, bum. Alejandro. So this is just skip, right? And then play a bunch of stuff.
I'm a little bit worried about Danger Room. I'm very worried about Danger Room now.
Why? We just ignore Danger Room.
Well, we do now.
We always did, I think.
Okay, so 1 here. Oh, geez, we might actually straight up lose this. What if it's this instead?
That's just 15 versus 12, 15. It's the same. You get 15. Oh, and it's worse. It's
25
worse.
minus 4.
It's worse.
So this will be 21, so then you need to add 12 here.
Typhoid Mary is 15, or you can play 2 6s and a 3, which is also 15, except you don't give your other stuff -1.
Yeah, the difference is how much power we're actually getting in play. So if we do this, this is
11
plus 5. It's 11.
But
So you need to
play-
add 12
but
here.
play
This
the
is kind of becomes like a 50-50
But
at
play
this point.
the demon and the 0 in the middle, and then you have
Wait
the
a
same
minute.
amount of power.
Wait a minute. Wait. No, that's worse.
The Typhoid, you just, if you play the 2 demons and 0, it's 15 in the middle. And play the 2 She-Hulks on the side. That's 15. You're not getting the Atlantis buff, but that's fine. That's 6, 12 plus 3 is 15. That's the same as if you played Typhoid Mary.
What do you think about that?
I don't.
Oh, that loses to Arrow.
Don't lose the Arrow, and don't lose to getting timed out. Oh, God. Oh, God. Lock it in. Oh.
We're fine.
Okay.
Ghost Rider left. Ain't no way.
They were a bot. Got it.
They floated 3.
Yeah, and you put 18 power into play.
I said, that's admirable, historian. I have the receipts. Just make like the most absolutely made up possible stuff you could put into a Wikipedia page. Honestly, it's pretty good. It just like does a lot of stuff at the end. That's kind of hard to really predict what's going on. With no arrow here, that's really what makes this a lot better too, is they can't just like squash you by putting an arrow somewhere.
Right.
So the play from behind decks now are kind of getting power.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
See, this is what I mean. They told you like fight for initiative, and then they nerfed the card that
helps you when you have initiative.
Yeah.
Sandman
lasts you though. Yeah, I mean Sandman's gonna poop on me a lot.
I mean, we know how that card works, or that deck works. It doesn't. It stinks. Deck fucking stinks.
Feels like a game where we might not be using Hood.
Certainly possible. Yuck. And just say goodbye to the right lane and play the Hood.
I think the right lane's very winnable.
Okay. Yeah, this makes sense.
Well, that kind of stinks. I guess I could jam She-Hulk there.
Are they? They are going to have Cryo, so we can play Titania. We can play Titania there. And they won't be able to get it back. Or they won't be able to steal it, I mean. Could also just jam Typhoid Mary there. Do you think 8 is going to be enough to win the middle? Or do we want 13? Or do we want to ignore it?
Wow, the problem is how this conflicts with like literally all of my mana. I was thinking Typhoid Mary Enchantress would lock up the right lane. That feels like a lot of energy to commit there.
It would be this turn and next turn, and then how are we winning left? We're just like jamming a raw
that's kind of my
She-Hulk.
question.
Feels worse. Although, we would actually be able to play She-Hulk plus a 1-drop. It's not the worst. Okay, where this Carnage goes is going to dictate a lot of how this plays out. That's not bad. We can 0. Couldn't we?
I'm kind of down if the 0 moves because like there's 2 thoughts on this, which is like if I play 0 left, we can fight the Carnage.
Right.
Like part of the time. So like we 0 left, we float
6,
4.
10, 11.
This will go to 2. This will go to 4. So we play Mary and She-Hulk. I'm down.
Does the Mary debuff impact your play?
We're getting 0. We're zeroing it. So.
Oh, right. I dig it. Well, we built the Stature Black Bolt deck and have not drawn Black Bolt a single time.
Ooh, that feels very impactful.
That they wasted their Spider Woman on turn 5 on one card instead of.
Dude.
That stinks.
Yeah.
Feels like a pretty safe leave, I think.
7. Damn, they literally won a 50-50, and we lost a 50. We had backups everywhere, too. Gosh, son of a... Yeah, what the hell? Where's the Black Bolt at? I want to know what's going on.
I know, we have not played it a single time. Have not even drawn it a single time.
Give me the card that built the deck.
I know. You mean Moon Knight?
No! You son of a...
Retreat.
No, I'm not retreating. No coward. I am not a coward, all right?
Wait, did you snap?
Yes! How dare you tell me to retreat?
I wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't do it.
Oh, we had the location RNG one time. And we drew the Black Bolt the next turn. That's so good.
This is just... this is just un-American.
This is Ben Brode just laughing at you.
Oh, we just fucking lose. Walter, let's fucking go.
I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it.
Do.
Thank you for being a friend.
Oh God, that's so funny.
Oh, it's just there's sometimes you can't script things.
Yeah, we would
And
not have
that's-
been able to write a better script than what just happened.
Yeah, there's. Oh, jeez, dude.
Now you get to Black Bolt away a card that you would be getting later with Mindscape. So noteworthy that the 0 on 1.
We're doing this strictly for tempo. If we draw 1, is why.
That's true.
This was strictly for tempo.
That makes sense.
Because we want this hand to be non-existent.
That's true. That is true.
Clean armor lane, please. Clean armor lane, please. It's kind of like that.
That is really funny in that if they don't skip, you can armor that lane and they can't get rid of the rocks.
They're definitely skipping.
Almost certainly, but if they don't.
I'm down to run that risk. All right, so we're playing Typhoid into Enchantress.
Yeah, but they're also running Death Wave, so we probably just lose.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
Might be able to hit. Oh wait, no, yeah, Deathwave doesn't work because they give you all the stuff.
No, it works. It works. If I play Wave on 5, we're just dead.
No, you get all the stuff.
No. Look, there's definitely no way that they're watching the stream right now. If they play Wave on 5, we're dead.
Oh, that's true. You're right. We 100%.
Damn it.
But we can play Wave on 5. Oh no, they're just gonna play everything now. I mean, I don't know why they would. They should just wait until next turn to play it.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Dude, their hand. Wait, my opponent discarded a card this game, didn't they? No, they didn't.
No.
Okay, I was thinking of a different game. They have a She-Hulk. Yeah, we can't win
We're
this.
dead on board.
Damn it. I'm so mad that we haven't been able to get this online one single time.
Oh, we had the perfect opportunity to last game, too.
I just want it to happen.
I just want to do the thing that we built the deck for one time. Tempo Titania? Or
No. We got to hope to duplicate stuff with Moon Girl.
Yeah,
That's
we
our
can
Sakaar
duplicate
play.
We duplicate the She-Hulk.
No, I meant the Moon Girl literally from the Sakaar.
Oh.
Oh, Jesus. Well, that makes this a lot tougher.
No, it means that
It makes it a lot less tough.
Yeah, you just are throwing
We
away
can fill this
that
up,
lane.
right?
Why
seems
would we
bad.
want to do that?
Yeah, I don't know.
We want more Titanias, probably. We'd rather have more. Yeah, our plan here is copy these 3 cards and play a bunch of them on the last turns on lanes that aren't these ones. This could honestly be Agatha. Hold on, check how many cards are in their hand. What did it say?
6.
6,
3 cards in hand.
2, 4, 5. They have 5. They have how many? They have 6 cards in hand.
No, they have 3 cards in hand. 6 in deck, 3 in hand.
Oh, gotcha. 1, 2, 3.
We're not going to have enough space in hand to play this Moon Girl and duplicate everything.
No, we're not. But we can duplicate some things.
Son of a B. Wave is crushing me here.
2, 4, 5. We get She-Hulks and Titanias, which are basically just as good as demons. They're just slightly worse.
Holy smokes, we're getting wrecked.
It's fine.
Just want the stature to come together one time. What cards am I shuffling? We're shuffling some sleeved up cards from a sealed deck Flesh and Blood tournament that I played.
Nice.
Wait. We can win the left lane now.
Sure can. Play 2 She-Hulks there. And then put 16 power on the right. Yeah, this is just a win. That's a resnap.
Wait, so what's the order of this then?
Oh, shoot. 2 Titanias doesn't work the way that we want it to.
No, 1 Titania shifts that way, and then... Wait, hang on.
Play Titania,
ups here.
then... Play Titania, then...
Titania?
Demon.
Then we play Demon, it shifts back? No.
It shifts up. Wait. Titania is on our side. We play the Demon. It goes to their side. No. Titania, it's on our side. Play the Demon. It goes to their side. Play the Titania. Comes back.
Okay.
Is how it should work in my mind.
I'm down.
Yeah. This feels like a win. Okay. That was a bot. How many bots have we played?
Well, they played 1 Duke bot this turn. And
Okay, the Titania sequencing worked the way I thought it would. Okay, that's good. Didn't cost us a game. What rank are we at now? Are we at 90 yet?
I don't know, but Black Bolt and... No, we're not at 90.
Close,
Black
though.
Bolt and...
We've gained 64 cubes this stream.
The Black Bolt stature has been working out really well.
I mean, you're not wrong.
We haven't used it one time.
No,
What are we
have not.
doing?
No, we have not.
We have Sunspot in here too, right? Like I'm not just crazy.
Yeah,
we have Sunspot in
we
here.
do have Sunspot. We've used the Sunspot a couple of times.
Okay, so Typhoid Mary has been the weakest card so far.
It has. Because they're better for
the thing about it is I miscalculated this, so I think this should not be a 4-cost card because our final turn literally is She-Hulk, multiple She-Hulks, multiple Titanias, multiple.
Right. So we kind of
demons.
want like more 1s and 2s, honestly, because we can also play them early and just have more hand space. So like, what's the most efficient like 1 or 2?
Oh, is Angela good in here?
Angela is possible. Collector could also be possible. Collector kind of makes sense.
I feel like I'm not adding enough stuff for Collector.
You have Hood, and then Moon Girl is basically the
Iceman. Iceman wouldn't be bad either.
Iceman's always a fine card. To the same, like Iceman or Scorpion are always fine cards. Angela seems like a fine card. I feel like it does probably want to be a 1-drop specifically. Oh no, I guess 2-drop.
I'm kind of like an Angela, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think you can go wrong with Angela.
So Angela makes a lot of sense at the end too, because we've been having like 4 plays a lot of time. Let's say we're duplicating 2 cards off Moon Girl, like every time,
right?
That we want to play. That's
One,
Angela,
2,
and then
3,
4s.
4, and then we need 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Don't say it. Don't say anything. Just hold your breath. Yeah.
Mother.
Yeah.
Well, okay, that makes a lot of sense.
You know what this deck has kind of turned into? It's kind of turned into the bounce deck in some ways. It's like a different like wrinkle on the bounce deck, and it's using like She-Hulk and. Don't say anything. Just let it happen.
Wait, so do I not want them to discard cards?
No, you do want them to discard cards. You want them to discard
No,
one
anymore
card.
though.
You don't need them to, but it doesn't hurt. Wait, 0 might paint us into a corner.
Well, no, I'm thinking that like I don't want them to draw cards or discard cards because they're playing Swordmaster actively.
Oh, I see what you're saying now. Okay, I can get on board with that.
What in the fuck is happening? Okay, I see exactly what's happening. So we just fucking lose the game.
Is this just a Hella deck? Yeah,
I mean, we can't win this lane.
We can't win left, and we can't win middle.
10 goes to 26. Can we tiebreaker him?
No.
Let's just.
But you don't need to. You don't need to leave now. Yeah, it's 100% lose. But yeah.
Okay. Well, that's pretty cool.
They
have a Sunspot as well.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. They have the Sunspot.
Okay, let's get out of this one.
Yep, it's fine.
Okay, so Jubilee Infinite does beat our deck.
Turns out sometimes you just need more stats.
Especially if I can't put anything into the middle lane.
Yeah.
Oh, just make locations that are not inhibiting to playing the game. That's the only thing I don't like. I like when it changes what you have to do. I hate when it
means that you can't play anymore.
When it like suppresses what you're able to do.
Right.
I wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't do it.
I mean, that's just easily the best location in the game.
Oh yeah, it's so great.
Like in terms of the sounds, anyway. Again, I was just complaining about how inhibiting it is and how much I hate that location.
Oh, hold on, it's different though. You said you like the things that change what you have to do. That you can still play cards there. You just really should.
All right, you want to see my secret tech for beating New York?
Yes.
All right, I'll show you in a second. I don't know. Maybe we'll get there. Dice Darg is playing.
Dice Darg.
Ooh, that one could be pretty good for us, but we don't have initiative.
Barnes.
Damn it. Oh!
Okay. Okay.
Okay. That gives us a 12 power She-Hulk.
Yes, it can give us a 12 power She-Hulk.
Three, 4, 5, 6. All right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and we have the lizard as well. We've got the lizard as well. That's
Well,
less good
that
for
stinks.
us, but not the absolute worst, but close to it.
It's pretty bad.
So they're gonna play a death and something else. They didn't skip, right? Or no, they just played. No, they played Wave and Squirrel Girl, right? So they can't play She-Hulk.
I just don't have that many plays.
No, just jam a bunch of power. Hope it's good enough, I guess.
I will enter on it.
For 1 cube. You can limp in for a cube. 13, 7 plus.
Yeah, I tend to
8.
just
You win.
ignore
Yeah,
New
you win.
York, honestly, but
The W.
but in this game it made more sense.
Yep. Because you want to completely abandon one lane. So we just needed to guess. We just needed to guess if they were going middle or right, and we guessed correctly. So
So this game is vertical Gwent. It's a little bit different. Like Gwent had much more like tiny little interactions and like made you manage your resources like way too much, I think. This game is like if Artifact didn't suck combined with the idea of Gwent.
a little bit.
Are you targeting something specific with Enchantress? Might want Cosmo or Shang-Chi? Oh, yeah, that's actually a good point because we had the Enchantress in here literally to mitigate
Typhoid Mary
our
and
Typhoid.
Red Skull, which neither are in the deck anymore.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it hits Lizard, but that doesn't feel justifiable
No,
enough
that
to me.
seems bad. It still, at best, makes it a 6 power 4 cost.
I still love how we haven't been able to assemble this at all.
Don't mention it. We've tried so hard. It's not like we've even opted for a different line because it was stronger. We were never even offered the ability to do it.
So we still don't know what it's like.
Probably just Shang-Chi, right? I think probably just the most just like generic powerful
I mean,
card.
the Shuri kind of opens itself back up because of this, but
I feel like we haven't had an issue. I feel like I like the line of like we're just skipping and playing 4 1-drops on the last turn.
yeah, no, I like it. And
I
that
like
makes
that.
sense for the Shang-Chi as well.
Yeah,
It kind of makes sense for Shuri as well. If you drew Shuri at the end, you would still get a pretty big boost from it.
that's true. You'd go Shuri, big 1-drop, small 1-drop, or smaller 1-drop. Yeah. I mean, I think it's probably
We never have initiative, which is why this makes sense to me.
Ooh, that's a really good point. Yeah. We like purposely don't
Oh,
have
let's
initiative.
update the image for this.
Yeah. I wouldn't do it. I will say that this deck has been working quite well.
I think that like it's been surprisingly good, honestly.
Despite the fact that the
What?
I'm not talking. I'm not talking. I'm not saying anything. I'm just.
What? Wait. We're just playing. We're playing the deck. We're playing the deck.
Yep.
Yeah. This deck has been working surprisingly well.
Yeah, it has.
Maybe that will stay the same.
Maybe the reason we built the deck will appear, and we'll be able to do it. Who knows? We're definitely not playing Titania on one though. The Hood. Camp Lehigh is actually kind of bad for us because it just we don't necessarily want random cards in
No, we really don't. But sometimes you don't really have much of an option.
Yeah. So notably, our line here. Wait. Why are we playing Titania?
I went to bounce to their side and then Agent Coulson and bring it back. So that we win this lane 100%.
Okay.
That was my thought anyway. I don't know if that's good.
Are we playing Agent Coulson next turn?
I thought so, yeah.
That makes sense.
So I guess now, maybe we don't have to play anything. So if they play a card here, it gives us this back. They can only play one card.
Yeah.
Like if they play a card here, they just lose the fight. So we can spend 3.
Card. Yeah.
Yeah.
We still want to play a card. Yeah.
Nothing here gets blown up is the thing. Oh, we have an armor down in Hala.
Right.
Oh.
Right. Yeah, nothing is getting blown up in Hala. I would have just laughed so hard. It does actually potentially open up our plays, though, because now we don't have to play Black Bolt. We just, so we can guarantee... Yeah, I like that. But if we Spider-Man left, we guaranteed win. I guess if they play something there, it's not necessarily... Yeah, I like this. It's unlikely that they're going to be playing there. They snapped. I think this is probably fine. Yeah, now we just win, right? Stature still cost 1 through the wave, notably. So we can just play Stature and Black Bolt.
I was thinking about floating as well. Like, I don't think we can win the middle. Like, this technically would win the middle.
If we play Black Bolt on the right, we get to...
Also, they're going to get the Titania back.
If they play something, yeah.
What if we just did this? You're thinking about beating Doctor Doom, I assume.
Yeah, I'm thinking about beating Doctor Doom, but Black Bolt is more power. Oh, but it doesn't push the Titania.
We float 5 for Sunspot here.
Oh, yeah. So it's slightly less power, but it gives us the
I'm down.
Titania if
Let's
they play
fucking rip it.
something. Yeah, I like it. I mean, we should have played the Black Bolt on the right, but it doesn't really matter.
No, I wanted to float the most mana I could here.
Oh,
Or
you're
Sunspot.
right. You're right. You are right. All right, so actually just...
It's kind of a wacky game, but honestly,
That was a
I
wacky
feel like I
game.
had a lot of options. So that's like
Yeah.
the whole thing that we're looking for with this deck is like, when do you play all your stuff?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like this deck ends up playing a lot like the Jeff Hoagland's like bounce deck. Like it's a different variation of it, but it kind of plays similarly where you're like setting up these turns, you're playing stuff in the early game, getting value, and then like purposely not wanting to have priority and having a lot of options going into the last turns.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, I don't know. It's like surprising to me that it's functioning. Because like the deck's titled, I wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't do it. Well, you
Now,
think about it.
the other notable thing is we haven't had to actually fucking use Black Bolt once,
No, we have
which
not.
is kind of annoying to me.
Yeah. But it's still an option though, potentially. But is it actually good is the question.
I don't know. Maybe it's the backup plan. I don't know.
I wouldn't do it. Frarf.
Why didn't I snap back there? Like, my spot was so good.
I'm gonna be honest. I thought we did snap back, but I guess we didn't.
All right, so my plan here is Angela curve with Black Bolt thing at the end.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
They
wow. That
killed
is...
their sunspot.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Bold move.
Okay,
Cotton.
well, this is going to get scary.
Bold move, Cotton.
Let's go ahead and do that.
Wait, you can, if you armor Vormir, then you can contest it and not have to kill something, which you probably don't want to do. I like it.
So we're playing Black Bolt somewhere else.
We're playing Black Bolt somewhere.
Okay, I see what you're going. I
Moon
see what
Girl,
you're doing.
Black Bolt, and then we kind of just want to draw like one
Stuff
drops
to
that
do.
aren't She-Hulk. That works.
Yeah, we'll take that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is probably a
yeah.
snap, right? Gotta be.
I mean, fuck if I know. I'm
Ooh.
not snapping.
I'm not snapping anymore, but
I wouldn't do it.
I don't know. I might snap.
I wouldn't do it.
You're gonna have 7. 14.
Man, I'm just gonna let it. I'm gonna let it do its thing. Like we're getting stomped right now.
All systems go.
Like how do we contest 26 power with this hand? Like if they have task, we just lose.
Hold on. 7. Hold on a second. 7, 14. What's the most amount of power we can put into a lane? 7, 14 plus 5 is 19 plus 4 is 23 plus 4 is 27 plus 3 is 30. Oh my god, we were... Oh, hold on. Wait. Okay, follow me here. We play Stature, Titania on left. If my math is right, we're winning. And then we play something else on middle.
This is 23 over here.
23, it would be 14.
Wait,
18.
I see it. 14, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23 plus 4.
Why did I think it was more than that? Okay,
Because
never
you're
mind.
thinking, you're calculating Red Skull at 2.
Oh, you're right. Was I? 14, 19 plus 3 is 23.
I mean, we can't beat anything here, but I'll risk it for a cube.
Plus 3 is 26. Why did I think it was going to be enough? Huh,
I don't know. Maybe they don't have task, though.
Maybe.
Well, they do.
They had
So.
task. Damn.
All right. So, Shuri, this deck does not operate well versus Shuri, we've learned.
Yeah, because it can do a lot of power horizontally, but it can't do a ton vertical. Can't do like an excessive amount vertically.
And that's a game where we had priority, so Shang-Chi wouldn't have gotten the job done.
It would have gotten the job done if we didn't have
Armor.
armor there. Yeah, if we didn't play armor on that lane.
Okay.
Hold on a second. Do we actually need armor? Armor doesn't actually protect anything for us.
Oh, yeah, we had Shuri in it when we first did it.
Yeah, armor it protects exactly She-Hulk. Yeah, get armor out of here. We can play basically anything else that is a 2-drop with
Just
2
has to make
power.
sense.
Right. Scorpion is not the absolute worst. It's a utility
This
card.
isn't super bad, honestly.
Colossus. It gives us equity into the like destroy lanes.
It's probably Mysterio, huh? No, that takes up space. We don't
Takes
want
up
to take
too
up
much
space.
space. Yeah. Scarlet Witch can give us some options in weird lanes.
Did you want to do History of the World Part 2? No, Zam, I haven't had a chance to see it yet. I've just been watching like all sorts of stuff, and it's just literally I'm getting gated by time on so many
I think
things.
the options.
Scorpion makes sense, honestly.
Scorpion. I feel like you can't really go wrong with Scorpion. It like makes their stuff slightly less powerful too, where we're doing a lot of stuff that is going to have a lot of power. Yeah, I like it.
I wouldn't mind having another one, but there's just like I just don't see which ones are good.
Korg
Like, none of 'em-
is reasonable.
I don't like the Korg because they draw the rock. The Black Bolt literally does nothing then.
Oh yeah, Rocket Raccoon. If we know where they're gonna. Actually, Rocket Raccoon's not bad. Honestly, no joke. It's not. It's like
No, it's not bad. It's just
4
it's
on the last turn. Like it's a worse Titania, but like it's better than the other things. Oh, okay.
son of a motherless.
Wait. Sure.
I wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't do it. Hey, Mr. Sinister will at least make 2 4 costs, I think. Actually, maybe that's not true.
It's on the last turn. We want to play Mr. Sinister here with Blue Marvel in play. Yeah.
I don't know how Mr. Sinister.
Oh my gosh.
That's not great. Actually, we just need to load up stuff onto Shuri's Lab now to get the value out of Shuri's Lab. So, like, dump Zero and Lizard on Shuri's Lab now. Because we'll get extra procs from Shuri's Lab.
Yeah, I just wanted to be able to buff Angela.
We will after.
With what cards?
The ones that we draw from our random deck.
All right. I'm down. Yo, what's up, Zippo?
Oh.
I don't know. We'll take this.
It's fine. Yeah, this is honestly probably better for us.
I mean, I don't think it's better, but I'm not going to complain about it.
You can move it back. Can also, if we want, I think we actually are probably winning the flooding.
Just with 8 here?
Well, no, because it's going to move. So we would put
If
like,
it doesn't move.
we can make it not move, which is probably quite good. Or we can Sinister into District X. We could do both. We could put the Sinister. I actually think I want the Sinister in the middle if we do this. And we are definitely winning the
I'm just
flooding.
really
right?
running out of power that way.
I
I think we're fine.
Yeah.
I don't think they're playing here, and I think they're expecting everything to move.
Yeah. So we can save it then. That's fine.
Well, can't we just plop it?
Isn't that's like costing 2
We got
power
more
from
stuff.
the
Fuck it.
Angela.
I'm putting in the middle. No bitch.
We can draw anything. I like it more in the middle.
Cards are not revealed this turn.
Okay. Also, Ronin is pretty tall. Draw stuff from their random deck. Easy. There you go. But I don't think you're playing that. We kind of have to decide if we want to win left or right.
Well, I think it's a lot easier to win left.
Probably.
It might be not as easy to win left.
We have Prio, so it would guaranteed kill the Storm, so that's awful. I mean, it's just Ronin on right and Prey. Or...
I'm clasping the hands. I don't care.
Yeah. Ronin on left or right is a prayer either way.
The Scarlet could technically be winning the right.
True.
Gambit right.
have
Gambit
not-
right's not bad. I mean,
wait, yes. Oh, Gambit right.
it's just
Yeah,
they have
no,
just have a ton of cards in hand. Is why I think the Ronin might be better.
right. Yeah,
Like if they didn't have, because we got District on the first turn, so
right, so they can have anything. We know nothing about their deck. The deck that they brought or the deck that they ended up having.
yeah, and that's like the perfect face for it right there.
Yeah.
On the Sentinel.
Yeah. Doctor Doom. Okay, that's...
Wait, this is good for us, I think.
Yes, it definitely
Oh
is.
yeah, we take those.
Okay.
I wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't do it. Victory.
It is surprising to me that this deck has been working out at all.
It's not that surprising to me.
It's not, well, I would not have expected it to be functioning as it is.
Right. It has seemed way more consistent than we thought it would be.
Son of a... Okay, this is the worst.
Did we put we didn't put the Red Skull or the Scarlet Witch in, did we? No. We put we put Scorpion in. That's right.
Yeah, so we're just like pure pure negative against everything.
Against the Mindscape, yeah. Wait.
Oh, this is good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
Oh, yeah. Play Dark Ritual.
No, stop.
That's less
No,
good.
we're Scorpions.
It's less good. Yep. I think, yeah. That's fine.
Wait, is that cards cost 2, 3, 4 can't be played here? 4, 5,
4,
6.
5, 6.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yep. Yep. We want to make sure we play stuff. 3. So if we
Well, I wanted to be able to
skip
flip for
here,
this next
yeah,
turn.
I was gonna say if we skip, but we can generate extra mana. So we pay 2.
I don't want to
cost
shrink their
5.
hand.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Okay, that is a bit concerning. Oh, wait, I can just Shang-Chi that.
Yep. Can Shang-Chi it, and then if do we want to play the 0 is the question for either stats
I don't want to
or
give him
mana.
a 0, that's for sure.
Yeah. Do we want the stats or do we want the mana?
Give me the stats.
Yeah, I like the stats. I got a stats for you. What is up with Hobgoblin? What's the deal with Hobgoblin? So dumb.
Okay, so nobody can win the middle.
Right. So we need to put as much stats in as possible. Angela's your thing is going to be zeroed. So all you can do is play Lizard, and that's the power you have. Oh, and then you can play, yeah, you can play Green Goblin somewhere.
We know we're winning this lane.
Again, it's just it doesn't matter where you play it, right?
Yeah, I don't think so either. It's just tiebreaker value.
Yeah, you don't want to play Green Goblin on the right because if they play 3 things, then your Lizard will get smaller.
I don't think they can play 3 things, but yeah, you're right.
+5, +16. Yep. Easy. Easy. Hold on. Were we beating Dr. Doom there? That would have been -3. Yeah, we
so
were
they
definitely
get
beating
so
Dr.
their
Doom.
power here at that point would be 5
Would be
instead. So they would have 7 minus 4, or 7 minus 3, so it'd be 4, and we have
4.
10.
Yeah. So we
Yeah.
definitely beat that. And they would have 5 there. Yeah, we would definitely win. Okay, cool. Given that we beat Dr. Doom there, we probably should have snapped because that was the only thing that was going through my mind, but I didn't do the math.
I'm going to build Zabu, Wong, Shuri, Hobgoblin, and 8 other cards and call it a deck. Yeah, that tends to be how the bots do it.
Yeah, except Wong plus Hobgoblin. Well, you know what? I'll leave that up to the dear viewer to figure out how that works.
Yeah, just make sure that you're parsing those correctly because it can get a bit messy.
Just know that if you play Hobgoblin on your Wong lane, it might not work the way that you want it to.
Okay, I don't really like investing into Sunspot when my opponent's played stuff here, but I don't know. It feels right to me. I don't know how to explain it. Oh, it's a lot better if you can move stuff too.
1,000 times better.
Why didn't I play this on Hollow? Like, what am I doing?
I don't usually like playing stuff on Hala, not because I'm worried I'm going to lose it, but because sometimes they play stuff like the... Oh, yeah, you should have played the Hood on Hala. Yeah, definitely. Okay, that's worse for us. It's not great.
We got a lot here.
Yeah, it's a lot of stats. stats. That's a whole load of stats.
God, son of a...
It's not great for us.
I think that we lose. All we have to do is not play stuff, and we lose.
Wait.
We can't win.
Did the black
if they play
bolt,
nothing, we
did the
we
black
lose.
bolt change that math?
No, they just literally they're floating 5 and floating 6. They're getting plus 11 power here.
Gotcha. Oh, it was only turn. It was turn. That was turn 4. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, we have a 0% chance to defeat that lane.
Gotcha. Unless,
like, my opponent would have to just be like unbelievably stupid.
I mean, maybe. Wait. Why did we want to
giving this lane up right away?
Okay, gotcha.
I guess this would technically be better here.
Technically. All right. Don't play lizard in that lane. Don't play lizard in that lane.
What if we 0 it?
Then you can play lizard in that lane.
Okay. Would Viper's 2-drop be more valuable than Scorpion? It almost certainly would. I just don't have Viper.
Also, I don't know that it's more valuable than Scorpion. It has power with 1 card in our deck. It can be actively unplayable. Actually, it's actually very bad in our deck because a lot of times what we want to do is play like 3 to 4 1-drops and a 2-drop on turn 6, and the Viper can be unplayable, and that's a loss condition for us. So I would say Viper does not work in this deck.
I think it'd be fine. I'm just going to play it on turn 2 a lot.
I mean, if you have
Hood into Viper.
if you have Hood into Viper, that's great. But if you don't have that, it's bad.
Okay.
I would much rather have like things that smooth the deck out rather than like we have a high roll potential to do like an okay play.
Okay, this is mildly concerning.
I mean, hitting vision is pretty bad. That's fine.
How do I win?
Shang-Chi, and then load up on a lane that's not the Thor lane. Oh, no. Never mind. I lied. We need to... Oh, right. We can Shang-Chi the Thor. We Shang-Chi Thor, and then put 18 somewhere else.
I mean, this was my plan.
Right. And then put 18 in the left. Don't hate it.
We're super losing
16.
the left. I don't like that.
We
What if
lose
we did this. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 versus 11. Oh, they have the Dracula, though.
If we do that and then put 18 in the right.
Oh, we take those. We take those.
Wow. Must just have had nothing. That's crazy.
Yeah, we take those all
I
day.
think I'm pretty sure we were with factoring in the vision.
Their hand was
moving,
garbage.
We were losing a lot there.
Yeah, just their hand was garbage. Holy crap, that's nuts.
We will take those cubes for sure.
You know what? That to me feels like a decent spot to end this one. It's 2:13 here.
Sure.
This was about 4 hours, which is about the time I want to get it to until
and
there's
I'm
like some
6 here, so I'm getting used to streaming longer. That felt good.
Well, there you go. I think you should probably cap it at 6 though. Like unless there's like something really, really important to do or cool doing, I think capping it here is good. Like I am not a full-time streamer. I think it would be very difficult for me to get to that spot. Yeah. And I don't think that I can justify the time currently, considering that I do need to make money doing things.
Right.
So I think it's a bit of ways off, but I don't think it's impossible. I just think we need to figure out this time and figure out what to do with it better, because I think that the streaming with you feels easy to me. Like it feels comfortable and it feels like something I want to do. But we have to turn this into something if that's going to work.
Right.
And so that what that is the question.
That is the question.
So that's what we're trying to figure out. So, basically what I'm saying here is like, if y'all have ideas on things that you want to see, I'm totally down for that. Because like building this new deck and ripping it for an hour,
that felt good.
But in Marvel Snap, you're not going to be able to do that every single time, I don't think, which is kind of why it's surprising to me that there's so much stuff going on for it. So like, I don't know if it's orchestrating small tournaments, if it's like changing formats, if it's like, I don't know what that is. So that's something I would have to figure out.
Yeah. I think we'll have some time built in at the beginning of seasons and when new cards come out, like new season pass cards. But yeah, it's tough because like I think we kind of struck gold with how that deck actually played out and how fun it was to actually build it and put it together and like the iterations we went through. That was actually quite fun. Which I usually don't get a lot of fun out of building a deck, but it felt good this time because we seriously like
you're playing a card that you don't have too. I mean.
I also do get to. This is one of the rare chances where I get to play a card that I don't actually own.
I couldn't do it. I just kind of everything worked out here.
Yeah.
But that's what I mean. This is like one of the things that I was very hesitant about with Marvel Snap is I was like, how much of this can you really make?
Yeah, I definitely had some streams where I was playing for like 3.5 hours on the same deck, and I'm like, I don't want to play the game anymore.
I feel like just playing by yourself isn't as good. Like if you're watching someone play Marvel Snap while you're playing Marvel Snap, feels fine.
Yeah.
If you're watching someone play Marvel Snap while you're doing something, totally fine.
Yeah.
If you're playing Marvel Snap by yourself on a stream, it did not feel good the first time I did it.
Yeah.
Because it was a lot of Marvel Snap with really nothing else happening. And I was like, I went back and watched like the first one I did, and I was like, I am bored watching me, and it is rare that I bore myself. Like I am a wacky fucking weirdo, and I say a lot of stupid stuff, and I can't tell you the number of times that we said I wouldn't do it, and it's just making me laugh, and I'm like, that's like literally what my goal is to make myself laugh. I feel like if I'm not having fun, how are other people having fun?
Right, exactly.
I like that you have 2 players and still unwilling to do math most games. Well, yeah, that's the math to me. See, here's how it works. Like if you ask me to show the work, I'm like, oh fucking. Like, come on, teacher. I don't have time to do this. I know what the answer is. Here's the answer.
Do you want to know what I say about the math?
I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it.
I remember. So here's what I remember most about doing math when I was a kid. It was like in 4th grade, and the teacher gives you one of those papers, and it says step 1, and it's like at the top of it in all bold letters, it says read every single step before you answer any questions.
Right.
And I was like, okay. And she just gave a lesson about this. The whole point is to demonstrate the lesson of the importance of knowing what all your steps are going to be.
Right.
So I read all the steps. 1 through 29 are like saying I'm a little teapot while dancing in a circle.
Yeah.
Untie your shoes and then tie them again. Yep. And it's just like stupid stuff. And then number 30 is don't do steps 1 through 29.
One of my teachers did the same exact thing.
So I'm sitting here reading this in 4th grade, and I was like, I guess the best score you can get on this is 29 out of 30. Like, if you do the last step, you're getting 1 out of 30 correct. You didn't do the first 29. But if you do the first 29, then you have 29 out of 30. That's pretty good.
Pretty good.
So everyone turns in their paper like immediately, and I do 29 of them, and I go to turn it in. She writes a big 0 on it. And I went, what? How do I get 0? She goes, you didn't read through all the steps. And I went, yeah, I did. She goes, well, step 30 says don't do them. And I was like, yeah, I thought that 29 out of 30 was the best I could do. And she gives me that look like, oh, shit. And she goes, no. And she starts tracing over the 0. Like, no, it is a 0. And I was like, what? And I was like, I'm not asking you to give everyone else 1 out of 30. I'm just saying like 29 out of 30 is pretty good.
Yeah.
She would not fucking do it. And I was like, that is not how that works. And ever since then, I hated showing my work.
Yeah.
And so every single time I was in like a geometry class or like calculus 1 or whatever it was going to be, I could just look at the thing and I knew what it was. Like, in a game, it's a lot different because there's so many weird factors that are not like concrete things. You have to work your way through them and consider other interactions and stuff. So I can look at things a lot of time and know like who's ahead, who's behind in this. But in terms of like math, to me, I always like look at it and I like see what the answer is. I'm like, God, if I have to show my work on this, I'm kind of bored. That translates to Marvel Snap to me, where it's like if you show all the work, it's not nearly as fun as if you just put the answer down and then watch what happens.
I will also say that the turns are gated in a quick manner, and when you're not the person who is holding the trigger and you're explaining it, you're not only explaining it to chat, but explaining it to the person who is holding the trigger, and you're not necessarily like the way it would have to work is if I was like, okay, I know exactly what to do here. Okay, you need to play this, this, and this. Now lock that in. Now here's the reason why. But in reality, it's like a back and forth. It's like, okay, I think this play is good, and then you go, well, I kind of like this one, and we talk about it a little bit, and we go, okay, and then there's like 2 seconds left, and it's like you need to make a decision. You need to do something, right? It's not like, okay, we're gonna talk about all the options here, pause the game, and then go through and calculate everything out. It just doesn't work out like that a lot of the time.
It depends on what you're trying to do. And
right.
I don't think what I'm trying to do is be like some ultra giga wizard of the game. Like that's just not something I really want to do with Marvel Snap.
Sometimes.
Because if I work in Marvel Snap, it would almost certainly be casting. Like I do not have the time to compete anymore the same way I used to, where it's like I had the time and the resources to potentially compete full time. That doesn't exist currently in Marvel Snap because like a competitive community is not established yet.
Right.
And then B, it would just be pure speculation at that point. Like I'm 37 years old. I'm turning 38 this year and I have a mortgage to pay.
Yeah.
And so it's unfortunate, but honestly, that feels a lot more relatable to a lot of people to me.
Right.
Seemingly, especially what I've experienced in Marvel Snap. It feels like people who play Marvel Snap are kind of like, I wish I had time to play other card games, but honestly, Marvel Snap is pretty good. So I'll play Marvel Snap.
Yeah.
That's like what it feels like in my head. So I'm going to be honest with you. I genuinely feel lost about what to do with content, or if this is something that I should even be doing with my time. Is there something better I could do, et cetera, et cetera?
I think that at the end of the day, regardless of what the game is, it depends on if A, you like doing it, and B, if people enjoy you doing it, right? Like,
yeah, I think people enjoy hearing me say hot, stupid takes, honestly.
Yeah.
Which leads me to believe I should just be one of those YouTube streamers that's like
just reacts.
Nah, this is all shit. The company sucks. Everyone sucks except us.
I wouldn't do it.
It's like that's like just every YouTube video I see it's a facial reaction of, and then is this broken? And then they just talk shit about the company who designs this stuff all the time. I don't want to do that because I tend to like the games I play. I don't know why you'd play a game that you don't like.
Well, we also have worked in the industry and worked with developers on a lot of things, so we like literally know the people a lot of times, or like understand where the people are coming from if we don't personally know them. You know?
Yeah, that's a lot of it too. Were you pursuing casting when you got hired for Infinity Gauntlet? How did that happen? First thing is that I'm pretty much always pursuing casting because that is where the last 10 years of my life have been spent. And so I unfortunately built out my network for it pretty narrow because I focused a lot on Hearthstone, like a lot. And then when I had to move from Hearthstone, I focused a lot on TFT, like a lot. And honestly, I don't even think I built out that strong of a network with TFT. And I feel like all of my previous networks kind of got crushed by the Hearthstone crap. So I felt very lost on what to do. And then in 2022, I suffered an injury to my arm, which took me a year to recover to the point where I can begin exercising my arm again. So that was just like a big time setback. It's like, it's just one of those wild things where it's like, oh, that's really sucks. Figure out how to hang on to it. So I'm very lucky that I have the support that I've had from my family side to let me have freedom while I recovered from that. In terms of pursuing casting for this, again, I'm always pursuing casting. Marvel Snap was certainly a game I was interested in, but the competitive community has not been established for that. So with 983 Media, I've known Mark because I've worked with Mark for a number of years now, and Mark has heard me cast all sorts of different games, and he knows that I'm capable of doing it. He knows that with a fairly low amount of time that I can learn enough to make the presentation what he wants it to be. And so that's how I got involved with that, was literally like past network stuff that's been built out. I know Mark because I've cast a lot of games, and so Mark reached out to me about that. I even made a recommendation for other casters above that. And he said that he wanted me to cast it instead. I was like, oh shit. Well, all right. Like that's even like more of an ego buff in my head, not to like
make sure you one of those weirdo. If you see ego,
one of those weirdo elitist levels. He wanted me to do it. So I wouldn't do it was kind of like my reaction to it, honestly, because I recommended Raven to cast the game. And he's like, we're going to have Raven play in the game. We still want you to cast it. And I was like, oh shit. Oh yeah, no. Okay. That works for me. Enjoy watching what you do, whatever. And if you have a buddy, it's even more entertaining. That's kind of the way I feel too, Ryan Possible. I feel like that I do poorly on my own. I think I work really well with somebody else or with direction. And Blevins, I know that you have typically felt the same way.
Yeah, I mean, I can only talk to the voices in my head for so long before, you know.
You're like, that idiot inside there just needs to shut up.
What an idiot. I wouldn't do it. Okay, I won't do it. Well, I wouldn't do that either. Oh, God, not again. Not again,
Well,
Jimmy.
somebody shut that idiot up.
What are you doing talking to me on stream? What are you doing bringing me up?
Okay, maybe I actually can talk to myself for quite some time. But it's more fun to have someone else.
The rope burns quickly, but it's a really long rope.
It's a really long rope, and it burns twice as bright.
Now this just sounds like one of those Katy Perry inspirational songs.
Yep.
Like lyrically, anyway.
Do you ever feel like a plastic bag drifting through the wind?
I never feel like a plastic bag.
Waiting to start again.
To be fair, though, I do like that song. I think it's pretty cool. I mean, it's Katy Perry. What is there to dislike?
Did you ever hear the story about Katy Perry about how she went back to like her, I might be misrepresenting some of the exact details, but she basically like went back to her old school and performed after she got famous and like essentially like called out one of her like ex-boyfriends for like dumping her or something, and the ex-boyfriend like they interviewed like E or someone interviewed the ex-boyfriend afterwards, and he was just like, oh yeah, I like left her for my high school sweetheart and we're still together like 15 years later, so yeah, I would do it again. Just like it's completely wrecked. Like call someone out as a celebrity and they're just like, yeah, no, I'm happy I did it. Like,
I mean, why did she really do that? I feel like that's nonsense.
Okay. So for what it's worth, I didn't make that story up. Whether that is true or not, I can't verify or not verify. All I can say is that I didn't make it up, but I have heard that story. That story was told to me as though it were true. That's all I can say.
That is like the most political introduction to like anything I feel like I've ever heard, is be like, I didn't make this up, but this is the story that I know. And then you could just say anything.
Well, I didn't. So what I will say is I wasn't there when it did or didn't happen. So how would I know? All I can go by is what I was told.
Blevins, I'd run for mayor. I think you just did a fantastic job.
I'm already the mayor of Bandle City.
I think that you could become the governor of Minnesota.
Where did I place my? I've got to speak. Where's my speech?
There's probably someone in your chat that's played Legends of Runeterra. Maybe I don't know.
I mean, I played Legends of. I'm technically in the chat right now.
So there's a card called Bandle City Mayor, and during one of the seasonals, the mayor showed up for a guest reading on the stream. And, we're doing a little behind the scenes magic here. So if you want to keep the illusion alive, cover your ears. But I did the voice of the mayor on the seasonal. So, I am the Bandle City mayor.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. That was me.
Oh, that's super cool.
Yeah. Not the card in the game, but during the seasonal tournament, I did the mayor voice.
Huh.
We did a thing where like the community did like essentially like a Bandle City Mad Libs where they like filled in with the Mad Lib with a bunch, like a poem with a bunch of different options, and the mayor of Bandle City did the speech, and I did the speech. That was me.
I would not have believed that if you didn't preface it. I'm not going to lie. I would have called you a liar.
There's literal video evidence somewhere of it. If you look up the, let's see.
We have empirical evidence somewhere.
It would have been the Beyond the Bandlewood seasonal tournament. Yeah,
I am down to campaign for Blevins becoming the governor of Minnesota.
Why would I become the governor of Minnesota? I don't even live there.
Look, I don't know where you live. I'm just saying Minnesota.
Do. I say it all the time. You're like, New York is the worst place ever, and I go, I've lived in New York for over 30 years.
Yes, New York is the worst place ever, by the way. Okay, the governor of New York. There we go. Maybe we can tick it up a notch.
There we go.
If Blevins was the governor of New York, I would consider visiting.
Plus, if I was the governor of Minnesota, I might get body slammed by Jesse the Body Ventura. Wait, was he in Minnesota or was he? He might have been in California. Wait, hold on.
I want to say it was Montana.
Jesse the
Body Ventura.
Governor of Minnesota. Yes, I got it.
It was when you questioned yourself on whether or not it was Minnesota that suddenly I wanted to say Montana. I was like, I could see
No,
Blevins mixing that up.
It's Minnesota.
Son of a bitch.
Yes.
This guy's not going to body slam you. He's so old.
Yeah, but he was a pro wrestler. Just see the body Ventura. No, he's definitely not body slamming me.
3150. This guy's 54 years old this year. Ain't no way this guy's body slamming you.
No,
I'm pretty sure that you're like as big as he is,
he's
too.
definitely not body slamming me because I almost got banned from Twitch because they don't allow the guns on stream. Hey-oh, right here. Woo. Right there.
I honestly feel like that if he tried to body slam you, you could just give him the Stone Cold Stunner, and that would be the end of it.
I'd give him the what?
The Stone Cold Stunner.
Oh, I pressed.
How do you press the wrong button? I set it up so well.
I don't even. What's funny is I don't actually have the button set up, so there was no chance of success there. But
oh, damn it! Delete the button after one stream.
This is like this is like when that episode of The Simpsons where they're like, all right, let's play some hardcore music. It's like sunshine, not a pop set.
All right, but let's end it right there.
Okay, I like how you were like, okay, this has been 4 hours. Let's end it, and then an hour and a half later, we finally end it.
Well, it was about 20 minutes, but that 20-minute tangent, I'm totally down with.
Yeah.
That's always my sign off is 20 minutes.
Speaking of which,
yeah. Speaking of which, yeah, I can't wait to get that one rolling. Thanks everyone for joining.
Thank you.
I had a good time, and I'll probably be repeating this on every available day that I have. However, my schedule for the next week or so is fairly chaotic. So I wouldn't expect it, but I would kind of expect it. I think that the chances that a couple of these days don't take off is very likely, though.
Nice.
So
I will
with that,
probably be streaming some of these days in the coming week if I had to
check
guess.
out Blevins. He's definitely streaming on this. He plays a lot of Marvel Snap. He's a lot better at it than I am.
No.
He has a lot more cards, and I imagine he's
have a
much
lot
more
more
open
cards.
to playing a deck list you submit, probably because he has the cards for it.
That is true.
So go follow Blevins.
Everyone has a
TheBlevins
price.
on Twitch. It says it somewhere on the screen. I guess below the camera, it says it right there.
That's me.
And then I'll see y'all next time.
Bye, everybody. Bye, everybody.
Bye, Dr. Nick.
There we go. All right. See you, buddy. Bye. All right, chat. That was a nice little. Oh, you can see my background here. My Dan Hip. Hey, Ryan Possible. Thank you for the follow. For the folks that came over from Admirable Stream, I am going to be leaving soon. Thanks everyone. Tovarash, thank you for stopping by, lurking, watching while playing some WoW. Hope you had a little fun. That was a fun little stream we had there. Got 6 hours in, and it honestly felt good. I did not feel like I was streaming for 6 hours, which is a good thing because there's a non-zero chance that I'm going to be streaming a lot more, and I was a little afraid that once I got to like 3-4 hours, I wasn't going to be able to hang in there, but really it's a matter of being engaged, which I definitely was when hanging out with Admirable, so definitely a good stream there. But that's going to be it for today. Thanks everyone who stopped by, who hung around, who stayed from the raids, from Flake and Specimen, came over from Admirable Stream. Really appreciate it. If you haven't already, please do hit the follow button. It really does help me out a ton. And yeah, I'm going to try to be streaming most of the rest of the week. Possibly. We'll see. I'm not sure exactly when we're going to be streaming, but probably tomorrow, probably Thursday, probably Friday. Who knows? But we'll if you follow, you will know when I go live. But that's going to be it for today. Thanks everyone for stopping by, and we'll see you in the next one.